Oxford. "My Freddie will make a wonderful king one day," Queen Anna whispered to me. We were listening to Prince Henry Frederick give a speech of thanks to his hosts at Magdalen College, where he had been admitted as a member, the reason for the court's invasion of Oxford. I believe he will. I had become quite used to telling people what they wished to hear, for that was the way at court, but in that case my reply was honest. I watched the boy, wondering if his mother secretly wished he shared her faith, but the heir to the throne, even at the tender age of 11, was resolutely Protestant. I had had the opportunity on a number of occasions to make the acquaintance of my young cousin and found him delightful company. He had a love of poetry that his father thought frivolous, and he was a generous, active boy, keen on the martial arts, often to be seen fencing in the palace courtyard. The words he spoke on that occasion, eloquent and littered with classical references, must have been penned by another, but he invested them with nuance, as a seasoned orator might have. Standing straight, he looked out to his audience with a directness of gaze that made each of us feel addressed personally, emphasizing his words with his hands as if he were playing an invisible harp. Not once did he refer to the paper he held. Henry Frederick had a presence far beyond his years. His companions paled beside him. When I think of the prince now, I wonder why I wasn't beset with envy, for after all he was everything I might have been. A boy, the heir. I did occasionally imagine being him, inhabiting his body. Physically we were not unalike, both lean and angular, with kinship stitched through our looks. Had we swapped clothes, I might have passed for him in a dim light. "That is Will Seymour," said Aunt Mary, pointing to the group of young men around the prince. "The brother of, you know. Which is he?" "With the pheasant feather." I looked, but at least 4 wore pheasant feathers. There was a fashion for them that year, and though I was curious about the Seymours, I didn't want to seem overly interested, even to Aunt Mary. They all looked the same to me. That made her laugh, but I didn't know why. "And what about Edward?" I added, suddenly curious to see the man I might have wed. "Is he there?" "I can't see him. He married, you know. Anne Sackville. I think Hertford pushed him into it quickly to avoid any further—" She stopped. "Any further trouble with me?" She nodded. "I'm sorry." Why should I care? He was not mine to lose. I never even saw a picture of him. Though I had barely thought of Edward Seymour since I arrived at court, I had the sense of another door closing, and I was reminded that even after 2 years in the royal entourage, a suitable match for me had not materialised. Once the speeches were done with, we milled about, waiting to dine, and I discussed with Aunt Mary how I might find a way back into grandmother's favour. I had been given leave to visit Hardwicke in the spring of that year, and had been coolly received. If truth be told, I had found myself missing the calm of my old home. It was an irony, I was aware, but the madness of court was relentless, and I was wearing thin with it. When I'd arrived at Hardwicke, the dogs I had fed under the table for all those years had given me a rambustuous welcome at the door, jumping up at my skirts, eager eyes filled with delight to encounter their old benefactor. They'd followed me up the staircase to grandmother's withdrawing room. Nothing had changed, as if time stood still there. Mr. Reason reading by the window, a brace of cousins playing cards, the chaplain warming himself by the fire talking quietly to Joan, a couple of women concentrating on a length of embroidery by the window. Grandmother was needlessly criticising their stitching, and one of the women, I could see, was on the brink of tears. "I find it strange that you should be so eager to return when you spent such great effort to be gone from here," was her opening gambit to me. To be honest, I'd missed her. They say that prisoners can grow fond of their jailers, and perhaps that was it. But she was my grandmother, and we had been in each other's company daily for many years. The habits of a lifetime are hard to break. She appeared very elderly, which shocked me, for she had always given the impression of being hard and fast, unchangeable, like a range of mountains or an ancient cathedral. She had been unwell, too, and had a hacking cough. "The king has promised me a patent of nobility to bestow on whom I choose." My cousin had indulged me a little. I supposed Cecil was behind it, coming good on his word, for my allowance had been marginally increased, too. It helped pay my household and kept my wardrobe fit for court. Aside from Cecil's influence, I wondered if those favours were because, at some profound level, my cousin felt a modicum of guilt for having taken my throne. Of course, that was fantasy on my part. He could never once have questioned his right to be king. A patent of nobility. For a barony, Her words were choked by a fit of coughing. I intend to offer it to Uncle William. I passed her a cup of spiced wine, which she sipped slowly as the fit abated. Good, was her answer. There was nothing in her expression that demonstrated pleasure towards me, though I scrutinised her for signs. Baron Cavendish of Hardwicke. It has a nice ring, doesn't it? I felt like the rejected puppy trying to gain a shred of affection from its owner. Glad to see you are making your presence at court count. I had stayed only a few days, thankfully not in my old bedchamber, but in one of the grand state bedrooms upstairs, where the wind whipped and rattled at the window panes, keeping me awake through the nights. I left Hardwicke exhausted, and didn't relish the idea of returning. Dinner was announced, and the Prince's party filed past. Aunt Mary fiddled with her crucifix. I couldn't accustom myself to the new Catholic tolerance, and always felt the need to tell her to tuck it away out of sight in her bodice for fear it might put her in harm's way. I don't know, she said, continuing the conversation about grandmother. I think once you are out of her fold, there is no returning. Think of Henry. I suppose you are right. I didn't much want to think of Uncle Henry, had tried to avoid him as far as I could, since that thwarted escape when he had shown his true colours. And how is grandmother with Gilbert these days? I added. Oh, she maintains he still owes her money. Whether he does or not, he cannot pay. Our expenses are far too great, and she doesn't need it. She's richer than all of us put together. I could see from her expression that I'd opened an old sore. It's time for Mass. She seemed glad of a new topic. I wish you'd join us. Queen Anna held Mass in her chambers, which all the Catholic ladies attended. Seemingly more of them by the day. You know me, I said. She whispered, We'll make a true believer of you yet. She said it all the time. It was meant as a joke, or so I thought then. She was making to go, but a question was pressing at me. Mary? What is it? You look perturbed. It's just, I don't know, you and Bridget. My words were tangling up. To what extent were you... What's the matter? What part did you play in Uncle Henry's plan to wed me off? The Catholic business, you know. Sweeting. Her eyes looked tender, and I let her take my hand, which she stroked softly. Know this, dearest one. I sought to help you wed only so you would be free. The rest was my brother's wild scheme. I would never choose to endanger you. Not you. You are close as a daughter to me. Those eyes had begun to well up, and I regretted mentioning it. I'm sorry, I said. I should never have harboured even the smallest doubt. No, I'm glad you said something. She dabbed at her face with a handkerchief. It's no wonder you don't know who to trust, since so many seem to want to use you for their own ends. You must go, or you will miss the service. She tucked her handkerchief away in her sleeve, made an attempt to tame her wild hair, and primped her ruff that had begun to wilt. Oh dear, I am a mess. I noticed, too, that there was a gem absent from her necklace, like a missing tooth, but said nothing, not wanting to perturb her further. She pinched some colour into her cheeks. There, I shall have to do. As she left, she said, Bless you, dear Belle. The rest of us went to the service at Christ Church, where we had to listen to the bishop's interminable sermon. It was an indictment of Eve, or the wicked temptress of Eden, as he called her, seeming not want to defile himself by uttering her name. I drifted, wondering what had become of the King of Poland's suit. In my mind, the idea of marriage offered something to fantasize about, a hope to cling to, much in the manner I'd clung, with wilful ignorance, to the possibility of Essex as a saviour in my girlhood. She lured man into temptation, too weak to resist temptation herself, droned the bishop. I had overheard Lucy Bedford say of me, She is without mate and without estate, poor thing. I couldn't bear the idea of having become a figure of pity. The Polish suit had not been mentioned again, or not to me at least. I had begun to fear that my cousin meant to use me as a diplomatic pawn, just as the old Queen had, and that I would be obliged to live my days out, an invisible woman in the purgatory of court. The fall of man, the pain of death, all the wickedness in the world can be laid at her door. I thought about those months spent with the Marchioness, that glimpse of a happy life. In truth, I was envious of her in her easy world, for I was beginning to discover that I was not the sort to fit easily anywhere. Later, in the women's rooms, I sat apart, watching. The Queen and Lucy Bedford were playing cat's cradle, giggling as the string tied itself into a web of knots, forcing them to abandon their game. The Queen absently stroked the younger woman's hair. It was a commonplace act, but still I couldn't accustom myself to the physical intimacy of the women at court. Jane Drummond had, the previous week, hung an arm around my shoulder. I sat, paralysed, as if that arm were a blade so sharp any false movement would cut me. I took to sitting on my hands so as not to invite the holding of them. I sat a little aside, as usual, and an unfamiliar woman approached, who appeared to be attached to the Countess of Cumberland's party. Her dress was plain, in contrast to the embellished luxury of most amongst us, but she was smartly turned out, and I supposed her one of the Countess's gentlewomen. She was not young, but had an unusual kind of beauty, sculpted and dark, that transcended age and made me stare at her as she spoke. There was something familiar about her, but I couldn't think what it was. She greeted me with deference. "I have long been an admirer of yours, my lady." Her head dipped reverentially, though omitting to tell me her name. I assumed it was her hope that I would make a plea on her behalf to the King. It usually was the reason people sought to befriend me. I sound bitter. I was bitter, for my life, just when I thought it would dilate gloriously, had shrunk like a fruit left in the sun. I'd believed there was freedom awaiting me beyond the walls of Hardwicke, but I'd been wrong. "Where have I seen you before?" I asked myself. The woman was gazing at me expectantly, as if I might come out with something interesting, but I could only think to ask her, "What did you make of the bishop's sermon?" "You do not want to know, my lady." I hadn't the inclination to be drawn into a verbal game of courtly cat and mouse. "Oh, no, you don't." "Oh, but I do. I couldn't possibly say." But she interrupted my thoughts. "I could have torn the bishop's head off." She made a wrenching action with her hand. "All that nonsense about the wicked temptress. I refuse to believe that Eve was solely responsible for the fall of man." I looked round to be sure we were not being listened to. "You would rewrite the scriptures?" "No, not at all. It is a matter of interpretation." She had a fervour about her that garnered my fascination. I felt stimulated to be having such a conversation instead of the usual banalities exchanged in the Queen's rooms, the asinine games and the talk of romance. "Go on." "I have given it all much thought." As she spoke, she gesticulated earnestly. "Adam should have had the power to resist Eve and the serpent. It was he who created first, he who had the greater affinity with his Maker. So why, then, did he listen to Eve and not to God?" "Are you saying that to believe in Eve as the perpetrator of man's fall renders woman as the dominant sex?" "Exactly." Her dark eyes were shining. "And clearly that is not so. Look who takes charge in the world." The zeal she exuded was contagious. It buzzed about my head. "So Eve is innocent?" I sounded doubtful. "Not quite. We are none of us without sin, but more innocent than man." She grabbed my sleeve then, saying, "I knew you would understand. No one else does." I must have looked horrified, staring at her hand, for she snatched it back sharply. "I beg your forgiveness, my lady. You must think me presumptuous. I became carried away. I should not have clutched at you like that." She wore a look of authentic distress. Then it came flooding back to me down the years, the girl reciting Ovid's tale of Philomel, and my horror, not at the chopping off of Philomel's tongue, but because my neighbour had grabbed my arm much as this woman had just done. "Who are you?" I said. "I am Mistress Lanya." "The poet?" I remembered Queen Anna talking of her. She nodded. "I'm so terribly sorry." No, no, I interjected. How were you to know that I turned to stone at the touch of a stranger? You make yourself sound like a character from Ovid. It was you, reading from Ovid, years ago. I interrupted, had to leave. She smiled widely, showing her even teeth. You remember. And you are a poet now? I am, of sorts. She seemed suddenly self-conscious, her voice shrinking. I try to shape my thoughts and scribble them down. I was lucky enough to have more of an education than I might have had. She pulled a fold of paper from her sleeve and handed it to me. It's a poem I wrote for you. I hope you don't think it an imposition. I read it silently. It was short, a mere 2 verses, and not particularly good. Not when you have heard the alchemical verses of Donne with his intricate rhythms and singular figures, words that combine to touch profoundly and haunt the passages of your mind forever. Donne it may not have been, but I liked her spirit. For a woman such as her to take up a pen showed mettle. This, I said, reading a line out loud, rare phoenix, whose fair feathers are your own. This is me. I was thinking of something I had written myself in those dark days at Hardwick. I must shape my own coat according to my cloth, but it will not be after the fashion of this world, God willing, but fit for me. I felt somehow penetrated, as if she had looked inside my soul and was deeply touched by that mediocre little poem which still lies in my bag of treasures. I am most grateful to you, Mistress Lanya. My thanks seemed woefully inadequate, given the effect those few words had had on me. I clammed up, and a silence fell. I have written a little poetry myself, and wonder if I might send you some for your opinion. And then I wanted to take the words back, for how could I show my work to this woman I barely knew, when my whole inner world was bared in it? It would be a great honour, my lady. It is difficult to share one's work, like going naked. She looked at me cautiously, as if I might find the expression vulgar, but I nodded, saying, exactly so. If I may, I too would like to send you something I've been attempting. It is a vindication of Eve, the ideas I've been talking of, but it is very rough, quite unformed. I felt an instant like-mindedness, as if we were the stars that belonged in the same constellation. It was a feeling reminiscent of my friendship with Starkey. I found myself wondering if Mistress Lanya, too, could be capable of suicide, and was horrified by the way my thoughts had turned. Of course not, I reassured myself, not the fiery, smiling woman before me. I could have torn the bishop's head off. I should like very much to see your work. I imagined us, 2 women with a common aim to express ourselves in words, and had a sense of belonging to something meaningful, however tenuous. I thought of those I had been fond of aside from family. Starkey, Bridget, Dodderidge. They were all my servants in one way or another, all in my pay, and had no choice but to care for me. I have always thought of you as greatly misunderstood, she added. Before I had the chance to ask her what she meant, she was hustled along by the Countess, who wanted her for an errand. You really have no right to approach the Lady Arbella like that. She spoke loud enough for me to hear. No, it's quite all right, I said, but they were already bustling off down the corridor. Denmark House. Sometimes an event occurs that throws the world off kilter to such an extent that it is possible for everyone to recall with crystal clarity the time and place they first heard of it. It happened in the month I reached 30. I remember being with Queen Anna at Denmark House. Her privy chambers had a view across the gardens to the Thames, and the light that day, from a low November sun, cast long shadows, rendering everything unfamiliar. It tumbled in through the window, gilding the women scattered about the room, but the places it didn't reach were impenetrably dark. Ruff was sleeping at my feet, twitching in a dream. Just behind me, Lady Rich was talking quietly to Jane Drummond about what she planned to wear for the opening of Parliament on the following day. I wasn't really listening, as I was writing feverishly, attempting to compose a few verses to send to Mistress Lanya. We had been in frequent correspondence in the weeks since our encounter at Oxford, an exchange that was intensely stimulating and had invested me with a newfound optimism and purpose. I think now about Mistress Lanier, here where I have ended up, unfolding the ragged leaf on which she wrote the poem, reading her faded words, and emotion jostles me. The tranquillity in the privy chamber was disturbed with the sudden arrival of a messenger, rushing in at the head of a consignment of guards. His hands were shaking slightly as he removed his cap and got on his knees before the Queen. He was pale and slick with perspiration. It was clear to all of us that he was not delivering any ordinary correspondence. His fear was contagious. All the women in the chamber stopped what they were doing. A cluster of girls at the window clutched at each other. Lady Rich flicked her gaze about, alert as a cat. Jane Drummond began to bite her nails, and the colour fell away from the Queen's cheeks. Only Lucy Bedford seemed oblivious.
"It's your go,"
she said brightly, pointing to the chessboard. Lady Rich stretched out a hand and touched her arm with a small shake of the head.
"Speak,"
the Queen said to the fellow. "Your Highness, I hope you will forgive me, for it is not good news that I bring."
"I will not blame the messenger, if that is what concerns you."
I was wondering if the King was dead, as I supposed others were, for what else, save an invasion, could have given the fellow such a grave aspect. I got up without thinking and, tucking Ruff into the crook of my elbow, crossed the chamber to stand behind the Queen. She looked back at me with a brief smile, as if to say she was glad of my support. I began to calculate what the King's death might mean for me personally. I suspected I would fare better once Prince Henry Frederick was on the throne, for we had built up an affinity in my time at court. He professed to be fond of his dear English coz, and said to me once, "When I have it in my power, I will settle an estate on you, coz, so you will have a place that is yours. It seems to me that that is what you lack." He didn't think me as a threat as his father did. But though astute beyond his years, the prince was still a mere boy of 11, and perhaps all in that chamber on that day were wondering what might become of England with a boy-king on the throne. A truly heinous plot has been uncovered. Catholic insurrection on a grand scale. The Queen expelled a small involuntary wince as he said this, with violent intention. Lucy Bedford gasped. Queen Anna crossed herself. I judged the gesture inappropriate given the circumstances. "I have come with orders from the Earl of Salisbury to ensure your safety." He nudged his head back towards the guards lined up behind him. Had I not known the circumstances, it would have appeared to be an arrest.
"Salisbury?"
said the Queen, as if unsure whom he meant, which was unsurprising given that Cecil had only recently had the title bestowed on him.
"Oh, you mean Cecil? And what of my sons and the King?"
She rubbed her belly as if thinking of her children had reminded her of the one she was incubating. "The King and the princes are well guarded."
"And Princess Elizabeth?"
"I beg you do not fret about the princess's safety." He could not look at her as he said this. I suppose he had no idea about the child's well-being, given that she was far away in the Midlands. The man was clearly out of his depth. Queen Anna turned to me, stricken.
"I should never have sanctioned her being raised in such a distant place. It is a barbaric custom to separate children from their mothers. In Denmark this would never happen. Combe Abbey, I barely even know where it is."
"It is next to Coventry," said someone. I heard Lady Rich whisper to Jane Drummond, "I'd wager Catesby's behind this business." The Queen's distress was eroding her composure, and I thought for a moment she might begin to weep, but she was made of sterner stuff than I thought, and regained her self-possession to ask the fellow,
"What do you propose to do with us here?"
"An investigation is taking place, and I am instructed to ensure that no one enters or leaves Denmark House until all is safe."
"So we are prisoners?"
Queen Anna wore a slight sardonic smile at the corner of her mouth as she watched the fellow squirm, but her worry was apparent in the way she picked at the lace edging on her glove until it came right away. She must have been wondering, as I was, why this unknown young man had been put in charge of her security. But then, if the emergency was as bad as it seemed, all the others must have been needed elsewhere. That thought turned me cold. "No, madam, it is to ensure your safety. It is a time of cry—"
"Fret not,"
she interrupted, causing his face to redden.
"We will do your bidding, but tell me, what is the threat exactly?"
"I am not party to that information, Your Highness. I know only that it is grave and that I have been charged with ensuring your safety." He paused, but the Queen said nothing, only picked up a little knight from the chessboard and worried at it with her fingers. "Your Highness, I also have instructions to protect the Lady Arbella, and was told I would find her with you." He looked around and clearly had no idea which of the women in the room I was. I wanted to ask what he meant by protect. Was it for my safety or something else? Had I been cast into another conspiracy without my knowledge? The fragile optimism I had felt only minutes before began to fragment, and the peaceful vista of my future seemed, in the space of a few minutes, thrown into turbulence. One of the Queen's dogs had begun to yap repeatedly.
"Will someone get that animal under control?"
snapped Lady Rich. A maid picked the puppy up and walked to the far end of the chamber.
"The Lady Arbella, what danger is she in?"
Queen Anna patted the seat beside her for me to take, a gesture of unity. "I only follow orders, Your Highness."
"For how long do you anticipate the danger will last?"
asked the Queen quite nonchalantly, as if inquiring about the length of a play or an evening's entertainment. She seemed to have curbed her earlier distress, or had found a way to hide it well, at least. "I regret to say that all is unclear at this stage."
"Well, you'd better get on with your business. Tell your men to be as discreet as possible. I don't want the young girls alarmed."
I was thinking it was far too late for that, for all the girls looked terrified. He glanced briefly my way before instructing the armed men to disperse about the room. I wondered if he could see my fear, or if I hid it as well as the Queen. "I see at least a dozen men at the gates," said Lady Rich from the window. "Are they yours?" "All the entrances and exits are sealed," he replied. Lady Rich seemed, of all of us, in her element. I remember hearing of her famous courage when she'd withstood the siege at Essex House, and felt glad she was amongst our number that day. Queen Anna had begun to pray, moving her lips in silence and clicking the beads of her rosary between her fingers. When she was done, she leaned towards my ear, saying,
"This will change everything."
She stopped a moment, then added,
"If we get through it."
Dread crept into me. I didn't want to think about not getting through it. It will doubtless make life difficult for some. I didn't want to say that it would be particularly so for her because of her faith. She didn't need reminding. Now we have our treaty with Spain, the English Catholics, I mean those who—
"Disaffection breeds discontent."
She'd interrupted me before I had a chance to explain that I didn't include her with these English Catholics, that I meant the fanatics, but I supposed she knew it.
"Tolerance would never have been enough for the zealous."
Without their dream of a Spanish invasion, it was inevitable they'd eventually try and take things into their own hands. I hadn't really considered it until then, the level of Catholic alienation. None of us had, except perhaps Cecil, who considered everything always. He made it his business. She looked at me then with disarming directness.
"I know you think me shallow, but I am not."
She spoke quietly so as not to be overheard. I thought about contradicting her out of politeness, but I stopped myself, for it was true. I did think her shallow, though I didn't dislike her for it.
"It is like this. If I am seen to be frothy-headed, then I am no threat to anyone. It keeps me safe."
"And your faith? If you wish to be safe, then surely—"
"I did not choose my faith. My faith chose me."
I saw her differently on that day, still and straight and pale as a statue. She appeared utterly resilient and self-assured. So unlike me with my rigid exterior, a thin shell concealing a friable inner world.
"And faith in a woman," she continued. "Ha! They always believe you will change with the wind. Have you not suffered from that impression yourself?"
I suppose she meant those who didn't know me believing I could be moulded into a Catholic queen at their bidding.
"Yes," she added, "we women are always assumed to be inconstant."
The following morning, in the wake of a fitful night, news began to seep out. There was to be no opening of Parliament, we were told, a piece of information that sent speculation spinning out of control. Letters arrived and whispers began to move like toxic gas through the corridors of Denmark House, replacing our previous dread with an invisible undercurrent of disquiet. Even the imperturbable Queen Anna seemed uneasy, for the truth of what had been uncovered was unimaginable in its potential for devastation. It made our tranquil world a dangerous place. A man had been apprehended in the undercroft of Westminster Hall with enough gunpowder to explode the entire building. Each account gave a different number of barrels, 30, 37, 65, 100, more. The quantity didn't matter. What mattered was that it was enough to have blown us all to high heaven. Parliament, the King, the Prince, all of England's nobles, including us women under guard in the Privy Chamber at Denmark House, who only the day before had been blithely wondering what jewels they would wear for the opening ceremony. We would all have been there, each and every one of us. That the violence had been thwarted somehow didn't make it less distressing. The fact that such an undreamed-of scheme had existed, been plotted out for months, for years perhaps, meant that the threat of such a thing would hang over us in perpetuity. Our innocence was lost. The narrowly averted catastrophe was too great, too terrifying to envision, and we all sat around like wraiths in a state of shock, waiting for the next piece of information. It emerged that the apprehended man was one John Johnson, but he was holding out, refusing to name co-conspirators. "He must lack imagination," remarked Lady Rich, "to have not come up with a more convincing alias. No wonder he has been caught." True to her reputation, Lady Rich appeared untouched by the fear that had infected us all with the jitters, had us jumping at the slightest sound. "Once he's been racked, we shall discover his real identity, I wouldn't doubt." My own apprehension continued to simmer, and I couldn't help but think back to Cobham and Raleigh's plot, wondering if this nameless man would blurt out my name on the rack and it would emerge I had unwittingly been placed at the heart of a treason once more. It was not something I dared articulate, not there in the Queen's chambers, where trust was such a rare commodity. Lady Rich was right. In the end it came out that the fellow who had been apprehended and was being interrogated in the Tower was named Fawkes. He'd held out for a few days, but there was not a man alive that could stay silent forever in that place. She was right about Catesby, too, and names of the plotters emerged one by one. A Tresham, a Digby, a pair of Wrights, a Percy.
"Which Percy?" one of the younger maids had cried. "I beg you, tell me it is not George."
Her eyes churned in distress and her friends had to hold her up. It later transpired that it was a Thomas Percy, which induced a prolonged discussion about which Thomas Percy. I imagined those men being hunted down, hounds sniffing out their trail, and hauled from priest holes or shot dead making their escape. The word treason was on everyone's lips, and the atmosphere was subdued as we awaited each new thread of information. I read my volume of Plato, seeking comfort in its pages, remembering those long-ago conversations about Socrates with dear Starkey. It was an irony, I suppose, that those discussions had all focused on my eventual rise to the throne. What unassailable belief we had had then. I noticed that all the rosaries and crucifixes had been spirited away at some point, into pockets, under dresses, and there was no mass on that first day, or not one I was aware of. Conversations were whispered, and everyone had their theory. I wondered if any of them knew more than they were letting on. Queen Anna whiled away the hours quietly playing rounds of Primero with Lucy Bedford and Jane Drummond. In the late afternoon, another letter arrived, Lucy Bedford the recipient. It was from her husband, who was out hunting down the plotters. No one sought to question how, given the gates were sealed, so many letters were finding their way into Denmark House. As her eyes scanned the page, her face screwed up and she stepped towards Queen Anna, cupping her hand to say something privately. The Queen covered her eyes, murmuring, "Oh, God," and slumped in her chair, as if the air had gone out of her. "What is it?" I wanted to clasp Queen Anna's shoulder reassuringly, but felt unsure how such a gesture might be received, and watched Lucy take her hand and hold it in both of her own, wishing I could muster that same kind of spontaneous affection.
"You'd better tell them, Lucy,"
said the Queen, unable to conceal the crack in her voice. Lucy Bedford stood straight, as if addressing an audience at a playhouse. My husband has heard that the Princess Elizabeth has been taken into hiding in Coventry. She is safe. She squeezed the Queen's hand once more, and the Queen dropped her head into the crook of Lucy's arm. But the conspirators plan to kidnap her and make her a Catholic puppet queen. Oh, the poor child's only 9, said Lady Rich. Puppet queen. The term seemed so innocent, so filled with charm. It made me think of that miniature queen in my fat baby hand back in the long gallery at Hardwicke. The poor girl, blighted by her blood. I understood what she might be feeling. I remembered Elizabeth, pretty and delicate, slipping her warm little paw into mine at the coronation 2 years before, and the way she had been transported by the choir. As the first day wore on, great crowds began to amass outside St. Clement Danes for a service of thanksgiving for the lives saved on that day. We gathered at the north windows that gave a good view of the Strand, where the crowd continued to grow. None of us mentioned that it was our lives that had been spared. It was too close to the bone. As evening fell, torches were lit, and the celebratory atmosphere outside became progressively rowdy. A group gathered at the gates of Denmark House. It was hard to know if they were hostile or not. Though none of us actually said it, we were all thinking that the Queen's faith might have made her a target for aggression. When a few began to shout and bang at the gates, it was Lady Rich who suggested Queen Anna send the guards down to distribute coins to the crowd. The gesture seemed to satisfy the mob as it dispersed, moving on to join in the building of a vast bonfire in front of the church. Once the fire was lit, it caught fast. Great tongues of flame licked the darkness and sparks popped like stars. It cast a glow over everything, making the scene below seem, with the increasingly frenzied mood of the horde, like an image of hell. I was enthralled, and even when I retired to bed very late, though I was exhausted, I continued to watch from the window. From my bedchamber I could see that a constellation of beacons had been lit all over London, and out into the surrounding hills, far into the distance. Each subsequent year those fires have been lit to signify our deliverance from darkness. The powder treason, as it became known, changed everything. The mere idea of such an atrocity, though it never actually occurred, existed as a reality, a canker in the English mind, and its repetition, or something like it, became a constant possibility hanging over us all. The King's position had loosened a little, like a bad tooth, and, Catholic or not, my body with its rich filling of royal blood, just like the grey girls before me, just like the Queen of Scots, once more represented a threat. Part 3.
This letter gives me a tongue, and were I not allowed to write, I should be dumb. Ovid, Epistulae ex Ponto.
Clerkenwell. Amy is weeping silently. She has barely slept in days, and papers are spread all about her bed. She is bereft, as there is no more to read, and where she'd hoped for answers, she found only more questions. The narrative had become increasingly abstruse towards the end, and she has searched for any fragments that she might have missed. Just a line to say she is forgiven would be enough. But there is nothing. Amy had been there in the story, and then disappeared. It had been a strange revelation to find her likeness in those pages. To see oneself through another's eyes is to see a stranger. It touches her to know of the impression she had made on Lady Arbella at their first meeting, that she had been recognised as a kindred spirit even then. She counts back. It was 11 years ago. Hal was a mere boy, and she was making a reputation then as a fledgling poet. Amy remembers the moment clearly, when she had spontaneously grabbed Lady Arbella's arm, driven by an incontinent zeal for her own ideas. Lady Arbella's reaction had been so inexplicably abrupt that Amy had almost made her excuses and backed away. But she'd seen a glimpse of something indefinable, a well of unexplored passion, curiosity, verve, behind that infuriatingly opaque exterior, and she felt compelled to discover more at any cost. Her reputation for aloofness was unsurprising. Her rank alone, her royal blood, set her apart, and she had nothing of Queen Anna's ease with people. Amy's heart wilts at the thought of the little girl whom no one was allowed to touch. It was no wonder she'd always seemed so brittle and odd. But it was her difference that had drawn Amy's interest. After all, misunderstood women are her particular preoccupation. But Lady Arbella's writings, that intimate expression of her inner world, have allowed Amy to understand the depth of her friend's awkwardness, the profound loneliness, and the teetering on the brink of self-destruction that came with it. She remembers well the letter that had arrived a few days after their first meeting, in which Lady Arbella had sent a few lines of verse. Amy hadn't quite known what to make of them. There was an unruliness to her style, too many ideas fighting to be heard, as if there was something she wanted to say but couldn't articulate. She'd asked if she might see more of Amy's poetry. Alfonso had seen the letter and said, "I don't want this to be an excuse for more time spent at court. You're my wife. You should be here at home with me. It's enough that you're expected to pay homage to that countess." She had tried to be understanding of the man who'd accepted her carrying another's child, but in subtle ways he'd always made her feel like soiled goods. Perhaps he'd feared she'd find another nobleman at court and make him a cuckold. She wasn't for a moment deluded into thinking Alfonso's jealousy sprang from genuine feeling. It was his pride that was at stake. She had hidden Lady Arbella's letters and the others when their correspondence became frequent. On reflection, it was that secrecy that gave the tone of their friendship something, in Amy's mind at least, of the excitement of a love affair, though their discussions rarely traversed the boundaries of poetry and philosophy and ideas. She wipes her tears away on the bedclothes and is lifted by the thought that there will be no more washing to do, and that tomorrow Mansfield boys will come for their lessons. The church bells begin to ring. It is Sunday, and she must make herself ready for worship. She thinks about Hal, somewhere with the royal progress, saying his prayers in an unfamiliar chapel, and longs for a letter. Give him time, she tells herself. It's only been a few days. The tabby jumps onto the bed with a mew and begins nuzzling at her hand. "You're right, Puss, it's time I got up." She sweeps back the covers, scattering the papers. Goodness, if Goodwife Stringer knew I was talking to you, she'd be sure I was communing with the dark forces. That woman has been getting beneath her skin. She dresses. It is a lonely business. There always used to be someone about to help her lace her gown, but she refuses to wallow in self-pity, and going downstairs, wraps up a parcel of victuals for poor Mad Dot, who will doubtless be loitering about outside church. Now there is true loneliness, she thinks, when she remembers with a jolt of horror Goodwife Stringer telling her the other day of Mad Dot's murder. That brutal event circulates her mind as she walks to church, a reminder that death can visit suddenly, giving her a sense of urgency to make things right with Hal. But their estrangement is his choice, not hers, and all her attempts to communicate have gone unanswered. Once the service is over, Amy sits a while with her eyes closed, praying to be reunited with her son, only getting up to go when the place is almost empty. Outside, the day is bright, and there is a fresh breeze pushing the white clouds over the sky and blowing away the stench from the town ditch. A group of local women has gathered, as usual, and their children are running about nearby, whooping and yelping at having been released from the tedium of the sermon. Amy spots Goodwife Stringer holding forth loudly, and tries to make herself as inconspicuous as possible as she passes. "The Countess will not be hanged, though she should," she hears. They must be discussing the Somerset trial. The gossips seem to be constantly picking over the bones of the affair. "She confessed her guilt. One rule for the nobles, another for us," exclaims an elderly woman. "The things that go on at court these days." The Turner woman hung for it, so why not the Countess, since they were in it together, says another. We ought to ask Widow Lanyard. Amy's heart sinks when Goodwife Stringer beckons her over. You have court connections, don't you? What do you make of it all? My connections are all in the past. I no longer have friends at court. It's clear that Goodwife Stringer is spoiling for trouble. That's as may be, but you must have an opinion on it. Amy's prying neighbour casts a look round the other women for approval. Do you think the Countess of Somerset used sorcery to do away with that Overbury fellow? Amy wonders how the discussion took a sudden turn from equality of justice to the dark arts, and suspects that Goodwife Stringer has another aim in questioning her. I'm afraid I wouldn't know. Really? Says one of the women. I'd heard different. Well, you heard wrong. Now I must bid you good day. She makes to leave, but Goodwife Stringer takes her arm, insisting on walking with her as if they are friends. I feel obliged, she says in a low voice, to warn you. They are linked at the elbows, close enough for Amy to smell the onions on her breath. Warn me of what? She senses she is stepping into hazardous territory. Some people are saying you have bewitched Mr. Mansfield. But that... She interrupts. He is often at your house, and, well, it is being put about that you are unable to pay your debts. Amy cannot tell if she's accused of being a witch or a whore, and feels her hackles rising. Dill and Birdie say you weren't at the backfield Thursday, Friday, or yesterday, she continues. I felt I had to defend you. You defend me? Amy wanted to shout in the pause that ensued. I told them you must have come into some money, is that right? No, you've got it all wrong. You've all got it wrong. Amy's heart begins to beat rapidly. I'm going to be teaching the Mansfield children. There is nothing more to it than that. Oh, teaching the children. From her tone, Goodwife Stringer clearly doesn't believe a word of it. Yes, I start tomorrow. Her voice comes out high-pitched and unnatural as if it is a lie. I felt sure there was a simple explanation. The goodwife smiled, revealing a row of snaggled teeth before adding, But you can't stop ignorant gossip. Some people can't see any difference between a person who writes poem and a person who writes spells. Amy is not in the slightest bit reassured as she peels off to her house, where the tabby is waiting in the window. That cat's very attached to you, the goodwife calls over from her own stoop. It's just a mouser, Amy replies, regretting it instantly as her terse tone has made her seem on the defensive. Once inside, she bolts the door and stands, leaning against it until her heartbeat subsides, before pouring herself a cup of strong beer and drinking it back in one go, putting the morning's events to the back of her mind. They are just silly, mistaken chinwags, and she has done nothing wrong. She looks around at the papers scattered everywhere, collecting them up. A few lines catch her eye. I think now about Mistress Lanyard, here where I have ended up, unfolding the ragged leaf on which she wrote that poem, reading her faded words, and emotion jostles me. Emotion jostles me. What does she mean? It is the sole reference she has been able to find that gives a clue to Lady Arbella's feelings in the period after Amy had wronged her. She flings the paper aside. Despair begins to creep up. She had believed with such conviction that somehow these words on the page would offer up something definitive, even perhaps an absolution. But all she has is emotion jostles me. It is infuriatingly opaque. Could mean anything: hatred, regret, rage, anguish, love. The moment of understanding comes to her in a sudden rush. A sense that there is a way to make amends. Her fascination with the story is because in some way it is her story too, and all women's, and so it must be heard. Amy has been many things: mistress, wife, mother, laundress, and tomorrow she will be a schoolmistress. But she is, above all, a writer, and that gives her the power to breathe life into her friend's story. Amy had thought there was no tragedy of Philomel, that it had been lost or never written. But now she sees that this jumbled collection of fragments, is that story, only told in an unexpected way. It is the story of a woman silenced. And with her pen, Amy will give her a voice. Now she feels it, that lost inspiration gushing back into her, as if life is being breathed into something half a decade dead. She rummages in her writing box for a quill, paring its worn end to a point and slicing it across at a perfect angle, before removing the lid from the inkpot, dipping her pen into the thick dregs, and smoothing out a blank sheet of paper on the table. At last she begins to write. At the mercy of her glittering fate, in a glass embrace a girl must wait.
Hardwick. Grandmother's final illness was my first opportunity in almost 3 years to escape the claustrophobia of court. Since the powder treason, suspicion reigned, and my freedom had once more been curtailed. I was watched closely, as were many in the Queen's household, particularly the Catholics. But I couldn't be refused a visit to my dying grandmother, though Cecil insisted on an accompaniment of guards for my protection. I knew well enough what that meant. The winter going was hard on the Great North Road, and we made slow progress with the ice, which was invisible and lethal in places. That February the weather was so cold the Thames had frozen solid, and there had been a frost fair on the ice that even a hog roast hadn't melted. Somewhere near Nottingham, Doddridge persuaded me to dismount Dorcas and join the women in the carriage, where there were clay warmers for our hands and feet. Margaret Byron, who was recently widowed and had returned to my service, was talking tearfully to Bridget about her son. He had been sent to the household of a relative, and Bridget was soothing her, saying that it would give him a chance to become a man, that he'd go soft if he stayed with his mother forever. It didn't seem to assuage poor Margaret's chagrin, and made me think myself glad to never have had to suffer that loss. Perhaps I had resigned myself then, an old maid of 32, to the impossibility of marriage and motherhood. It had always filled me with a kind of horror, anyway, the thought of something taking shape within my body, something over which I had no control. I passed the time reading through my correspondence with Mistress Lanya. Her excitement sprang out of the pages. Each deference of Eve was taking shape, she said. "I have pages and pages of verse, and it begins to make sense," she wrote. "Inspiration springs from my fingertips, as if from some divine source." I was a little envious, for though I had found peace in my writing and a sense of optimism and purpose, I was making no progress with the tragedy of Philomel. The tragedy had been her idea. "I think it particularly apt for you," she'd said of it once. "It is dark, I know, but it is ultimately a tale about a silenced woman overcoming misfortune and using her resourcefulness to make herself heard." I think of it more as a story about seeking freedom, the nightingale flying away to the forest, I'd replied. It is clear to me now the way each of us interpreted the tale in the light of our own preoccupations. "But the nightingale is singing, telling her story. It is the song of her silence, so perhaps it is not a tragedy in the conventional sense, but a tale of hope." "And escape," I'd added. I hadn't been able to write more than a few muddled pages. The story simply wouldn't emerge. There was no inspiration springing from my fingertips. I was a little jealous, I think. A red-eyed and dishevelled Aunt Mary greeted me at the Hardwick gates, those same gates by which I had sought to escape 5 years before. "She's gone," my aunt said. "I'm so very sorry." She scooped me into a stifling embrace, holding it for what seemed an age, not seeming to want to let me go, and for once didn't comment on my thinness. A dark figure appeared in the window upstairs, giving me a jolt. I pointed up with a small gasp. "It's only Henry," she told me, and I realised my imagination was playing tricks with me, for it was clearly Uncle Henry with his broad shoulders and balding head. I hadn't ever seen him upstairs at Hardwick. He'd been banished long before we moved there. She led the way inside. The house was bitterly cold, all its polished surfaces unforgiving, and ghosts flitted, weaving in and out of the hangings, whispering in corners. I stood by the fire, rubbing my frozen hands together, but the warmth didn't seem capable of penetrating the chill of 6 days on the road.
"Would you like to go up now, or wait until later?"
Aunt Mary asked. "I don't know. A paralysis came over me."
"Come and join the family anyway. We are all in her withdrawing chamber. She's up at the top."
"She'd like that," I said, and not kindly. I could feel bitterness abrading me, dulling my sheen. She began to lead the way through the familiar rooms and up the wide stone steps.
"You don't have to see her just yet. She'll still be there later."
A wild laugh burst from her, transforming into a wet, sorrowful grimace.
"I don't know whether I'm coming or going."
A line of gloomy Cavendish uncles awaited me, Henry, William, Charles, and Gilbert Shrewsbury. There had been no love lost there. He was probably glad the old debt to grandmother, the bone of contention, would never have to be paid. Uncle Henry seemed more angry than sad, everything about him clenched and brooding. There was Aunt Frances, whom I hadn't seen for years, looking old, her face blotched with grief. Several cousins, Frances's brood, Lizzie, Grace, and Robin Pierpont, a trio of virtual strangers, and Uncle William's offspring, whom I knew well as they'd lived at Hardwick for years. They clustered round their mother, Wilkin, with, shockingly, a full beard, and little Franny, little no more, looking just like her father. Cousin Bessie gave me a crumpled smile, at last a face that hadn't changed. I began to thaw, but a headache emerged from nowhere, pounding at my temples.
"Here,"
said Cousin Bessie, pressing into my hands a cup of warm spiced wine, which I took gratefully and drank back quickly, glad of the fuzziness it brought. Aunt Mary stayed by my side, and I wondered which of us needed the other more. The house was encroaching on me. Uncle Henry came over and sat at my side. His face was a map of red veins, his nose bulbous. There was nothing left of the flamboyant uncle seducing us all with his magic and tricks. All except grandmother.
"She cut us out completely, you and me,"
he said. I could see the resentment written into him, and for a moment saw him as others might, a man who felt he was owed a splendid life, thwarted, eaten away with disappointment. "She was good to her word, then," was my reply. I had not expected anything.
"And William is relishing his barony, Baron Cavendish of Hardwick."
It was old news. William had been given his honour nearly 3 years before, and I wondered if Henry had brought it up because he felt I should have offered it to him. He was the oldest, after all. But I'd only done it to please grandmother. It hadn't worked. "He looks well," I said, and then wondered if Henry would take that as a slight too, but I didn't really care what Henry thought any more. Aunt Mary refilled my cup and we sat in silence. I cradled the hot wine for comfort, sipping occasionally. Henry was thrumming his fingers on the table until Mary put her hand over his to still him. Food was passed around.
"You must have something after your journey,"
said Mary when I refused it. "We stopped to eat only an hour ago," I said, glad that Dodderidge wasn't present to witness my lie. My hunger was keeping me from being swallowed up by the past. "I think I'm ready to see her," I said eventually to my aunt. "Will you come with me?" We left the family and climbed up the stairs. I had become used to the splendour of the royal palaces in the last 6 years, but still, that staircase, ending on a landing flooded with light from 2 of grandmother's vast windows, took my breath away. I remained intimidated by the grandeur. That had been the intention of her design, to strike awe into the hearts of visitors. We stopped a moment outside the door. I felt the old apprehension that had always gripped me when I was about to confront her. The door creaked open. There were hangings to block out the light, and I couldn't stop myself from wondering how they had found panels big enough and how they had managed to put them up. Lamps burned in sconces all around the chamber, giving everything a fiery glow, making it seem like a scene from a play, The Witches of Macbeth or Dr. Faustus's Hell. She was in the middle, on a bed. Joan was kneeling beside her, weeping, but stood when I approached and crouched in a curtsy before leaving the room. She had grown very stout. I wondered if she too was remembering all her little cruelties. I felt Starkey there with me, holding my hand, and mustered the courage to look at grandmother then. Surprised to see she had taken on an air of benevolence in death that she never showed in life. Her skin was papery, and her hands neatly folded over her chest. Her eyes were shut and sunken into shadowy sockets. I didn't feel anything, and hated myself for that. It might have been better to heave with tears, go mad with grief like the others, but I didn't know how. I wanted to touch her, curious to know what a corpse felt like, but it didn't seem right. I feared I might disrupt her calm. She wore her pearls. Someone, Joan probably, had carefully pinned them so they sat correctly. A wicked thought popped into my head, that Uncle Henry would have swiped them given half a chance. Perhaps that was one of the reasons for Joan's vigil.
"I know she didn't leave you anything," said Mary, "but you must take something while you are here. There's no need to mention it to the others."
I could see the tears on her face glistening. I blinked several times, but still couldn't muster any of my own. "I don't know," I said, but then had an image of myself wearing those pearls at court. How impressed they would all be. Even Queen Anna would think them splendid. Perhaps they would help me fit in. "I don't know."
"Sleep on it," said Mary. "No need to decide just yet, but you should have something to remember her by."
That night I dreamed of grandmother. She was standing over my bed as she often had when I was ailing, as I had stood over her earlier that day. Her face was set like a wax figure, the eyes blank, and I felt fear catch hold in me like a spark in tinder.
"He hanged himself," she hissed,
decanting those pearls from one cupped hand to the other, the clattering becoming louder and louder, unbearably loud.
"You might as well have tied the noose yourself."
I screamed, but no one came, though the effort must have woken me. I lay drenched in cold sweat, slowly drawing myself out of the dream, putting a hand back to touch the smooth, solid wood of the bedhead as if it might anchor me, realizing that there was a storm outside and the terrible cacophony was only the rain against the window. I understood then how foolish I had been to wish for those pearls. It is one thing to want to remember, and quite another not to be able to forget. An image came to me of the goblet that had been presented to her at the glassworks all that time ago, before our fondness had been eroded by circumstance. I remembered my wonder on first seeing it, so fine at the edges it was almost like air. It would be silent enough and invisible enough to bear. But even that goblet had been a mistake. It had survived in the same spot at Hardwick for 2 decades, but I had not considered that the peripatetic nature of my new life was not compatible with an object so fragile. It was moved from palace to palace in a carton packed with straw, and I was constantly anxious for its welfare, daring only occasionally to remove it from its packing to make sure it remained intact. I wondered how long it would survive.
Clerkenwell. The boys are quietly working on their numbers. The youngest, Peter, has been coughing all morning, and Amy is worried he's sickening for something. The weather is fine, so the door is open to let in the day, and the new window hangings ruffle prettily in the breeze. She opens her hands out on the table in front of her. In 6 weeks they have healed, with only a single stubborn callus to remind her of her days on the backfield. Her arrangement with Mansfield has been a success, and at last she has a little money to spare, and time to write in the evenings when her pupils have gone home. The verses pour out of her. She has filled pages and pages with them, as if the inspiration from all that time when she was unable to write had gathered in a reservoir and only now found its release. Edwin Mansfield and his 2 brothers have all proved bright and eager to learn. 2 other local boys had started with her last week through Mansfield's recommendation. They crowd around the table in her small downstairs room, hunch silently over the work she sets. It makes for a good feeling, the sense that she is contributing something good to the world in helping these few boys. She has a soft spot for little Peter. He had asked her why he needed to learn to read when he first arrived. "Because without reading, you only have half a life," she said, watching his puzzled face. "Reading will open doors for you to new worlds." He had looked at her in wonder then. "Like the men who sailed to the Americas?" "Yes, something like that." It turned out that Peter had a voracious appetite for learning, spurred on by a curiosity that led him to question everything. He reminded her of Hal as a small boy, not because they were in any way physically alike, but because Hal too had a thirst for knowledge. Nothing could touch the deep sense of loss she felt at Hal's silence. But her writing has gone some way to filling the void, and hope finally came yesterday in the shape of a letter, curt and brief, a mere 3 lines to say that he was being offered a paid position and that on Sunday he would be home. She could see his anger in the pressure he'd applied to the quill, making deep indentations in the paper. But it was a good sign nonetheless that he was going to come and see her, though he had given no indication of how long he would stay. His visit, however short, would at least offer her the opportunity to explain things to him, to show him the letters his father wrote to her, to give him a sense of who Henry Hunsden was. Edwin asks Amy to explain a principle of geometry, coming to sit next to her while she draws out a diagram. As they are discussing it, she notices a young woman half hidden behind the open door, who ducks away when their eyes meet. "Leave us be, Joyce," shouts Edwin. "You've no business here." "Is it your sister?" Amy asks. "Yes, she won't stop bleating about wanting to learn her letters." He makes a scowl. Amy can see the girl's head now at the window, an explosion of straw-coloured curls, barely tamed by a linen coif, and the same square face of her brothers and father. "Let her come in," says Amy. "It can't hurt for her to see what goes on here. It's almost time for a break, anyway." "Fa won't like it." Edwin shrugs, and little Peter jumps up to grab his sister's hand to pull her inside. The girl stands at a loss in the cramped room, and Amy makes the boys shuffle down on the bench to accommodate her. Edwin sighs pointedly. "So you are Joyce Mansfield," Amy says. "I am." Her timidity makes her seem younger than she is. But now she can see her properly, Amy estimates she must be the oldest of the Mansfield siblings, and it disappoints her that Edwin should treat her with such disdain. "And you'd like to learn to read?" "I truly would," Joyce whispers. "I know what Far'll have to say about that," says Edwin. And just as Amy is about to respond, little Peter begins to cough again. This time it is the distinctive hacking bark of croup. Joyce is on her feet in an instant and rubbing his back. "Take him home, why don't you?" says Edwin.
"I don't want to go home," rasps Peter. "I'm perfectly fine."
"Why don't you go up and lie on the bed for a while?" suggests Amy, reaching for the pot of lavender honey she keeps on a high shelf. She remembers nursing Hal through the croup, how small he had seemed in the big bed. The memory stings more than it should, like a paper cut. She spoons out a measure of honey, giving it to the little boy to soothe his throat. "That's an unusual jar," says Joyce, running a finger over a line of indecipherable writing carved into the pottery surface. "It is, isn't it? I found it here when I moved to the house. It serves me well as a honey pot." Amy sends the others out to eat their dinner on the stoop and takes Peter's hot little hand, leading him up to the bedchamber. Joyce follows them to help, folding back the covers and closing the shutters. "He seems feverish," says Amy, noting the bright patches of red on his cheeks. "The baby's been ailing, he must have caught it off her," says Joyce. "Shall I fetch a damp cloth for his forehead?" Amy explains where she will find the ewer of water and the clean cloths, and asks her to tell one of her brothers to run home and warn their mother. She inspects the child's body for signs of a rash, finding nothing sinister, but his skin is burning.
"I'm fine."
His voice is feeble. "You're not," she says, "but if you rest, you shall be in a day or so. Close your eyes." She begins to sing a lullaby, one she used to sing to Hal as an infant. Joyce returns and sits on his other side, folding the cool cloth over his head, and before long he has drifted off, so Amy tiptoes out, leaving the girl with her brother. Downstairs, Edwin has returned, puffed out from running. "Ma asks if he can stay here for the meantime, and Far'll come and get him later. She can't leave the baby, see?" Amy settles the boys back down to their lessons, and through the afternoon they can hear Peter hacking upstairs until Mansfield arrives. "I hear the little lad's afflicted." "He's up in bed," Amy says. "His sister's minding him." Mansfield Manor, with her, has completely transformed. It's almost as if he sees her as an equal, as if the evidence of her learning has somehow divested her of her dubious reputation, taken a little of the woman out of her. He remains at a respectful distance and no longer silently appraises her body. "Sorry to have burdened you with this care, but my missus has her hands full with the baby." He looks awkward, as if he doesn't like to feel indebted. "It's been no trouble. Joyce has done it all, really. Listen, why doesn't he stay for a couple of days?" "I couldn't. I have room for him here, and with your wife so busy." "Well, perhaps Joyce could stay and care for him. I assume she's already had the croup." "It'll take the weight off Mistress Mansfield." He seems hesitant, so Amy says, "Look, I'd like to do it." She's fond of little Peter, but she has another motive. Wants an excuse to have Joyce under her roof for a few days. If the girl's so keen to learn to read, then what better opportunity to get her started? She hasn't forgotten Mansfield's words about not wanting his daughters ruined by book learning, suspects his newfound respect for her education might not extend to his own girls. But she can't bear to think of Joyce missing out on an education for no better reason than that she was born female, so when he reluctantly agrees, she reins in her enthusiasm for fear of arousing his suspicion. That evening, when Peter is settled, they leave him with a little bell beside the bed in case he should wake. Joyce's delight is palpable when Amy suggests that she begin learning to read. "Oh, yes," she exclaims. "I didn't dare so much as to dream of such a thing." "But don't mention it, not even to your brothers. I'm not sure your father would understand. He fears learning will spoil you." "I won't say a thing. I know what father's like. 'Spect he'll come round in the end, though. He's softer than he lets on." They sit at the table, and Amy begins to explain the way each letter makes a sound, and how the sounds join up to make words. Joyce is a quick learner, and is soon concentrating on copying out simple phrases, while Amy gets on with her own writing. Distracting thoughts swirl about her head. She had noticed a certain hostility in the marketplace recently, and it is niggling at her. The pie woman was odd, wouldn't look her in the eye, and said she'd sold out when Amy could clearly see several pies in the basket behind the stall. She's also been aware of people whispering and glancing her way, but she puts her worries to the back of her mind, trying to dismiss them as unfounded, telling herself that she's allowing her imagination to run away with her. Turning her thoughts to her writing, she cogitates on the extent to which Lady Arbella was misunderstood by the Queen's women, and how she might convey it. People can so easily misread a person's actions. They'd thought Lady Arbella such a ruthless wit, when truly it was nothing but a desire to express things exactly as she saw them. She couldn't have been more oblivious. Once Amy had witnessed a pair of the Queen's women sidling up to her. One was dressed head to toe in embroidered satin, so new you could almost smell the tailor's chalk on it. "How do you find my new outfit?" she'd asked, opening her arms out and swaying from side to side to best display the hang of her skirts. Lady Arbella had looked her up and down for some time before saying, "It looks much like your old one." A snort of laughter had escaped from the woman's companion, leaving her looking in her splendid dress as if she'd been slapped. "Why is she laughing?" Lady Arbella had whispered. "She thinks you witty," Amy had replied. "I merely say things as I see them. The dress is identical to the one she usually wears, only in a different fabric." "But nobody speaks the truth in this place. That's what makes it funny." Lady Arbella had seemed utterly baffled. It was in those seemingly insignificant moments that Amy began to understand her acquaintance as someone who did not fit easily, even in the rarefied world of the court where she naturally belonged. "What is it you're working on?" asked Joyce, drawing Amy away from the past and back into her small room. "I'm telling someone's story. Well, rather, they have told their own story and I'm shaping it into verse." Joyce is silent for several moments and then says, "What an incredible thing, to think of a whole life in words." Her face is filled with wonder, as if she's just witnessed an eclipse or some other inexplicable happening. It's kind of magic, that marks on a page can say so much. The following day or two, more of her pupils have fallen ill, so they are a depleted group, with just the 2 older Mansfield boys doing their lessons. But by the end of the week, little Peter is well enough to return home and convalesce, leaving Joyce despondent at the thought of not being able to continue her lessons. "We shall think of something," Amy says, "and my door is always open to you, if you can find a reason to get away in the evenings." She settles back into her writing once Joyce has gone. Now the inspiration is flowing, it is hard for her to remember what it was like when she was unable to write. Thoughts of Lady Arbella flap about her mind. The story has begun to possess her in a disturbing way she hadn't expected, and exacerbates rather than diminishes her guilt. She returns to the pages, shuffling through them, rereading sections, believing she might find the answers she knows are not there. Emotion jostles me. "Tell me what you mean," she whispers. But there is no answer, only the rumbling purr of the cat. Verse slides from her pen, weaving itself into shape until it becomes too dark to continue, and she notices that the fire has burnt right down. She throws a log on the hearth, watching the bark catch and flare up, crackling, sending brightness into the room. Taking a taper, she touches it to the flames and goes to the box of candles, finding only a single one left, when she is sure there had been at least half a dozen. The unnerving thought that someone has been in her house, rummaging through her things, strikes her suddenly. She looks around, suspicious now, and everything seems to have been moved slightly. Her papers disordered, the kitchen utensils untidied, the instruments on the high shelf out of place. She climbs on a stool with a candle to see if the patterns of dust will reveal anything. But there is no dust to speak of. Perhaps her mind is playing tricks on her. She sits back down to continue her work, but unease prods, distracting her. So she goes to bed, lying awake in the dark, thinking of Hal's visit on Sunday. But she worries, remembering the curt tone of his letter, and lying in the pitch black she feels the weight of her inadequacies as a mother and as a friend, and neither can she shake off that feeling that a trespasser has been in her house.
Richmond Palace. From upstairs at Richmond there was a clear view of the roof of Sheen, and, thinking of the glorious solitude of the riverside walk, I had the idea to head that way in the hope of surprising the Marchioness with a visit. I initially considered riding there on Dorcas, but was concerned I might attract too much attention, so a walk it would be. Since the business of the powder treason, none of us went anywhere unaccompanied. It was for our safety, or so we were told. It was a familiar refrain. I said in the Queen's privy chamber that I'd walk with Bridget and no questions were asked, so I slipped through the back corridors where it was less likely I'd arouse suspicion. Richmond Palace had been planned with little logic, and I lost my bearings almost instantly, taking a wrong turn and ending up exiting by an unfamiliar door that led out to the ponds where some lads were fishing. I stood and watched them for a while as they scooped their nets through the water, lifting them out, wriggling and dripping with their silvery cargo. A large flat stone served as the place of execution, and the means, a sharp thwack on the head with a baton, a brutal dispatch for something so bursting with life. Those fish would be served up at supper, dry and spongy, sticking to the roof of my mouth, leaving a stench on my fingers. Despite my distaste, I found myself fascinated by the violence, and was trying to build an idea about the scene into something I could commit to paper. The wriggling fish, stilled with a stroke, made me think of Philomel's tongue. It was a metaphor I felt sure I could employ in one way or another. After some time, I became aware of a young man standing at a short distance from me. I didn't recognize him. Court was filled with men such as he, beautifully dressed in white stockings and tailored worsted with a jaunty hat and a lace collar. "It is a pitiless scene," he said. I was surprised, as I believed men, particularly young ones, to be immune to violence, but I didn't reply, just nodded, and Ruff became agitated, impatient for his walk, so I moved on. He made a little bow and removed that jaunty hat with an overblown flourish that forced me to smother a smile as I walked away towards the river. Coming out from the shadow of the building, the beauty of the garden struck me. It was one of those days in early spring that seems newly minted, everything bright and budding and full of promise, the air alive with birdsong. I let Ruff run loose, stopping a moment as I arrived at the riverbank to watch the water slide lazily by. A small boat floated past, its pilot supine, his cap over his face, his dog a sentry at the bow. Seeing Ruff on the bank set him off barking. Ruff responded, making mayhem of tranquillity. The racket didn't raise the oarsman, and I wondered momentarily if he might be dead, but he flicked a hand to swipe away some invisible irritation as he glided on past us. I thought of Bridget, how distressed she would be if she knew I had wandered off unaccompanied. She lived in fear of unexpected events, or that was how she usually put it. She had become suspicious, hiding the rosary that she once wore proudly like a badge, and worried about small things, checking behind the hangings for eavesdroppers, and treating any unfamiliar servant who entered my rooms with caution. Spreading my arms, I took a deep breath. The water smelled clean at Richmond, so unlike the fetid stench of the Thames at Whitehall, where the dense press of the city and its waste spilled over into the flow. I once saw a dead body, bloated, floating face down. I gazed at it, quite forlorn, until it drifted out of sight. The thought made me shiver, and I wondered if there were hidden eyes on me, there on the riverbank, making sure I was not stepping out of line. If I allowed myself to ponder too deeply on it, I would have understood, as I do now, that my blood had cursed me to live out my days under secret scrutiny. There was no escape. Despite the glorious day and the sight of a mother duck parading her string of ducklings across my path, my mood sank to melancholy as I envisaged time stretching unbearably away into the future. Grandmother had lived for 80 years. The thought was heavy, like a stone lodged in my gut. Another boat passed, the oarsman waving and calling out a greeting, saying something about the fine weather. I waved back. There was a woman with him, clutching a posy of wild blooms. I supposed them to be lovers, feeling inexplicable jealousy coming from nowhere to prod at me. It gave me the idea to pick flowers for the Marchioness, and I stooped to tear up some narcissi that were growing in the verge, tying them carefully with a long strand of grass, knowing she would appreciate the simplicity. On arriving at Sheen, I was greeted first by the ornamental cherry. That gangly sapling, just planted on my last visit, had grown into a spreading tree, 20 feet tall, with a sturdy trunk and in full, glorious blossom. Rather than cheering me with its beauty, it taunted me, reminded me of my 6 years in limbo. The whispered slur, "without mate and without estate," was ever present in my mind, but having reached my middle 30s, my hope of a mate was dwindling. In a sombre mood, I entered the garden from the side gate and saw the house was shuttered, appeared to be asleep. I knocked on the door and waited, pressing my ear up to the rough wooden panel to see if I could hear movement inside. Eventually, the old steward arrived to tell me the family was at Longford until Easter. As I walked away, my mood sank further. All the joy seemed to have been siphoned out of the air. The narcissi, so delightful only minutes before, seemed dejected and out of their natural setting. I threw them into the water, watching them separate, drift and catch on the current, their yellow faces bobbing and whirling away. They brought Ophelia to mind, sinking, surrounded by flowers. When the play was performed at Whitehall, that scene had provoked some tears among the ladies. Perhaps they felt an affinity with the poor girl. Jane Drummond had offered me her handkerchief, not realising that my sniffing was caused by a rheum rather than grief. I could not see why anyone would weep over a pretended death, yet cheer at an execution, but few shared my logic. My feet felt heavy and my side began to burn, making me regret my sortie alone, as I had not long recovered from a bout of illness. Since I'd first been struck down at Hardwick, it was as if the malady had never quite left, only hibernated, occasionally making itself known again. Aunt Mary had thankfully been in London and was able to care for me while the sickness twisted its path through my body, that familiar pain wrenching the sense out of me once more, those infernal harpies circling and pecking. The physicians nodded and mumbled with each other, confounded by my wine-coloured water, prescribing remedies nonetheless, and as I dragged myself back towards the palace, I began to fear a relapse, feeling foolish for having gone out alone in my weakened condition. My destination seemed ever more distant as I plodded forward. I stopped to rest on a bench. The chill of the stone seeped through the layers of my skirts and into my bones. Ruff was nowhere to be seen. I called him half-heartedly, making a feeble whistle to no avail. Just as I was considering whether to return to Sheen in search of him, a figure appeared from nowhere with the dog tucked under his arm. He was in silhouette with the sun behind, but I recognised the outline of his jaunty hat. I found this little fellow digging a hole in the knot garden and rescued him before the gardener struck him with his spade. Once he was closer, I saw that his white stockings were stamped with muddy paw prints. "Your hose," I said, holding out my hands to take the dog. "I'm so sorry."
"They will wash. What's a pair of stockings when a life's at stake? That gardener meant business."
He placed Ruff onto the bench beside me. "Well, I am in your debt. That was a kind thing to do."
"I would have required a heart of stone not to intervene."
He smiled widely, revealing a pair of prominent eye teeth that gave him an impish look.
"But you seem pale. Are you ailing?"
"I am just a little tired. I was unwell recently and the walk was too much. It was silly of me." I hated my own feebleness, wanted to feel strong and capable, but all my stores of strength were depleted. I found myself shivering.
"You're cold,"
he said, removing his cape and wrapping it about my shoulders. It smelled strongly of wood smoke, as if he had stood downwind of a bonfire.
"There. Do you mind if I sit beside you?"
His boldness was tempered by the fact that neither of us knew who the other was, though I supposed he must have been one of Prince Henry Frederick's companions, for he was young, only just a man, really. Had he known my position, he would never have asked such a thing. He removed his hat, at least, and ran a hand through his thick, pale hair, smoothing it away from his eyes, which were sad and grey and quite at odds with that mischievous smile. His skin appeared so smooth, I had to resist the urge to stretch out a hand and run my fingers over it, just to find out what it felt like. And it occurred to me that he might be one of the beautiful fey boys that the king enjoyed for company.
"It's a lovely spot here,"
he said. I wanted to ask his name, but knew that if I did, I would have to reveal my own identity and force formality on us when I was enjoying the simplicity of ordinariness. A robin hopped onto the end of the bench, a bulbous body on legs so fine it seemed a miracle it could support its own weight. I raised a finger to my lips to shush, but the movement sent it flitting away to hide in a nearby bush, where it hopped in and out in a nervous dance. The river glided by silently.
"It is tranquil."
I found myself speaking at a whisper.
"I come here for the peace," he said. "It is so busy in the prince's rooms. Too many people, too much going on."
"So you are just like me," I thought. "What are you reading?" I asked, noticing a book in his hand.
"Nothing adventurous, just Plato.
I find—" He seemed to seek for something to say, running his fingers over the tooled leather binding.
"I find Plato comforting."
He dropped his voice.
"Often more so than the New Testament."
"I wouldn't say that in public. You might be misunderstood." I berated myself inwardly for sounding so brusque when I'd meant to agree with him. But of course, he'd made me think of Starkey. A shadow of sadness must have passed over my face, for he said,
"I'm sorry. I have upset you."
No, it's just that I was reminded of a dear friend. He also had a fondness for Plato." A hush fell over us. Starkey hovered, and I wondered, had I married very young, and he were, say, 18 to my 33, if I might have had a son like this young man. He held me with those sad eyes, but I couldn't meet his gaze, feeling unexpectedly awkward. "I'd better go back. They will be sending out a search party." There it was again, my ugly, unbidden sarcasm.
"Let me accompany you. You have not been well,
No! My abruptness was deliberate then. All I wanted was to be away from this young man with his slender hands and his love of Plato. I am perfectly recovered now. I stood and walked off without a word, the dog following on obediently. Our encounter had been so anonymous it seemed apt to end it without a fuss. Though I wanted to, I resisted looking back to have a final glimpse, to see whether he was watching me leave. Queen Anna had gone from the privy chamber by the time I returned, and there were only a few stragglers remaining. I was glad of it, and went directly to my own rooms, where the reassuring scent of clean laundry pervaded. Bridget was folding sheets, and Margaret was mending linens in the corner. Ruff ran in before me, snuffling around their skirts, wagging his tail.
"Oh, thank heavens," said Bridget. "I've been beside myself with worry. I thought you might have been—"
She crossed herself then.
"I shouldn't do that, should I? Can't help it, though."
"What's the matter, Bridget?" She found a hole behind the hangings, a listening hole. Margaret pointed to the wall behind the bed.
"I didn't want to tell you," said Bridget. "Didn't want you to be worried. Anyway, I bunged it with linen."
She pulled back the hanging, revealing a small hole stuffed with cloth. "I expect it's not been used in years." I tried to keep my voice light. "And if anyone were listening, they wouldn't have much of interest to hear, would they?"
"No, I suppose not."
Bridget was looking at me strangely.
"What's that you're wearing?"
I only realised then that I had forgotten to return the young man's cloak. Bridget took it from me, inspecting it.
"It's fine fabric, well made. Smells of wood smoke," she said, as if looking for clues in the wake of a murder. "Where on earth did it come from? If I didn't know you'd better, I think you'd been trysting."
Margaret looked over, unable to disguise her curiosity. "It's nothing sinister. I was cold and a kind young man offered it to me."
"So much for solitude," Bridget smirked, mumbling, "a kind young man."
"For heaven's sake, Bridget."
"I suppose he has a name, so we can give it back to him."
I shook my head. "He must have one, but I don't know it."
"You'll set tongues wagging, taking the clothes off a man without even so much as knowing his name?"
She raised her eyebrows and exchanged a look of mock outrage with Margaret. "You can deliver it back to the prince's chambers if you like, that's where he came from, and you can cast your eye over all the fellows there while you're about it." She laughed out loud then.
"They're too young for me by a decade, the prince's gentlemen."
Yes, he was very young, that's true. She set the garment aside and continued with her folding, the spy-hole apparently forgotten for the time being, chatting about Dodderidge, who was worried about his lame mare. "I hope it's nothing serious. He loves that horse," I said. But truly I was hoping it wasn't serious, because if it was, I would have to find a way to replace the creature. Dodderidge couldn't manage without a mount, not with all the toing and froing he did on my behalf.
"And Mistress Lanyard sent word."
Bridget said this through pursed lips. I suspected Bridget didn't like Mistress Lanyard because she was neither a noblewoman nor a servant, nor even a foreigner. It might have been better if she'd been a Catholic, but she wasn't that either. Bridget liked things that fitted into their proper category, and Mistress Lanyard didn't. That was precisely why I did like her, though I wished she were more often at court. Her husband evidently preferred to keep her for himself. "What did she say?"
"She's coming to Richmond."
Bridget rolled her eyes slightly.
"We'd better get you ready. You can't go to prayers dressed like that, and—"
She and Margaret bustled about finding various garments which they helped me into, finally fastening my best lace ruff around my neck. All I longed to do was sit quietly with a book by the fire, dog on my lap, but questions would be asked if I wasn't seen at prayers. People might have thought I was hearing Mass with the Queen, and it wouldn't have done to complicate things unnecessarily. I thought back to the days before the powder treason, when so many of her ladies would join her for Mass, returning suffused with a faint exotic smell of incense and just blown-out candles. I quietly took my place in the chapel, dropping to my knees, automatically uttering the familiar responses to the chaplain's prayers. I was not really thinking of God, for my mind kept alighting on the young man from earlier, clutching his volume of Plato. I didn't know what it was that touched me about him, but something had. Perhaps it was his sad eyes, and I wondered if it was some kind of latent maternal instinct that had been provoked. I remembered holding the newborn Princess Mary at the font, my little goddaughter, who'd barely survived a year. That infant didn't prick even the slightest motherly feeling in me, only awkwardness at the snuffling, mewling bundle that made me relieved to hand her back to the nurse. I reasoned that a woman of my age might feel wistful about being childless for an older child rather than a baby. But though he was young, it was impossible to think of him as a child. He was a man. Evensong was followed by supper and a play. The prince attended with a small entourage, but my young man, in my mind I had somehow laid claim to him, was not amongst them. I felt a little dip of disappointment. I had no idea why. There were interminable rounds of music and dancing, and just when it all seemed to be ending, Queen Anna suggested a game of Rise, Pig and Go, so I was obliged to stay while everyone drove themselves into a frenzy of shrieking, chasing each other about the watching chamber. I was fit to collapse by the time I got back to my own rooms. In the anteroom, Doddridge was playing chess in thoughtful concentration with Mr. Crompton, a doe-eyed, crooked-mouthed young man who kept my accounts meticulously and had joined my household on Aunt Mary's recommendation. "I hope you are not losing, Doddridge."
"Lass, I'm being Cromptoned."
It was an expression we had coined, as Crompton had an uncommon talent for the game, and none of us had yet beaten him, nor were we likely to. He had a way of meeting one's gaze, his beguiling eyes filled with apology as he inevitably uttered, "Checkmate." Neither Bridget nor Margaret were in my bedchamber, so I undid as much of my clothing as I could without help, unpinning my sleeves, contorting myself to loosen the laces of my bodice, and lifting off that infernal scratchy ruff, before taking a seat by the hearth and picking up my book as I had longed to do all evening. I noticed that the cloak still lay where it had been left earlier, and found myself pressing it to my face so I could breathe in its woody scent. The latch clicked. I dropped the garment sharply.
"You're back,"
Bridget said.
"You look exhausted. I hope you're not falling ill again. What's that doing on the floor?"
I felt myself begin to blush as if I had something shameful to hide, but she didn't see because she was stooping to pick up the cloak. She hung it from the back of the door, mumbling to herself that she wasn't to forget to return it the following morning.
"Poor fellow will catch his death if he has to join the hunting party without it."
I affected nonchalance and had begun to comb my hair out when Bridget passed me a letter saying,
"I wonder, would you be so kind as to read this for me, my lady?"
"If you'd only let me teach you your letters."
"It's no good. I don't have the aptitude."
This was always her response, and I wondered who had drummed that belief into her. "Your brother is to wed," I said, skimming the page. "The girl is called Alice Riffle." I heard Bridget make a small noise, the kind people make on seeing a basket of kittens. "Do you never think to marry?" I asked.
"My father would never manage enough of a dowry to wed me to a gentleman, and I'd rather be here serving you than be the wife of a tradesman. To be honest, my lady, I'm not particularly the marrying kind."
"Well, that makes a pair of us, then."
"Oh, I don't know about that. You are much in demand with all those foreign princes."
"For goodness sake, Bridget, that was ages ago. There has not been a bite on my line for years. I'm too old for all that."
"Queen Mary was older than you when she wed Philippe of Spain."
I wanted to say, "And look what became of her, for she died miserably and in want of a child," but didn't, as Bridget often referred fondly to Queen Mary. I supposed because she was the last Catholic to rule England, though it was long before Bridget was born or even thought of. What I remembered most about Queen Mary was Grandmother telling me of the 280 souls who burned on her command for refusing the Catholic faith. "The King and Cecil are minded to keep me an old maid," I replied, to which she huffed and bent down to pull out the truckle bed before blowing out the candles. True to her word, Mistress Lanya arrived the following day. I found her pacing back and forth nervously in a corner of the great hall. She had a scrap of paper in her hand and seemed to be learning something from it, as she was mouthing words with her eyes shut and occasionally referring back to the paper as she paced. When she saw me passing by, she dropped into a deep curtsy, as if I were the Queen. "There's really no need for that. This is not a formal occasion." No matter how much I encouraged it, she wouldn't give up her deference. It seemed to me out of place, given she was more than my equal in intellect, but we saw one another too rarely to easily discard the reserve of acquaintances. She smiled widely as she rose to her feet. I was always struck by her looks, which came from her Italian father, she said, the fine wires of raven hair escaping from her cap, and eyes so dark her pupils were lost in them. She seemed, besides us washed-out purebreds, as if she'd been left longer in the barrel when her die was cast. Her fingers were stained with ink as mine were. She took my hand and held it up next to hers to compare, laughing as they matched exactly, the same tear-shaped mark on the middle finger of our right hands. "You'd better not forget your gloves, if you are to see the king," I said. "You know how he hates a woman who fancies herself a clerk." She raised her eyes comically. "I won't be seeing the king." She might have said, "Thank God," then, but didn't, just paused before adding, "I am to present a poem to the Queen, and the Prince has asked to see me. Apparently he is interested in my work." She couldn't conceal her excitement. It was there in the way she was worrying at the sheet of paper. "So you found someone to make the introduction?" I felt a little flat, wishing it had been I. She had mentioned to me, the last time I'd seen her, that she was seeking a way to get her work to the Prince. He was making a reputation for patronising poets and artists, and it would have been easy for me to mention her to him. It simply hadn't occurred to me. All I'd thought of had been a wish that I had the funds to be her patron myself. I'd recognised in that moment that I was raised to expect things to be done for me, but not the other way round. It made me feel thoughtless, a bad friend. But what did I know of ordinary friendship? "Yes, it was Will Seymour who spoke on my behalf." "Seymour?" I said. "You know the Seymours?" "Not really, but my cousin is a musician in Hertford's household. He said he would try and pull some strings for me. Will Seymour is one of the Prince's gentlemen, you see. He is also the brother of the man I was once to wed." "Goodness, of course." She placed her hand over her mouth as if she had said something terrible. "I'm sorry, my lady. You can't want to have all this brought to mind." It's long ago now, ancient history. I realised that the whole of England must have been gossiping about it back then. It made me feel as if someone had walked in on me while I was naked. I knew well enough the virulence with which news spread when it concerned the misdemeanours of the nobility, but I had never thought to apply it to my own case. Tactful as ever, she tapped her paper, changing the subject. "I must be word perfect for the Queen." Mistress Lanier had an appealing straightforwardness about her, a natural way of behaving around others, a thoughtfulness, an ability to ascertain what they might be feeling. It was an innate sense of how to put others at their ease that I wished I could emulate. Other people, those I was not used to, caused me to feel sharp, making impossible even a pretence of cordiality. "Will you stay long?" "Sadly no, my lady," she said. "I'm on my way to Cookham, to the Countess of Cumberland." I wanted to tell her I longed for my own house so I could be hostess to her, and we could write great treatises together on the virtues of female poets. But it seemed pointless to wish for the impossible when I couldn't even afford a new horse for my steward. My disappointment must have shown, for she said, "I know. It's a shame, isn't it?" Mistress Lanier's poem was a success with Queen Anna, who unpinned a pearl from her hair and folded it into the poet's hand, saying,
"We shall have to ask you to write a masque for us to perform, don't you think?"
She turned to Jane Drummond. Jane nodded in agreement.
"What shall we ask you to do?"
Her eyes were back on Mistress Lanier, who was about to reply when Queen Anna said, "Cleopatra!" "An Egyptian theme," said Jane. "I can imagine it already." I was thinking it would give them an excuse to parade around half undressed, whilst Mistress Lanier was trying to explain that she only wrote poems, not dramas. But her voice was drowned in the din of the women, who had been joined by Lucy Bedford, just back from birthing her fourth, discussing the imagined Egyptian masque. As soon as the opportunity arose, Mistress Lanier sidled away to return to me. "Don't worry," I said. "It will all be forgotten by morning, and she will be commissioning Mr. Johnson to write a masque on the bare-breasted Indians of the New World, or something like it." Mistress Lanier laughed. "You are quite the wit, my lady." She laughed so very easily, and I could never understand whether she was laughing at me or with me. I certainly hadn't intended to be witty. I was merely stating what I believed to be the facts. The Queen's ladies liked nothing more than an excuse to put their bodies on display. "Oh, look! Here they come." Mistress Lanier stood up suddenly and turned towards the door. A hush fell over the chamber, and everyone got to their feet as the Prince and his party made their way towards the Queen. The Prince nodded to me as he passed. Our shared love of literature had made us close, and he had the warmth of his mother and none of the brusqueness of his father. And I believed Queen Anna was right when she said, as she often did, that her Freddie would make a perfect king. He was imbued with a rare appeal that seduced strangers unwittingly, and when he went out in public the cheers were deafening, more so than the muted applause directed at his father. It made me wonder what the king thought of that, if it made him feel unstable on his throne. We could never have imagined then that the prince had only 3 more years to live. There was dancing. With so many young men to partner them, the excitement of the maids was palpable. I watched them all, casting bright eyes over each other, whispering, tinkling with laughter, high colour in their cheeks, as they tripped about the chamber to the music. Had I been brought up in such an atmosphere, I wondered if I might have been different, warmer, less abrupt, easier to befriend. We are all the products of our past, as Aunt Mary liked to say. The atmosphere at Hardwicke certainly didn't foster merriment, and if there was dancing, some ancient earl had usually been foisted on me, for none of the younger men was ever of high enough rank for it to be deemed correct. I had only realised once out in the world that correctness was grandmother's preoccupation, and nobody, not even the king, cared as much as she had about rank. At some point in the evening, Mistress Lanya was taken to be presented to the prince, suddenly losing her composure, hands fluttering nervously as she tidied her hair and straightened her clothes. "You look perfect," I said. "Besides, he is only a 15-year-old boy, not so dissimilar to your own son, I expect." She puffed out a breath. "You're right, he's just a boy. I don't know why I get myself into such a state." "He's a sweet lad," I added, "and he loves poetry, so you have nothing to convince him of. Try and forget he's the heir to the throne." She offered me a wan smile as she was led away, and before I realised what was happening, someone had planted themselves in the seat she had vacated. It was the beautiful young man from the previous day, proffering a smile, displaying those impish eye teeth. "I believe you have something of mine," he said. I was confused, didn't know what he meant, and the strangely intimate tone in which it was said suggested, absurdly, that he might be about to tell me I had stolen his heart. The very idea horrified me. I'd concluded that he'd probably discovered who I was and thought me a good candidate to press the king for some favour on his behalf. "I think not," came my prim reply. If he thought he was going to get round me with flirtation and flattery, he was mistaken. Someone squeezed onto the bench on my other side, necessitating that I shift in his direction. I became conscious of the minuscule channel of air between us. It seemed to pulsate with... I didn't know what, but whatever it was unsettling me. "I lent you my cloak." "Oh, of course. Yes, I will have it returned. My maid was meant to do so, but she must have forgotten." I was rambling with excuses and feeling daft for having misinterpreted his approach, which was entirely benign after all. He rested an elbow on one of his knees and sank his chin onto his hand, looking back and up at me from under a ruffled brow. His affable air made me wonder how it was possible that I had mistaken him for the usual predatory courtier. He was nothing more than a well-mannered young man, but even so I felt uncomfortably hot in his proximity and wished he would go. "There's no need to trouble your maid. If you tell me where to find your rooms, I will fetch it myself. It actually belongs to my older brother, and he'll be furious about it if I don't return it to him." He made an exaggerated scowl. "My brother can be such a brute. Older brothers always have it their way. It must be different for you, with no siblings." So he does know who I am, I thought, feeling suddenly at a disadvantage, and a small bubble of indignation began to inflate in me, for if he knew who I was, then he had been quite cavalier in approaching me with so little deference. But had I not enjoyed being approached in such a way? I had tied myself in a muddle and began to wonder how it could be that everyone knew who I was when I barely knew myself. I should have asked him his name then, but all I said was, "Yes, only children are different." "None of the squabbles." He paused and took on a serious air, looking down at his hands, opening his fingers out, and I noticed that someone had taken great care with the paring of his nails. "Well, being a younger son makes you wonder what exactly you are for." His tone had become bitter, "except to shore your family up against." He didn't finish and a hush dropped over us. I knew what it was like to wonder what you were for, but I didn't say so, and, without thinking, I gave him an explanation as to how to find my rooms in the maze of Richmond Palace. Then, as quickly as he had come, he was gone, with a bow, into the melee. Mistress Lanya returned elated, babbling about her presentation to the prince.
He was so congenial, so clever. You wouldn't imagine he was that young.
He had commissioned some verse from her, she said, finally adding,
I had the impression yesterday that you didn't know Will Seymour.
What do you mean? I don't. Why? Is he here?
You were just talking to him, my lady. That young man.
The words dried up, and I had the sensation of something malicious grabbing at my guts.
Yes, that is Will Seymour, he who made my introduction to the Prince.
What is he like? It must have seemed an odd thing to ask, given I had just been speaking with him, but I found I had a sudden, overwhelming desire to know. After all, that young man might have once been my brother-in-law.
He's a quiet type, nothing like his father. Lord Beauchamp is an incorrigible wag.
The term made me think of Uncle Henry, but then I was reminded of how he was when I last saw him at Hardwick, cloaked in stony resentment. There was an older brother who didn't have it all his way.
He's bookish, she continued.
He's young, I said, curious to know his age, but not wanting to ask directly.
21.
So not young enough to be my son, I thought, confused by a tangle of unfamiliar emotions, not understanding the meaning of what I was feeling. She continued, Did you hear that the grandfather managed to prove the legitimacy of his marriage to Catherine Grey?
Hertford's marriage, but that was years ago. 48 years, to be precise. You'd think he'd have given up after all that time, but apparently the priest who married them reappeared and was able to testify.
She paused, as if thinking very hard about it.
So those Seymours are almost as royal as you, my lady.
How delightful for them! I felt my mouth shape itself into a sneer and then regretted it, saying, I'm sorry, I don't know what's the matter with me. All at once I felt overheated, as if I was sickening.
Is something wrong? She asked. You look flushed.
She put a hand to my forehead.
There's no fever.
I wanted her not to touch me, to leave me be. Would you make my excuses to the Queen? I stood. Will Seymour caught my eye from across the room. I looked away sharply. I probably ought to lie down.
I'll come with you.
She got to her feet. No, don't. This is an important evening for you, and you must make the most of it. Don't curtail your enjoyment on my account. My women will be in my rooms. I took her hand and squeezed it, as others had done to me 1,000 times. But to me it was a gesture so unnatural I half expected her to flinch or snatch her hand away. But she merely squeezed back.
I hope to see you tomorrow before I leave, my lady.
Doddridge waylaid me en route to the stables as I passed through the gallery. How is she? I asked of his mare. I could feel impatience prodding at me, wanting to return to my rooms. I refused to acknowledge to myself that it was the hope of Will Seymour coming to collect his cloak that was drawing me, like a bright lure tied to a fish-hook.
The groom's been giving her poultices, but her poor knee is still swollen up like a pig's bladder.
I'm sorry. I know how much you care for her. You must use Dorcas until she is better, though go easy on her, she's an old girl now. He was profuse in his thanks, and worried about what I would do for a mount when we left for Oatlands at the end of the week. I told him I would beg the use of one of Queen Anna's horses, as my mind began to ponder on whom I might be able to approach for funds. Uncle William, perhaps, since he hadn't recompensed me for his barony and titles were being traded for several £1,000s. But Uncle William was notoriously tight-fisted. Grandmother had offered me a gold cup in return for that title. It was Doddridge who had gone to the brokers in Cheapside with it. The money it raised was gone in a month. You'd better get to the stables, I said, my impatience getting the better of me. As I walked towards my rooms, I began to conceive another begging letter to the king. My resentment simmered, for all he had to do was release my father's lands, then my debts would be paid and my burden on the crown relieved. I would have the means to set up my own house and beg leave from court. In the aftermath of grandmother's death, when it became clear that, as I'd thought, there would be nothing from her estate for me, I had boldly petitioned the king in person for the reinstatement of my patrimony. He'd said,
On your marriage, coz, those lands will be your dowry.
But there was no marriage, not even talk of suitors any more. I'd watched all the women at court leave to marry and return, only to leave again to birth their babies, everything moving on while I stayed in one place, my body growing old without my permission, just the tick of the clock and my writing for company. I imagined the king, once I had left his chambers, laughing with his men at my expense until their sides split. The hearth was blazing in my rooms. The fuel thankfully came from the palace budget and not my own, and Bridget was sitting with her feet in a basin of steaming ochre liquid, while Margaret Byron stood behind, combing her hair out with lavender oil.
"I can feel a rheum coming on, and the mustard will draw it out," Bridget said by way of explanation. "I got the remedy from the Queen's doctor's page's brother, so it must be a good one."
She stepped out of the basin and began to dry her feet.
"Oh, and that fellow came for his cloak, and—"
She began talking about the chandler, that she was not happy with the quality of candles we had been sent, occasionally saying,
"Isn't that right, Margaret?"
Upon which Margaret would agree, but I wasn't listening. I was subsumed with disappointment, the result of having allowed my mind to entertain some absurd romantic fantasy involving a man I barely knew, and felt a fool for it. I wanted to ask if he had left any message, but feared such a question might reveal too much of what I was feeling. What was I feeling? My mind twisted and turned, ending with the thought that 2 days hence I would be leaving for Oatlands with the Queen, and he, Will Seymour, would probably be back at St. James's with the Prince's party. Once in my nightgown, I drew the bed curtains tightly round me and sank back into the dark, listening to Bridget settling herself into the creaking truckle, blowing her nose loudly and yawning. Heaven only knew when I might encounter Will Seymour again. I hustled that thought from my mind, the ridiculous yearning of a spinster for a man far too young. I imagined the humiliation were anyone to find out that I, the court oddity, who recoiled at the touch of even those I knew well, had entertained thoughts of such a fellow. Rising early to bid good-bye to Mistress Lanyard, I found her in the stable-yard, bristling with optimism about the Prince's commission. She couldn't wait to make a start on it. Her bright mood only served to intensify my own sense of emptiness, and I wished she could stay longer, but her movements, as much as mine, were dependent on the wishes of others. Crompton interrupted us, handing me a letter.
"Don't mind me, my lady, read it," said Mistress Lanyard. "It might be important."
I didn't recognise the handwriting, and the seal was smudged beyond recognition, intentionally perhaps. Mistress Lanyard busied herself with some items of luggage, and I walked a few steps away to read.
Plato said love is a good poet, but I have grappled through the hours of darkness to render my thoughts in verse. However, the muse has resisted alighting, so I find myself reduced to my own clumsy prose. When you read this, I will be gone. I leave for St. James's at dawn, but it is unthinkable that I leave without at least an attempt to explain myself. I am aware that I have been coy about revealing my identity, but this is because I am the younger brother of a man to whom you were once promised, and I feared you might reject me on that count alone, given the trouble visited upon you as a result of that betrothal. By the time I gathered who you were, I had already fallen under your spell, anonymously woven as we sat together alone on that riverside bench 2 days ago.
What's the matter? Is it bad news? I realised only when Mistress Lanyard asked this that I must have seemed distress, but I was not. I was overcome with a force of feeling I had no idea how to contain. I thought of our encounter by the river, analysing whether my behaviour there had provoked this. We had barely said anything, certainly nothing that might have encouraged this young man to believe I had cast a spell over him, but neither could I deny the feelings, equally inexplicable, which were seething in me, a physical sensation akin to some kind of sickness. No, not bad news, just...
I know a mere younger son can hardly pretend to be a match for a princess of the blood, but I can only hope that you might allow me to, metaphorically speaking, wear your favour and be your friend. If you find my audacity intolerable and do not reciprocate the budding feelings that I can only hope are opening in you as they are in me, then please cast me back into the obscurity whence I came, and I will not exist for you. Your humble servant, W.S. AD 1609, on the 14th day of the month of May.
Mistress Lanyard looked at me askance. As long as it is not bad news. But what is it, my lady? I wanted to confide in her, believed I could trust her, but felt so very unsure about everything, quite shaken up as if I'd been in an accident, and asked inexplicably, Are you my friend?" "My lady, I would never presume to call myself your friend, but you have my firm loyalty and love," was her response. Her formality stung. I wanted to contradict her and say, "No, you are my friend," but couldn't quite find the way to put it, saying instead, "Look, here is Lady Cumberland's groom with the horses." I pointed to the far side of the yard where the fellow had his back to us and was hitching a pair of geldings to a litter. Somehow the letter fluttered out of my grip. Mistress Lanyard stooped to pick it up. "No," I said with some force, but she had already seen something. "W.S." "Give it to me," I barked, holding my hand out, feeling panic rise through me. She handed it over. "I only saw the initials, my lady, nothing else. You can be assured of my silence." She drew her ink-smudged middle finger over her lips. "He is a good man." "It's not what you think," I snapped. "He's not a man, he's a boy." She smiled with a very slight raise of the eyebrows and said very quietly, "When I was 18 and became Henry Hunsden's mistress, I was a woman, not a girl," and turned to walk towards the litter.
Clerkenwell. Amy waits for Hal. A coney, his favourite, is roasting on the fire. It is a long time since she cooked something like this. She has baked bread, too, with fine ground flour that is more expensive than she can really afford. She tries to settle onto her work, but her mind wanders. She writes a line and scrawls it out, writes another, but cannot make it scan. She is too distracted by the thought of Hal's visit. In writing Lady Arbella's story, things are beginning to emerge, things that begin to make sense. That day in the stable yard at Richmond had been the last time they'd seen each other. When Will Seymour arrived in Lady Arbella's life, everything had changed. She, of all people, deserved a little love, and though she talked rarely of her grandmother's death, Amy can see now that it had created a void that was crying out to be filled. "It's inexplicable," Lady Arbella had said once. "I still feel her tugging at my strings from beyond the grave." And Will was a good person, not like most of those self-serving peacocks who hung around the court. Amy had truly believed he would bring her happiness. That was why she sought to help them. The memory of her failure wells up. "Don't think of that," she reprimands, knowing remorse will overwhelm her if she does. She opens the pot on the fire to baste the coney, filling the room with a mouth-watering aroma of roasting meat and thyme. The cat sidles over with a hopeful meow. Spooning the juices over the meat, she remembers the way Lady Arbella always refused food when it was offered to her, so discreetly. "Oh, thank you, but I have just had one. That is most kind, but I'm so very full from dinner." Amy never saw her eat heartily, but it hadn't occurred to her then that abstinence could be an act of defiance. The way she took control of her existence. There was an essential paradox that fascinated her, in that while self-denial made Lady Arbella feel powerful, it divested her body of force. She takes up her quill and scribbles, "Separation of body and self," in the margin. Birdsong distracts her from her thoughts. No, not birdsong, but whistling out in the street. It is Hal, already standing in the doorway. He has the beginnings of a beard, a new suit, a fine one in Mikado, and a starched ruff, none of which Amy has seen before. "Goodness, you look quite the courtier," she says. He allows her to kiss him on the cheek, and she dares to think she might be forgiven. He smells of the aromatic fragrances that men like to wear at court. "I smell something delicious," he says. "Not coney." He goes to the pot and lifts the lid. "You didn't, Ma." His eyes are wide and smiling. "You've got a position," Amy says. She hadn't imagined it like this. She thought he'd be prickly and distant and angry. "I know, isn't it exciting? With whom?" "Lord Villiers' musicians. A wage, proper quarters, and everything." His bright enthusiasm is infectious, and she is happy, truly happy for him, though it will take him away from her more often. "Villiers, isn't he the new favourite?" "That's right, and it's said he'll be the Earl of Buckingham before long. And what about Somerset and that wife of his being convicted for murder? One day the favourite, the next facing the block." You're as bad as the gossips round here, she teases. They barely talk of anything else. She pauses, remembering the young girl who became the Countess of Somerset. How sweet and bright she'd seemed. Court must have corrupted her. You will be careful. Don't worry, Ma, I'm taking care not to make any enemies. I know the court is a slippery place. Of course you do, she says, realizing her misgivings are unfounded in his case. Her boy has his head screwed on straight. You're on your way now, my darling. There'll be no stopping you. Look, they both say simultaneously. You first, he nods. She takes a breath. I know I have written as much, but I wanted to say it to your face. Tell you how deeply I regret keeping the truth from you. I was wrong. I couldn't find the right time to tell you. No, Ma! He holds up a hand. She notices his fine lace cuffs, and he must see her looking, for he says, a gift. He pinches the lace between his fingers. But I want you to know that I understand. You were trying to protect me, so I didn't have to live with the shame. A wave of relief washes through her, and they fall into an embrace. He was a remarkable man, your father. She can't quite find a way to say it, and you were made in love. I know, Ma, I just needed a bit of time. Anyway, I'm starving. Is that coney cooked yet? She watches him as he lifts the heavy pot from the fire, and can't quite believe he is the product of her own body. They sit at the table eating their feast, and Amy asks him, What changed your mind? I met someone at court who used to know you. He told me how exceptional you were as a poet and what a wonderful friend you had been to him. I confided in him, and he opened my eyes. He takes a rolled napkin from his pocket and unfurls it, producing a fork. He must see her surprise as he says, Everyone's using them. Who is it, this new friend of yours? She carves up the rabbit, flesh falling easily from the bone. Will Seymour. Will Seymour is back. She is stunned, as if he has slapped her. He talked kindly of me? Her mind is whirring, the past resurfacing, remembering Will Seymour's rage when he had shouted at her, If this fails, I will never forgive you. His anger was frightening. How can he think kindly of me? He sends you his best. Hal is munching on a forkful of meat, dipping his bread in the juice. Delicious. Says he'd like to visit sometime, has things to talk to you about. Refused to be drawn on it, all very mysterious. Hal stops, fork in air. What's the matter, Ma? Nothing, just that I'm surprised to hear from him. You can tell him when you next see him that I'd be very glad of a visit. She is keen to change the subject, wonders if she would really be glad of a visit, for it will surely rake up her guilt. Would you like to see some of the letters your father sent me? I thought they might help you understand a little about who he was. I would like that, yes. May I take them back to court with me? I have to return tomorrow, but I'll be back next Sunday. She nods with a smile. I found out he was the old Queen's first cousin. His eyes bulge in amusement. Who'd have thought it? I'm from royal stock. There are people at court who seek my favour. They think me someone worth knowing. He laughs as if it is the funniest thing he's ever heard, and perhaps it is. Amy laughs with him as he cuts himself another slice of bread and passes one to her. So, what's been going on in Clerkenwell since I've been gone? I can see you've been writing. I have, yes. And I've been teaching some local children. Teaching? I'd wager you're very good at it. He reminisces about when she first taught him to read, trying to remember the name of the primer they used, delighted when she gets the very book down from the shelf. And what else? What gossip? Goodwife Stringer has been a nuisance. She doesn't want to worry him with the full extent of her disquiet concerning the neighbour. The threats veiled in friendship, all the talk of witchcraft, won't leave me alone. I wouldn't worry about that old stoat. She's always got her nose in everyone else's business. At that moment there is a knock at the door, and Amy is so sure it is Goodwife Stringer that when she opens it to find Joyce, she is quite shocked. I was hoping I might make some more progress with my learning, she says, but you've got company. This is my son. Amy steps aside so Hal can be seen. Hal, this is Joyce Mansfield, one of my pupils. Hal stands up and seems to puff himself out a little, as young men do in the presence of a pretty girl. He makes a little bow, and Joyce looks embarrassed. I won't disturb you, I'll come back another time. She has turned and trotted off before Amy can invite her to join them. Hal continues telling his stories from court, and Amy silently gives thanks for his return. But thoughts of Will Seymour fill her head, making her guilt flourish like mould on a damp wall. She can feel her past wrongdoings pressing up against her, suffocatingly close, and the idea of a confrontation is filling her with unease. She would like to tell Hal that on second thoughts a visit is not such a good idea, but that would only arouse his suspicion, and that is the last thing she wants now she and her son have declared peace.
Greenwich and the North. I had never taken such pleasure in cake, never quite understood the extreme gratification that can be derived from the assault of delicate flavours, almond, vanilla, frangipan. What had once seemed sickeningly cloying had become a glorious indulgence. "Would you like mine?" asked Jane Drummond. "It's too sweet for me." I snatched the confection from her, barely noticing the look she exchanged with Lucy Bedford.
"You seem different,"
Queen Anna said.
"Are you in love?"
asked Lucy Bedford. "Don't be ridiculous," I replied. But it was clear that some fundamental transformation had occurred in me that had aroused their curiosity. I suspected that love might be the affection that held me in its thrall. I had so little experience. Even in my middle 30s I was barely more sophisticated when it came to the heart than I had been on encountering Essex as a 13-year-old and finding myself infatuated. I turned to the poets in an attempt to gain a greater understanding, discovering in the verses of Sidney and Petrarch that love was a longing for that which is unavailable. This seemed a realistic characterization of the emotion that was ploughing up my heart. It was complicated only by the fact that the usual pattern of such things, taking poetry as the standard, dictated that it was the man who longed and the woman who was longed for. This appeared reversed in the case of myself and Will Seymour. At the very least our longing was mutual, or so I inferred from his frequent letters. I licked my lips to gather the stray granules of sugar, and asked Jane if she might help me undo my lacing a little at the back where it was too tight. I had become aware of a subtle filling out of my flesh, a new softness in my body, and found, rather than being alarmed by it, I welcomed it. "There, is that better?" she asked as she loosened my ties. "Much, thank you." She was looking at me strangely. I'd struggled to comprehend how it could be that such apparently profound emotions could be conjured from nothing. I supposed I'd thought myself incapable of love, and perhaps those women had been of the same mind, but I was beginning to understand that it was a species of recognition. I realised that Will Seymour had echoes of dear Starkey, and concluded that this was the genesis of the feelings that had taken hold in me. For if I had ever loved anyone, it had been Starkey, though only the distance of near on a decade would allow me to understand such a thing.
"All those letters, toing and froing,"
said Lucy. It had not gone unnoticed that I was receiving a greater volume of correspondence than usual. I licked my finger to harvest the remaining cake crumbs from the platter.
"I heard it mentioned that the Prince of Moldavia has been making inquiries about you,"
said the Queen. "I know nothing of that, Your Highness," I replied airily. "I've never heard of the Prince of Moldavia. Indeed, I've never heard of Moldavia. Where is it?" "It's next to Poland and very small," said Lucy Bedford, who somehow always seemed to know such things. "That's certainly a step down from the King of Poland," I remarked, causing a burst of laughter, "though I doubt anything will come of it. Besides, it's nothing but rumour. As long as they had the Prince of Moldavia in mind, they would never guess the truth." It was not until high summer that the opportunity arose for another encounter between Will Seymour and myself. Circumstances and duty had kept us apart, but in late July the court convened at Greenwich, and it was there that we managed, through complicated choreography, to find a moment alone together. Though the idea of marriage had not actually been articulated in any of Will's letters, it seemed clear to me that the intention of our meeting was that we might promise ourselves to each other. "There is something I must tell you in person," he had written. So as I made my way to our rendezvous, a small boathouse set back from the river, tucked out of the way in the cover of a few trees, I found myself pondering on what it would mean to give this man my hand. Despite his royal blood, as a younger son, Will Seymour was dynastically insignificant, or so I had convinced myself, and was thus a perfect choice for me. I would not be wedding beneath my station, but neither would our union constitute a threat to the throne. Besides, with Prince Henry Frederick and little Charles, feeble in body but male nevertheless, the royal dynasty was rooted. I imagined us setting up a home away from court, living in easy tranquillity like the Marchioness, enabled by my father's bequest, which would come to me on my marriage. Freedom seemed at last within reach. He was already there, waiting in the dark, greeting me with, "My love." Inside it smelled dank, like wet clothes, and I was suddenly daunted. It seemed such an unsuitable location to mark a betrothal. I could sense Starkey drifting somewhere in the air, and feared perhaps he wouldn't approve. My eyes accustomed themselves slowly to the gloom. We stood opposite one another in silence, neither of us knowing quite what to do next. A tender feeling welled up in me. It felt like a betrayal. I silently asked Starkey's forgiveness. "Shall we sit?" he said. There was a form to one side, reduced almost to lace by woodworm. We lowered ourselves onto it. The silence billowed. I followed the patterns in the wood with my finger. Without warning, he moved to take my hand, and I flinched, sliding away along the bench, that old habit raising its head when I least expected it. "That was a liberty, I'm sorry," he said. His voice was a little hoarse, and I remembered him mentioning bronchitis in a recent letter. "No, it is that I am unused to such— I didn't know what to call it. An assignation? A tryst? I had to resist the urge to run from that place. I heard Starkey whisper, 'Carpe diem,' so faint it was no more than a riffle of air. Girding myself, I seized his hand, holding it tight. He expelled a small gasp. I didn't dare look at him. His hand was warm and alive like an animal. The past came cascading back to me, that embrace, Starkey's body pressed against mine. I pulled him to his feet and grabbed him tight round the torso, feeling his firm arms encircle me too. He was tall, and I was surprised by his strength, his muscularity, not like that other embrace at all. Burrowing in his neck, bloodhound-like, I captured his scent. "My love, my dearest love," he breathed. All at once I was engulfed by a delinquent appetite far beyond my control, and pushed my body hard up to him, pressing my mouth over his, as if I were a man, wishing I could rip away my cumbersome dress, the better to get at him. I didn't know the foreign creature inhabiting me, driving me closer and closer still to that other being. I wanted to ingest him, like the snakes, curiosities Uncle Henry once told me of, that swallow their prey whole and take on the shape of their victim. I was no longer cold and unyielding. I was soft, expansive, fleshy. I would subsume Will Seymour into my body and become him. We would be indivisible one from the other, unrecognisable as separate entities, a single great monster of desire. Grandmother's voice surprised me. "Desire is a demon." He broke the embrace, peeling himself away. "There is something I must say." "No, let me say it." I wanted to be the one to ask, to be the one to take charge of this exchange. "A confession." "A confession?" I was bewildered. What was it? He was already promised. "So confess." Unclasped for mere seconds, I already felt a boundless craving, as if a vital part of me had been extracted. He sat with a sigh, clutched his hands on his lap, and looked at them like a small boy in disgrace. "It was my father who wanted me to approach you." "What do you mean?" I stepped back, shaking off his embrace. "He put me up to it, to seduce you, to make you love me." "So when we met on the river—" I became rigid and began to shatter slowly, sharp shards of me breaking away. "It was contrived." Smithereens scattered the dirt floor. Even the Plato?
Yes, even that. I was told you had a fondness for Plato.
So who are you then? My voice creaked with suppressed rage as bits of me continued to break away.
I am the man who loves you in spite of...
In spite of the fact that you plotted to seduce me. Then what? Wed me so your family could have a shot at the throne they've always coveted? I couldn't stop once I had started. You Seymours are all the same. Your grandfather wed Catherine Grey for her Tudor blood. And look what became of her. She was the one who paid the price. I was slamming my fists into his thighs. It would have been a long shot with you, a younger son, I spat, a nobody. What did you think you would have done with 3 Stuart heirs, one of whom you serve? You are the Prince's gentleman. The Prince is a dear cousin of mine. You thought what? That I would birth you a boy and your father would do what? Wait 10 years and raise an army to overthrow my cousins? A long shot indeed.
Please stop,
he said, his voice trembling. His beauty, those sad grey eyes, made me ache.
I beg of you, stop.
I was silent. I had used up all my words.
I hadn't expected to fall in love.
He sounded clogged with distress. Love? I snapped. So much store is set in love when it better belongs in the imagination of rattle-brained girls. It was grandmother speaking. Love is no motive for anything. He looked as if I'd hit him.
You must believe me when I say I love you. I think of nothing but you. You have become my entire world. I am riven with guilt. Oh, God, I regret.
You regret! It is I who have the monopoly on regret. I ran from the shed, pieces of me crunching underfoot. Please, he cried, let me show you I am true.
What a fool you have been, I muttered as I fled through the Greenwich Gardens. A little idiot, a stupid, stupid, stupid little fool.
The sun was brilliant, the sky clear blue, roses giving out their fragrance, bird-song in the air. The day was mocking me with its loveliness. I stopped, collapsing to the ground, my skirts ballooning out around me. I couldn't return to the palace. Everyone would see the stain on me. They would see I had taken a bite of that apple, that a monster had been raised from my depths. I sank my face into my hands to blot out the day.
Lady Arbella, what is it?
I recognised Jane Drummond's doe-skin slippers. She was not alone, but the advance guard of a troop of Queen Anna's women taking me air. A small dog jumped into my lap, licking my hands, wriggling. I thought of Ruff in my chamber, longing for his uncomplicated affection. I would have crawled back to that sanctuary had it not been for Jane standing over me, and the others who had stopped a few yards away and were whispering behind their hands.
Has the sun caused a fever? Are you ailing? I don't know what came over me.
My voice was feeble, a deathbed croak, barely audible.
We must get you to your rooms and summon a physician.
Jane rattled out order to the girls. Fetch a couple of pages to help. Don't just stand there looking thick-headed. One of you bring her something to drink. Someone send for the doctor. She sat on the grass beside me, placed a cool palm on my forehead, then began to waft her fan over my face.
Don't fret. Help is on its way.
She spoke to me as if I were an infant, and part of me wished I were, that I could wind my life back and live it differently, in a world where my father and mother hadn't died. I wanted to weep and moan and shriek and rock with grief, like the mourners in the Bible, but I was dry-eyed and silent, and imagined turning to dust and being taken by the breeze, disappearing into the air, becoming nothing. It was Queen Anna who suggested I take a respite from court.
A month or 2 away will do you the world of good.
Permission was sought and given, and I found myself riding north once more with my household. It was a freedom of sorts, and travelling in August was a good deal more pleasant than in February the previous year, when I had last made that journey. Dorcas, no longer so sprightly, lolloped along, flicking her tail against the flies, and I had tied a muslin cloth over my face, protection from the dust, but also to mask the inner devastation which I feared was etched into my features. With several mounted guards, we were quite a band. Doddridge rode at my side on his beloved mare, who had recovered well from her injury. Margaret, Crompton, my doctor, Mountford, and a number of others joined us on horseback, while Bridget and my ageing laundress travelled in the cart that lumbered in our wake, piled high with our various possessions. I wished for the company of Mistress Lanya, for my writing had dried up to nothing, and she might have inspired me. The tragedy of Philomel was little more than a few scribbled pages, but she was obliged to keep house for her husband. As we passed through the towns and villages, St. Albans, Dunstable, Northampton, people came out of their houses to watch us pass as if we were a royal progress. I suppose to them we were, the king's first cousin and her entourage, and we must have seemed a splendid sight. No one could have told that I was penniless and that the journey was funded by debt. I had left a letter with Cecil outlining my financial needs, pleading with him to persuade the king to increase my allowance and appease my creditors. If I could raise even a small amount, I might have the means to set up house somewhere and retire quietly. But I knew it was a dream. I wouldn't be allowed to leave court as an unmarried woman, prey for pretenders, and besides, I could never have raised the funds to support even a modest household. We had an itinerary of visits, people and places from my past, and some I hardly knew who were friends of the family, or friends of friends. Lady Cheney at Toddington, Sir William Skipwith at Prestwood, Lady Bowes at Walton Hall, Uncle Henry at Chatsworth, and on to Buxton for the waters. Aunt Mary and Uncle Gilbert at Sheffield, Cousin Bessie at Rest Park on the way home. I don't know who had arranged it all, Aunt Mary, I supposed, but I simply went where I was bid and behaved as I should. I smiled and made conversation and complimented my hosts, as if there was nothing wrong at all, as if I had not turned to dust. We arrived at Chatsworth on the 17th of September. Uncle Henry had grown fat and still harboured his glowering resentment, but I decided to turn my remaining residue of charm on him. There was no sense in holding on to old grudges. In his way, he had sought to free me, to put me on the throne where I thought I belonged, even if he had hoped to better himself in the process. The house was dilapidated, the roof was leaking in places, and ivy had found its way into my bedchamber through a window that wouldn't quite shut. It was growing up the hangings and winding about the plasterwork, and was rather lovely in its own way, bringing the outside in, though seemed also to be the harbinger of ruin for that once splendid house. The place was groaning with guests, both our party and several others I didn't know. From my ivy-invaded window, I watched a game of bowls take place below, among a group of young men, swigging periodically from a great ewer containing God only knew what. They became increasingly rowdy and began to throw down wagers. Then two of them got into a scuffle over something. I wondered if they were some of the men whom Uncle Henry had once hidden in the woods around Hardwick, ready to spirit me away to my marriage, but shut down that thought before it led to others of my previous intended's brother, whom I couldn't bear to name even silently in my head. God knows how Uncle Henry could afford to feed us all, but the boards were heaving come supper time. A suckling pig, a side of venison, several geese and other birds, a vast eel pie and another fishy concoction. I didn't eat, but pretended, as I used to, with Rough profiting beneath the table. Even cake had lost its allure, and my soft fleshiness had soon melted away. A ruddy-faced man was presented to me, but in the hubbub I missed his name. He was dressed in satin the colour of egg yolk, and wore a fistful of expensive rings. He spoke with his mouth full, and I couldn't hear what he was saying, only fragments.
"Shame we didn't manage to pull it off. What a coup it would have been. Splendid, splendid."
I nodded. He wiped his mouth with a large napkin and went at his teeth with an ivory toothpick, making my stomach lurch.
"Do you hear horses?"
I nodded again. "I believe so."
"Oh, that'll be my boy."
I made an excuse. I'm in want of repose after my journey, and left the company to squirrel away in my bedchamber with Bridget and Margaret. Soon after, Doddridge and Crompton came to bid us good night.
"Couldn't get away," said Doddridge. "Goodness, I don't know how you managed to escape Lord Beauchamp. He monopolised you for the entire evening."
Lord Beauchamp? I didn't understand. "You were talking to him all night," interjected Crompton. "He sat beside you at supper." "That was Beauchamp?" "The very same." I lowered myself onto the bed, light-headed. The two men left, and Bridget was cleaning hair from a comb at the window.
"The birds'll like it for their nests," she was saying. Now what needs doing? I'd better go and rinse these so they'll be dry in the morning. They're filthy from the road. Would you give me a hand, Margaret?
The two women gathered up a few of the fine linens.
Will you be all right here alone for a few minutes?
My head was churning. What was it Beecham had said as the horses approached? That'll be my boy. Which boy? The one I'd been betrothed to, or the other one, the one who had crushed my heart? My father put me up to it. His words were seared into me. Questions circled. Had I stumbled upon a wasp's nest? Was this yet another plan concocted by my Uncle Henry? Which brother had arrived? Something incomprehensible was happening to me, over which I had no control. A quake, a longing opened up like a vast mouth. That rapacious appetite awakened. I feared that if I set eyes on Will Seymour, despite everything, my resolve would crumble. Yet, paradoxically, I found myself hoping, against my better judgment, that it was he who'd clattered into the yard during supper. I went to the window, but darkness had fallen, and no one was about, just a couple of men guarding the gates, haloed in the dim glow of their lamps. I imagined him downstairs at the table in the seat I had vacated. Would he know that I had been there only minutes before? Had I left a scent, like a bitch in season? Grandmother made herself known.
Desire is a demon. It will possess you, my girl, if you don't take pains to resist it.
I feared it was too late for that. I tried to remind myself of my powers of self-denial, the strength I could draw on, and bring some of that to bear upon my situation. I had to get away from the danger. We would pack up and leave under cover of darkness. But the roads were teeming with thieves and brigands. We would have been dead by dawn. I forced myself to think of God, but it was no good. Will Seymour had set up camp in me, and there was nothing else. Even Starkey had been pushed to the side. Bridget and Margaret came bounding back, full of talk from the kitchens. Bridget was flushed and shiny and seemed a little drunk.
They're a rough lot in your uncle's employ.
I hope no one has upset you, Bridget.
Oh, don't worry on my part, my lady. I can look after myself. The cook was grumbling about a party arriving late and having to produce more food when the meal had been cleared. He got into a row with Mr. Seymour's man over it.
Mr. Seymour? Which one? I forgot to hide my eagerness. Bridget inspected me with a quizzical look.
Don't vex yourself. It's not the one you were promised to. It's one of the other ones. What are their names? You know.
I can't remember. My voice was too firm, like that of a child who hasn't yet learned to fib effectively. I was remembering there was a third brother, Francis, who was younger, but Bridget was on to the next topic and didn't notice my discomfort.
You should see the state of the kitchens.
It is Will Seymour, said Margaret. I heard someone say it. A wave of nausea broke over me. I found a sheet of paper and scrawled a note. Meet me at the Stand Tower. It is on the hill to the southwest of the house. At first light, A. I folded it, sealed it, and gave it to Bridget. Will you see that Mr. Seymour gets this? Give it to his man. She was regarding me with that look again. It's only a query about Mistress Lanier's poem for the prince. You should curb your curiosity before it kills you. This time the fib was convincing. Dawn diluted the darkness. First a single bird sang out, then another in reply, and soon the chorus was in full voice. I had slept fitfully, unable to quell the clamour in my mind and that great inner mouth demanding to be fed. Sliding out of bed, I dressed quietly so as not to wake Bridget and Margaret. It didn't seem to matter that my laces weren't properly tied. The usual trussed-up feeling seemed incompatible with my mood. I threw on a hooded cloak and tucked Ruff under my arm as an excuse should anyone wonder what I was doing out alone at dawn. I could hear the kitchen staff beginning to wake as I passed, and once outside I slunk by the bakehouse where they were already hard at work. My senses were assaulted by the smell of fresh bread. I snatched a sweet roll from a tray left outside to cool and sank my teeth into its soft body, stuffing it in, unable to control my greed, wanting more as soon as it was gone, filching a second. I crept on past the stables and through the orchard, allowing Ruff to run ahead, and began to climb the hill. There was not much cover, just the occasional tree, and I hoped I wasn't being watched from the house. I had worn my slippers for stealth, but they were wet through with dew within minutes, as was the hem of my dress, which flapped cold against my ankles.
but I barely noticed the discomfort, nor was I aware of the ache in my thighs from climbing the steep path. I could have walked uphill the length of England that morning. It hadn't occurred to me that the tower might have been locked. The keyhole was cobwebby, and it looked as if the building hadn't been used in a decade. A memory struck me of that door, freshly sanded, leaning against the wall, waiting to be fitted, and that dead bird falling like a stone. Now the same door was rotten in places, and there was a hole at the bottom large enough to admit rats or even foxes. The latch was rusted, but I jerked it out of its slot and, holding it up, heaved my shoulder against the door. Nothing budged, so I admitted defeat and sat on the steps watching the path. He came on horseback through the woods to the rear, to avoid being seen from the house, he said of it later. I stood as he dismounted, something flailing in my stomach, and Ruff rushed to greet him, dancing about his feet. He seemed taller than I'd remembered, altogether bigger, not a boy at all, but a man. I began to speak as he did, and we both stopped, looking at each other across a gulf of awkwardness. "The tower's locked," I said finally. I thought my heart would break these last weeks. His face was crumpled. I wanted to dismiss it, say something glib like, "It sounds as though you've been reading too much poetry," to lighten the atmosphere, but I couldn't. "Are you able to forgive me?" I didn't know how to respond. All the words that came to mind seemed trite in the face of my overwhelming urge to feel his body against mine. "Come," I said, leading the way round to the back of the building. As I touched him with my ungloved hand, the mere graze of fingers, flesh on flesh, I felt the full force of my lust, understanding only then how it can transform a person until they become unrecognisable, even to their own self. It was a blessed relief not to be me, but to be some animal version of me, something dormant for millennia reawakened. Was that the demon grandmother spoke of? We fell to the ground in a scramble, mouth to mouth, limpets succoured to one another. Then we lay in the grass, I with my head on his chest, he stroking my hair. "My father told me you'd be here at Chatsworth. I couldn't stay away, but I said I wanted no part in any new plot involving you. We fought over it last night. He was drunk. I hit him, bloodied his nose." "You hit him?" I was secretly glad and hoped Beecham's nose had bled all over his egg yolk satin. "Does he know you are here with me now?" "No, and he won't know. This is between you and me." I sat up and looked him in the face. "I don't care about anyone else or what they think." I had an image of the future spread out before me. In it we were wed, and I had come into my father's lands. I was a woman of means. We had a house of pale stone, with modest windows and wild gardens where grew a flowering cherry. "I will marry you when the time is right." A smile broke over his face. "I'm supposed to be the one to propose." "Well, I am not any ordinary woman who waits to be asked." I was smiling too, yet still heard grandmother's old refrain, "It will make you seem meek." Even heard the faint clicking of her pearls. She'd been wrong. We fell back into our embrace. I pulled away. "So what is your answer?" I said it to tease him, surprised by my uncharacteristic levity. "It was not a question. I didn't know I had a choice." "You don't?" We kissed again. "But this must be kept secret for the time being." It occurred to me that I would have to reach some kind of agreement with the king. We wouldn't want to ruffle any feathers. A stream of thought passed through my head. Any threat I might have posed once had faded to inconsequence. A darker truth prodded at me, but I cast it off. "The king's permission. Will he give it?" "I fancy he will." I refused to entertain the possibility that he wouldn't. More than anyone, he believes wholeheartedly in the institution of marriage. "So do I," said William, "and more so with permission. I don't want my children born in the Tower, as my father was." That pulled me up, made me feel wrong to have had unkind thoughts of Beecham when he had been born into such misfortune. "Can he remember his mother?" "He rarely talks of her, but once he told me he had a memory of being wrenched from her. She was screaming, begging for them not to be separated." I pressed my mouth over his to silence him. I had sensed my freedom just in front of me, so near, if I reached out I might have felt it against my fingertips. But his story made it seem further away,
indistinct. I once came up here as a child with one of the grooms, dressed in a pair of breeches I'd pilfered from the laundry, and rode bareback like a demon. He looked at me, his curiosity apparent. They all wanted me to be a boy, you see, and so did I. You are perfect as you are, he said. I realise now that of all the people who have ever come close to me, he was the only one who never made a comment about my thinness or implied that my body was unwomanly. I'd been called whip-thin, garçon manqué, straight up and down, but no one had called me perfect before. We lay in silence for a while. I listened to the throb of his heart through his clothes, evidence that he was a living thing, my living thing. Part of me broke off and watched that woman in the grass at ease, entwined, opening herself to such close scrutiny, wondering what had possessed her, feeling something resembling contempt for her lack of control. The sun had crept up and was dappling us with bright spots of light through the trees, meaning our moment of ordinary bliss would have to be brought to an end. The idea of separation was unbearable. I wanted to shrink him and slip him inside my clothes to wear beside my heart. The watching part of me was scornful, derided such a desire, reminded me that this man with his Tudor blood, like mine, represented a transaction, a play for power. But I was not listening to that part of me, and, determined to have a relic to keep, took my penknife from my purse. "What are you doing?" There was a minuscule flash of alarm in his eyes that I liked. It made me feel he was in my power. "Trust me." I held a whirl of his sand-coloured hair between my fingers and sliced it off at the roots. His hand clasped the place. "Thief!" "There are wise women who can make a man love a woman forever if they have a lock of his hair," I laughed. "You have no need of a spell for that." He laughed too. "I am already enchanted." The following few days at Chatsworth passed without event. William and I affected a facade of polite distance, finding moments of intimacy when backs were turned, a brief touch of hands, a stolen kiss in a dark chamber, a whispered promise, always accompanied by the part of me that watched, ready for things to go awry. We were wrenched apart when my party left to take the waters at Buxton, though Dr. Mountford said I appeared to have regained my health miraculously without them. I was never better. It was the sense of a future, I suppose, the possibility of freedom, and the knowledge that there was a person in the world who loved me for myself and not for my blood. The other me argued that the two were inseparable, but I didn't listen. On from Buxton we visited Aunt Mary and Uncle Gilbert at Sheffield Castle, welcomed by the pealing of bells. I noticed there that most of the household was attending Catholic Mass, with the whole chapel taken over for it. Bridget went about with her rosary attached to her girdle for all to see, her fingers permanently agitating at it. I attended ordinary prayers with Uncle Gilbert and a smattering of servants in one of the small chambers. "Do you not fear to attract the wrong kind of attention?" I asked Aunt Mary of her Catholic Mass.
"Nobody really cares any more what we do up here. At court I am more discreet, of course, but even the Queen is less cowed about her faith these days. Time is a great healer. It's been 4 years. We were sitting in the window of one of the turret chambers, and a shaft of light fell over her face, illuminating the lines, reminding me of her age. There was a carefree air about Aunt Mary that belied her years, but she was already in her middle 50s then. "Since the powder treason, 4 years already." I had the sudden sense that my life too was almost used up, though the thought of William, somewhere loving me, anchored time. But the other me felt suddenly, hopelessly, far too old at 33 for a man who was 13 years my junior. Had I become one of those lascivious older women, an object of ridicule, sung of in lewd ballads, who preys on young men? The thought horrified me. It was not like that, I reasoned. But I had witnessed the way my desire, when ignited, became monstrous, how it controlled me. Perhaps grandmother had been right. Aunt Mary pulled off her cap and set it aside, scratching her head. Her hair was almost entirely grey. "When will I persuade you to join us at Mass?"
She threw a wry smile. I knew she didn't require an answer,
but she always had to ask, I suppose, just in case I'd had a change of heart. "We all believe in the same God. That's what matters to me," I replied, but I was remembering something the Scottish Queen said to me. "The Catholic faith is the true faith. It is the only path that leads to the kingdom of heaven." And I was thinking of the Agnus Dei cached away amongst my treasures, questioning whether I kept it in memory of my executed aunt, or because somewhere deep within me I believed in its intrinsic sacredness.
"It's not quite the same."
She abruptly changed the topic. "How are you finding Hugh Crompton?" "An absolute blessing. He's painstaking with my accounts." I began to thank her for the introduction, and then, suddenly curious, asked, "He's not a Catholic too, is he?" She said not as far as she knew. Aunt Mary came with me to Wingfield, where the air was thick with ghosts, after which we travelled south, the hills eventually giving way to flatness as we approached Rest Park. My mind revolved constantly around my future with Will, and I allowed myself to imagine our shared life, designing its shape in my mind, an ordinary life. The even Bedfordshire landscape had a certain appeal. What it lacked in drama and surprises, it gained in steadiness and simplicity. It would be logical, I thought, to settle near Bessie, my closest cousin, on the route from Sheffield to London, where Aunt Mary would often be passing. Autumn was taking hold by the time we arrived at Rest Park, the leaves crisping and falling, the air newly chilled. Everybody remarked on how well I looked. The trip had done me the world of good, they'd said. Little did they know. I relished in my secret. Cousin Bessie had grown plump. She'd been lonely, she told me, confiding that though she'd had several pregnancies, none had come to fruition. I saw that even the most perfect-seeming life has its hidden misery. She asked for gossip from my travels and from the Queen's chambers. I fear I fell woefully short in relaying such stories, but Bessie seemed satisfied with my company alone. Perhaps she was lonely. I asked her, in passing, if she knew of any houses nearby which might be suitable for me. My question felt weighted, no matter how light my tone. We were back to back, chopping the deadheads from the rose bushes in the Lady's Bower. It was a place that reminded me of the gardens at Sheen, quite wild and overgrown, a contrast from the order of the formal planting at the front of the house, the yews clipped into complicated shapes, the trees espaliered into submission, an echo of the Hardwick Gardens.
"A house?"
said Bessie, turning to face me, a dead rose held aloft.
"Do you have the means to buy a house?"
Bessie, being one of the relatives I owed, was only too aware of my financial woes. "Things might be about to change," I said.
"You intend to wed and gain your inheritance!"
She was shrill with suppressed excitement, eyes wide and greedy for information. "No!" I could feel the flush on my face.
"You do!"
"Don't be silly, Bessie."
"It's the Prince of Moldavia, isn't it? I heard a rumour he was seeking your hand. Does the king know? Do you have his authority?"
She threw her hands up.
"A wedding! How lovely it will be!"
"Bessie, you're getting carried away." I didn't exactly want to deny it, for it seemed a convenient way, if the gossips fixed on the idea of the Prince of Moldavia, to ensure the attention remained away from Will Seymour. So, if I am entirely honest, I allowed her to believe erroneously. Once back at court, I discovered that my petitions prior to leaving had not fallen on fallow ground. My allowance was to be increased, and a donation of plate had been made to me that would go to pay off some of my debts. But no sooner as I relieved myself of one debt, I had accrued another, for life at court continued to be an expense I could ill afford. But my frustrations were kept at bay with the thought of finally coming into my patrimony, and at long last I had the sense of a tangible future. Will and I were rarely able to meet privately, though he had taken up residence in one of the Seymour houses in Cannon Row, and on a handful of occasions I had the chance to slip away to visit him there, where we would lie in each other's arms, fully clothed, talking. I had to bring to bear all my powers of resistance to keep my wakened monster of desire in check, for Will insisted we wait until it was right in the eyes of God. It made me understand that his powers of self-discipline, though differently focused, were equal to mine. I often found myself seeking the areas of similarity in our characters to ward off my concerns about the gaping gulf in our years. "Does it matter to you that I am old?" I asked him once. We were lying flat on the big tester bed at Cannon Row,
curtains tightly drawn around us, and just the light of a single lamp to penetrate the dark of our private universe. "You are not old, Belle," he said. "But older? Not to me. You cannot be measured in years. Perhaps it is I who am too young, not wise enough." The truth was that when we were together, those 13 years dwindled to nothing. I often wondered if it was I who lacked maturity. Certainly I lacked experience, or if he was older than his years. Perhaps it was a little of both. We fell to silence, and he seemed deep in thought, inaccessible to me in a way that felt unbearable. I wanted admission to every secret recess of him, even whilst knowing such a desire was futile. "What are you thinking?" "This is the bed where my father was conceived," was his reply. "Here?" I could feel her watching me from behind her oval of glass. "They were wed in the next room." "I have felt haunted by Catherine Grey," I said. "Wherever I go, she has left an imprint. I feel sometimes that she has woven herself through my life. My grandmother kept her picture beside her bed, and that of Jane. She used to say it was there to remind her that even the best laid plans can go awry." Silence fell once more. I looked up at the canopy, embroidered with birds, and imagined Catherine Grey lying in the arms of her husband, gazing up at the same scene half a century before. I suppose it was inevitable, given the way gossip spreads, that I would eventually be hauled before the king to explain myself. I knew that talk of the Prince of Moldovia's suit was running rife around Whitehall. Fate was playing into my hands, and I sensed myself invincible then. The king looked unwell. The skin on his face was raised and flaky, his eyes sunken, and there was food in his beard that none of his bevy of slickly groomed men who purported to adore him had thought to comb out. A number of privy councillors had gathered. Most appeared as if they'd rather be elsewhere. They pitied me. I saw it in their averted faces. They had no clue of my secret optimism. Cecil busied himself by lining his papers on the table, though they were already straight. Northampton pared his fingernails with a penknife. Uncle Gilbert, who looked strained, was drawing swirls in the margin of a book. He had warned me of this hearing. It was only Nottingham who offered an encouraging smile.
"Salisbury," said the king, nodding in the direction of Cecil. "Start the proceedings, would you?"
Cecil stood, adjusting his cuff so the frills lay evenly, and cleared his throat with a small cough.
"My lady, we are grateful that you considered attending—" "Get on with it, Salisbury," snapped the king. "It's not as if she had any choice in the matter." "My lady, it has come to our notice that you have engaged in discussions with a foreign prince concerning your betrothal." Cecil continued to avoid my eye, and I wondered, as I often had, if it disturbed him that he had betrayed me all those years ago. Perhaps he didn't think of it as a betrayal. He didn't seem the type to be inconvenienced by remorse. But I considered whether he ever thought of how things might have been had I been the one to sit on the throne instead of my cousin. "My Lord of Salisbury," I directed my gaze full on him, buoyed up by the knowledge that I was a step ahead of them all. "Who might this person be, with whom I am supposed to have engaged in marriage negotiations?" The king's breath was loud and wheezy. "It is the Prince of Moldovia. He seems to believe you have come to an agreement." "The Prince of where?" I said, raising a titter from some of the councillors. "Moldovia," interjected the king. "Have you been talking to his people?"
"I have not, Your Majesty, and nor would I. If this so-called prince—" I could tell from the king's expression that, in spite of himself, he liked my scathing tone— "believes himself party to an arrangement with me, then he is sorely mistaken." "The Venetian ambassador is of the mind—" Nottingham interrupted Cecil. "The Venetian ambassador bases all his knowledge on hearsay." A ripple of agreement ran round the table, and Uncle Gilbert gave a small nod. I could not have planned it better. "Were I seeking a husband abroad, which I am not," I said, investing my voice with an imperious edge not unlike that of grandmother when she had the bit between her teeth, "one could hardly blame me, given my present situation. How is it so often described? Without mate and without estate? Yes, I believe that's what is whispered about me. You must have heard it, my lord." I looked at Cecil, who mumbled something unintelligible. It would seem reasonable then, would it not, that, given no arrangements are being made on my behalf, I might wish to seek a mate and an estate.
Cousin, said the king, under no circumstances will I countenance a foreign bridegroom for you.
His anger was visible in the flash of his eyes and the stiff set of his mouth.
If you seek such a match, you will feel the full force of my displeasure.
He cleared his throat.
The law is clear. A princess of the blood cannot wed without royal agreement. You do not have my agreement.
He pulled out a large handkerchief and dabbed it over his face.
I take it you understand.
I do, Your Majesty, but I must say I have a strong inclination to wed. His anger couldn't touch me, for I had my response ready, and I knew well enough his low opinion of women. Wisdom dictates that it is unadvisable for a woman to remain a maid. A woman needs a husband to— I paused for effect. To curb her. I noticed a ruffle of approbation pass through the councillors, and Uncle Gilbert looked as if he might cheer. It made me think of something Mistress Lanyard had said once. All men are of the mind that a woman left unmarried will tilt the world off its axis.
Indeed, it is true, my lady, said Cecil, looking towards the king to see if he had overstepped the mark by responding first.
I knew I had won before my cousin spoke. He lifted both hands in exasperation.
Take a husband in England, a loyal British subject, and let's hear no more of it.
He stopped to wipe his handkerchief over his forehead again.
And not a Catholic.
Of my own choice, Your Majesty. I noticed the recording clerk had stopped writing. I could sense a tension in the room, and suppose they felt uncomfortable at the idea of a maid making her own choice of husband just as a widow might. It wasn't the usual way of things. Mistress Lanyard would have liked it.
Yes, yes.
The king had clearly had enough and was impatient to leave. In that case you have my solemn and heartfelt promise that I will not seek to wed a foreigner, Your Majesty. Victory was throbbing through me. He got to his feet to leave the chamber, with the councillors following suit. The clerk began to pick up his things. I locked a firm look on him. You heard His Majesty, I said quietly. Why did you not record his last statement? He looked about for support from one of the men, but they were all making for the door. I stood over him, rather more close than was comfortable, and he reluctantly opened his ledger, beginning to scribble. Nottingham and Uncle Gilbert offered to walk with me to my chambers, but Cecil interrupted. I should like that privilege, if the Lady Arbella will have me. Nottingham looked over for a sign of my assent. I nodded, thanking him and my uncle for their kindness, curious as to Cecil's motive behind this false gesture of amity. He walked in silence for some time until eventually he said, I sincerely hope you will make a sensible choice of husband, my lady. What do you mean by that? He shuffled his hands, dipping his head in faux obsequy.
Marriage is for this life and the next. It is wise to be sure you choose someone.
He paused, appearing to be seeking the correct word.
Suitable.
Suitable, you say? I wondered if he suspected something. He had spies everywhere, after all, but reasoned that if it were the case, then surely he would have raised it before the Privy Council. I believe you once sought my hand. I knew he would not want to be reminded of the failed bid he'd made to grandmother for me once, as it was a minor humiliation, I supposed, and might have made him recall that he had none of his titles then, and was overreaching himself. Such a thing would have mattered to him. Do you think you'd have been a suitable companion for me in this life and the next, my lord?
Things are different.
Yes, you have gone up in the world, I said, presuming him to be implying that it was I who had gone down. But when he replied,
And you will always be a princess of the blood, my lady,
it became clear what he was getting at. Which makes my choice of husband state business.
Yes, indeed.
He was straightening his cuffs again, and I saw clearly that he couldn't bear the fact that I had been given, incontrovertibly, the right to make such a choice.
I feel sure you will choose wisely and avoid any—
He paused to clear his throat.
Any covert papists.
The suggestion of a threat slid through to his surface, and I perceived something of what had given him his reputation for ruthlessness. Essex, at his trial, the rumour went, had said of him something to the effect that he was a wolf in sheep's clothing.
A papist? Perish the thought, I laughed, enjoying the fact that he was so far off the mark. The king forbade it. Your aunt, Lady Shrewsbury, attends mass quite regularly, I'm told. As does the Queen, I said. My aunt makes no secret of it. No, was all he said in response, and we fell into silence once more until he added, You may not believe it, but I do have your best interests at heart. I didn't answer him. His attempts to intimidate me were falling on deaf ears, for my mind was taken up with the thought that Will and I were free to wed, and with the king's blessing, whether Cecil liked it or not. As I allowed that thought to percolate, I felt light and free and entirely unburdened. My mood must have shown, for Cecil said, You seem most content, my lady. Perhaps you have someone in mind already. It was not a question, though I sensed he would have liked an answer, and I realised I was at liberty to tell him, to tell the whole world if I cared to, but I preferred to keep it to myself, simply smiled with a slight shrug. As his hunched figure receded down the corridor, I was filled with a sense of my own potency. I had triumphed over them all. My future was in my own hands, and I would have my husband with his Tudor blood, like mine.
Clerkenwell. Hal is back again for a few days' leave, and those weeks of silence so distressing to Amy have become vague and distant. He is repeatedly playing a scale on his pipe, each note pitch perfect. He stops a moment, pipe hovering, to say, I'm proud, you know, to have a mother like you, a teacher, a writer. You couldn't be as proud of me as I am of you. There is little to compare with the joyous feeling that has come with seeing her boy set on a path to fulfilling his dreams. It makes her think of Lady Arbella, who had so many false starts on that road. How greatly she lacked a mother, with everyone around her trying to shape her for their own benefit. Amy had known so little of the obstacles her friend had encountered at every turn. It is rare to truly know another. There is so much of a person kept hidden in the secret pockets of the self. She has been writing fervently, trying to capture the ebb and flow of that life in verse, feeling profoundly as if she is living it herself, the heart-breaking disappointments, and then the moments of victory, pouring elation into her. She has reread Lady Arbella's account back and forth over and over until, as if from a process of distillation, the verse floods out of her. In a battle of wits, her tongue is a sword, as she reclaims her future word by word. Oh, I forgot, Hal says, jolting her from her thoughts. He gets up to fetch something wrapped in a cloth from amongst his belongings, presenting it to her. One of those pies you like so much. We can have it later for supper. She can't help thinking of the pie woman who refused her service last time she went to market. It had made her uneasy, and she suspects Goodwife Stringer has been spreading nefarious rumours about her, labelling her a whore, or worse. She hasn't had the courage to return to market since, so Joyce has been running errands for her instead. She had made an excuse to herself that she was too busy, but suddenly she feels the full force of her concerns. What is it? What's wrong, Ma? Hal grips her arm. Nothing, absolutely nothing, really. Tell me what it is. It's nothing, just that Stringer woman. She's been making trouble. Not more trouble. What sort this time? She always was a meddlesome piece of... He stops short of the oath. I think she suspects me of casting spells or something. As Amy explains, she can't quite articulate the havoc Goodwife Stringer has wrought in her. With all her pretend advice and sham friendliness, it seems quite benign in the recounting. It sounds as if you've let your imagination run away with you. He smiles and seems so unconcerned that she finds herself quite reassured, puts it down to living alone. Perhaps the pie woman was just distracted on that occasion. Perhaps it was nothing to do with Amy at all. She's just a busybody. The tabby jumps onto the table and begins sniffing at the pie. Hal picks her up, saying, Wouldn't you just like some of that, Puss? Well, it's not for you, before dropping her back to the floor and cutting himself a slice of bread from the loaf Amy made for his arrival. Amy finds herself laughing. Glad you talked to the cat, too. I'd begun to fear Goodwife Stringer would overhear me chatting like that and believe I was conversing with a demon. I don't know a soul that doesn't talk to their animals. They can't all be communing with the devil. Hal is laughing too now, and all those fears that had been building up disperse. Where's the honey? He asks as he slathers butter thickly on the bread. The sunlight falls over the sculpted contours of his face. Amy watches him, transfixed. Only a mother can be this fascinated by the ordinary actions of her offspring. She reflects too that a month ago there would have been no butter, and that makes for an additional satisfaction. Top shelf, she says, standing to reach up for it, but it's not there. That's odd. She's trying to remember where she last used it, when little Peter was sick, she thinks. I expect the children put it somewhere. Never mind. This bread and butter is so good it doesn't need it. She has the fleeting sense once again that someone has been in her house unbidden, but dismisses the thought. Hal is right. It's probably only one of the children. Here, have some. He hands her a slice, which she takes, sinking her teeth into its yielding surface. You always did make the best bread. They eat in silence for a while, enjoying the peace. Oh, I forgot to tell you, Will Seymour says he'll visit next month. He's away at present. Next month? The memory of his blast of rage forces itself on her once more, and her guilt catches like a spark in tinder. She wants to tell Hal to make some kind of excuse to put Will Seymour off. But like the extraction of a rotten tooth, she knows this confrontation is one she cannot avoid. She reassures herself with the fact that Will Seymour has been kind about her, that he instigated Hal's return, and at least he will be able to tell her what provoked such a change of heart. She will have the opportunity to ask his forgiveness. That is a reassuring thought. It is possible, even, that he will be able to shed some light on the absences in his wife's story. She has trawled the papers for clues, but has continued to find only silence. It is her forgiveness Amy craves, with the same species of hopeless yearning that a lover has for the unobtainable beloved in a sonnet. They hear someone calling her name outside. Hal is on his feet, unbolting and opening up the door with Amy behind him. Joyce! She is glad to see the girl. Had wanted Hal to make her acquaintance properly. Come in, we're about to eat. Have you eaten? Joyce makes a tentative step over the threshold. She is looking at her hands, which are clenched. Hal makes a little bow. A pleasure to see you again, Miss Mansfield. Amy smiles inwardly, watching Hal's feathers fluff up. It's Peter. Only then does Amy realize that something is not right. Joyce is too pale and has a haunted look about her. What is it, love? She puts an arm round the girl, but finds her stiff and unyielding. The Lord's taken him. But Amy can't make sense of it. He was all better. He took a turn and... She cannot seem to get the words out. It doesn't matter anyway how he died, just the hard fact of it. Oh, no, poor dear boy, poor you. Silent tears course down the girl's face. Amy takes her in her arms. Ma sent me to tell you. She said she knows how fond you are. Her voice cracks. How fond you were of him. Amy is thinking of that eager little boy, a sponge for knowledge. What a cruel world it is that would cut off his life before it has even begun. And the baby. The baby was sick too, wasn't she? Baby's fine, it's just... It's as if she can't bear to say his name. I think we should walk you home. Amy, without letting go of Joyce, pulls a wrap down from the hook and nods to Hal to come with them. The family is at prayer when they arrive, and Mistress Mansfield quietly invites them to join in. Her eyes are red and swollen. Amy has only ever seen her at church. They have never spoken, but she is warm as an old friend. Amy shrivels inwardly on thinking that she even considered, however desperate the circumstances, sleeping with this woman's husband. I know you did so much for him, she's saying. He spoke of you all the time. She leads the way into a chamber, and there he is, in his box. Amy can feel her tears welling at the sight of that coffin. So impossibly small, it might be a carton of oysters. His face is grey and pinched, and he is wearing his best suit of clothes. She can hardly bear to look, ransacks her mind for an explanation. but some things simply can't be explained.
Whitehall. As I arrived in the Queen's chambers, a sudden hush fell. I knew by the weight of the silence that the truncated topic of discussion had been about Will Seymour and me. Since my triumph before the Privy Council 2 months before, I had become indiscreet, feeling it mattered little if people knew we were courting. The gossip was inevitable, particularly given I was thought such an unlikely candidate for romance, and of course our difference in age provoked, if not quite scandal, then a good deal of curiosity. But I still harboured a secret. What wasn't known was that since Candlemas, 10 days past, we had been formally betrothed. Will Seymour came to my chambers, got on his knee, and, before witnesses, Doddridge, Bridget, Crompton, Margaret, and a Seymour cousin, Mr. Rodney, promised himself to me, and I to him. It would be disingenuous to say that I was not aware of the political implications of such a match, but in that moment my mind was not set on politics. It was set on liberty. It is true, the watchful part of me was well aware that one can never know which way the wheel of fortune will swing when it comes to the crown. So perhaps, as I made my promise, I held a minuscule hope for a turn of that wheel, even if only for the royal child we might eventually have produced. But we never talked of such a thing. Was it implicit in our actions? I cannot say, and nor can I speak for Will, though he did whisper, "Sometimes I wish you were not of royal blood, so you would know I wed you without aspirations." "You do not think my blood defines me, then?" I'd asked. He didn't answer. There was no answer to that. "But your youth makes you seek ideals." "I'm not so young that I do not know my own mind." I did not point out that age could bring with it less clarity of mind. What was clear, however, was that ambition was not foremost in either of our thoughts on that day, for everything was pushed to one side by that engrossing desire which had us in its clutches. I cannot remember the circumstances that melted our witnesses away, leaving the pair of us, my finger adorned with a pointed diamond, alone in a chamber with a bed. All clear memory has been clouded by the intensity of feelings as our two bodies collided, laces hastily loosened, clothes pulled up and aside. Giving way to my bestial nature, I could never have imagined the blissful sensations to be found therein, increased and stirred by the fact that we teetered at the edge of sin. There was a moment when William faltered, saying, "Ought we not to wait until we are truly wed?" "A betrothal is good enough in the eyes of God," I breathed. "There would be no waiting. You cannot postpone the tide." "Come and sit here with me, Lady Arbella," said Lucy Bedford, shuffling along the bench to make space. "Tell me, are you looking forward to tomorrow's masque?" She must have seen my hesitation, for she added, "We see so little of you these days." "You know how I like a quiet life and my books." "Not entirely a quiet life. No more noli me tangere, from what I hear," said Jane Drummond, causing the Queen to laugh and say she was glad to see I'd been enjoying myself for a change. Her smile seemed entirely genuine. There was no guile with Queen Anna. That was part of her charm, and perhaps also the reason her husband was so disenchanted with her. He may not have appreciated an educated woman, but a woman with a sharper wit might have turned his attention away, occasionally, from his beautiful boys. I was drawn into a game of cards, wagering pennies I could ill afford, though the bright beacon of my imminent inheritance had made me more relaxed about such things. The four of us played several rounds of Primero. Quick, deft Lucy Bedford won each game.
"Another round," said the Queen, "so I can gain back my losses. Your turn to deal, Arbella."
She passed me the cards. I began to peel off my gloves to better shuffle them.
"Is that a new ring?"
She had hold of my hand and was inspecting my finger.
"A diamond. A good one, too."
"It looks like a betrothal ring," said Jane Drummond. As the words left her mouth, the three of them fell silent, all gawping my way. I cursed the hot blush that meant I was going to have to give them an explanation.
"Are you betrothed?"
asked Lucy.
"To Will Seymour?"
From the side of my eye, I thought I saw Jane Drummond swipe an index finger across her throat, but when I turned her way, she had both hands folded in her lap.
A little romance is harmless enough, but a betrothal? I have permission. They were all aware of this, but I felt I needed to remind them, because doubt was printed all over their faces. Any British subject. But Seymour, said Lucy. He's so young. I don't think it's his youth that causes concern. Jane looked at the Queen for confirmation of this. I think you both rather suited with your shared love of books, and you have seemed so well of late. Queen Anna was twisting her pearls round a finger, which reminded me of grandmother, despite the kindness of her words. I felt myself wither slightly. I hope the king is of the same mind. She looked at me with something akin to pity. He knows, I presume. I have not sought to hide the fact. My face began to burn again, for that was not entirely true. Perhaps I ought to have given notice of my betrothal. And Salisbury, interjected Jane. What does he think? He has long been my champion. I have his blessing. I don't know why I continued to lie, when they all suspected Cecil was no great friend to me, unless it was convenient to him. Perhaps I believed that in the saying of it might somehow be rendered true. We intend to live a quiet life away from court. Away from court! Exclaimed Lucy Bedford, as if I'd said we were to go to the frozen wastelands of the north. We are not all as ebullient as you, said Jane Drummond. I think that sounds like a good idea. But I saw her swap a brief look of concern with Queen Anna. I began to feel unbalanced, as if the floor were listing like the deck of a ship in bad weather. I drew my gloves back on, hiding the evidence, and began to deal, fumbling with shrouded fingers. Lay down your wagers, I said. My voice was thin. There was movement at the door, and one of the king's ushers entered with a couple of pages in tow. The Queen sighed, as if she'd been disturbed in the middle of important business. Yes. I have a message of summons for the Lady Arbella. The company of women fell silent once more. A group of girls across the room dropped their needlework and began to gape. The rustle of fabric as Lucy Bedford covered her mouth with a hand seemed loud as thunder. Go with her, Jane, said Queen Anna. I stood. That won't be necessary. I sounded curt and didn't mean to. I was grateful for her kindness, but my prevailing thought was my need to appear impervious to what I was about to face. Will was kneeling before the king when we arrived, and various privy councillors were gathered. Prince Henry sat under the canopy of state beside his father, and offered me a discreet half-smile as I joined Will on my knees. There was no smile from the king. His expression was more one of irritation. I thought perhaps he was still unwell, for his skin had a yellow tinge to it, and the whites of his eyes were bloodshot. I glanced towards Will, whose gaze was fixed on the floor. It struck me that we had the appearance of a bride and groom before a chaplain. His anxiety betrayed itself in the way he clenched and unclenched his jaw, making a pulse visible in his cheek. I wanted to touch him, to feel his flesh under my fingers, to tell him that I was strong enough for both of us. He couldn't bring himself to look at me. Perhaps you would like to explain to me why I have heard rumours that the pair of you are betrothed. The king held me hard with his eyes. Cecil was watching Will closely, and I wondered if he thought him the softer target. I would never seek, began Will, but I spoke over him. I had your Majesty's permission. Any loyal British subject. The floor was listing again, and I sensed nausea pressing at my gut. And without my inheritance... I paused, took a breath. It is normal that I should seek a husband of similar standing. Of similar standing, perhaps. Cousin, you are a woman of learning. He said it with a look of distaste. But you seem to lack common sense in choosing to match yourself with a man of royal lineage. I found myself dumb, unable to find a defence. I smell foul intentions, said Cecil. The group of councillors shuffled. Uncle Gilbert was struggling to hide his anger towards Cecil, and I thought I saw the prince throw a brief, sharp look his way too. So the chamber was divided, clearly. Will began again. I would never wilfully seek to disobey your Majesty's wishes. I was of the mind that being nothing more than a younger son with little influence, there would be no impediment. It was I who intruded upon the Lady Arbella on Candlemas Day, with nothing in my thoughts but to raise my own fortunes by attachment to a lady of great virtue and honour. It was all my own doing, my own ambition. The Lady Arbella has done nothing, agreed to nothing. There is no betrothal, merely a statement of intention that can easily be undone. I wanted to shout at him, shake him, make him tell the truth, no matter the consequences. But I remained speechless, bewildered that he could so easily undo all we had by its denial. Was he trying to protect me? Was it out of fear for himself, I wondered, or for love for me? "You say you intruded upon her on Candlemas," said Cecil. "And on what prior occasions?" "That was the first time." Will's reply was so steady, so emphatic. I hadn't imagined he could be so accomplished in perjury, but then again, it was essentially true. It had been the first time he intruded upon me, upon my body in a literal sense. "And since?" It was Cecil again. He flicked sharply at some invisible fleck on his shoulder. Someone in the room was cracking their knuckles. "Twice only, at Fleet Street and at Cannon Row." I battled against a surge of impressions, the smell of our bodies together, the fleshly sensations, forcing them out of my head. The king shifted in his seat with a groan. He met my eyes momentarily with a venomous look. I supposed he didn't like to be wrong, for he knew as well as I that he had given his permission for my betrothal, and most of the men who stood in that chamber had been witness to the fact. A sudden shaft of sun pierced the February cloud, spilling through the window over my future husband and me. It would have been impossible not to see the pair of us haloed in glorious light. I wanted to cry out, "See, even God approves!" All at once I felt girded, determined to leave the chamber with specific and public consent for my intended marriage. Before I had the chance to form my appeal, Will began to speak. "There is neither promise of marriage contract, nor any other engagement whatsoever between the lady and myself, nor was there any marriage intended." I began to collapse inside. He was abandoning me. "Unless your Majesty's gracious favour and approbation might have been gained therein. It was always our intention to obtain such approval before proceeding to any conclusion. I am your Majesty's loyal and humble servant, and beg your gracious pardon." He stopped. I glanced over at him. The shaft of sun had gone, and he was cast in shadow, with a scrunch of fear between those sad grey eyes. His forebears were weighing heavily on him, I supposed. Catherine Grey haunting me once more. I knew what would happen next, knew well enough that with my cousin it was vital to stand one's ground, and Will hadn't. I opened my mouth to speak, an attempt to salvage some hope, but the king spoke first. "And you, cousin?" I knew full well he wasn't asking for my opinion, but was waiting for me to also beg forgiveness. I couldn't bear to do so when I felt I had done no wrong. His impatience registered in the tap of his fingernail on the arm of his chair. Tap, tap, tap. "If your Majesty is of the mind that I have erred, then I too—" "No!" he interjected. "A full admission of wrongdoing." Prince Henry flashed his father a weighted look, and I had the momentary fantasy of a time in the future with that boy on the throne. He would give me my freedom, my inheritance, my marriage. I had no doubt of it. I mumbled something to the effect that I was at fault, grovelled a little. "That's more like it." The king smiled freely, seemed genuinely pleased. "If it was a lack of funds that forced you into such a hasty match, then we shall ensure something is done about that, won't we, Salisbury?" He turned to Cecil, who nodded in assent. "Give it time, cousin. There need be no great rush to the altar." I wanted to ask what he meant by that, whether it was a concession to postponement. He continued, "We understand that you do not want to wed beneath your station. A little time, that is all." A mote of hope settled in me. He held out his hand. I shuffled forward, stooping to plant a kiss on it, and he ran his fingers over my cheek. His exhausted yellow eyes revealed a softness, kindness even. "It's settled, then." My gaze briefly met Prince Henry's, and he made an almost imperceptible nod. "You may take your leave," stated Cecil. The ray of sun had shifted onto him, rendering the dense black of his velvet doublet denser still.
making his chain of office gleam. I could tell he believed me defeated, but he hadn't seen that indulgent look in the king's eyes. Will and I stood and reversed a few steps before turning, as if in a dance. The door swung open, and the guards let us pass. Will didn't say a word, not even out of earshot. He looked crushed. I wanted to take his shoulders and rattle him until he found his fight. I wanted to grab him and pull him into a corner, force myself on him. We stopped at the top of the stairs. "So," I said, "what now?" "I can't." He still wouldn't look me in the eye. My heart was being tugged at painfully as if caught on a nail. "You can't what? Did you not hear him when he said, 'a little time'?" "You've misunderstood his meaning, Belle." "No, you are wrong. You didn't see the look in his eye." But as I said it, I began to question whether I had imagined that look, imagined the sympathy in my cousin's tone. "I can't do as my grandfather did. Look what happened to Catherine Grey. I will not let the same thing happen to you." "I am not Catherine Grey. I am different. This is different. The king has 2 male heirs, 2 sons of his body. Elizabeth had none. It's not the same." "My family has lived in the wilderness for 3 generations. His eyes were glossy with distress. "I can't." "Have you forgotten your father was desperate to get us to the altar at any cost?" "But my grandfather—" "Since when were you in Hertford's pocket?" I touched his hand, but he pulled it away. A brutal gesture. "I will not jeopardize your safety." He sounded strong then and stalwart. He waited several moments for my response. "Go then," is what I said. What was I supposed to do? Get on my knees and beg as women do in plays? Weep and wail and prostrate myself, threaten to take my own life? Despair taunted me as I watched him descend the steps in silence. When he had turned the corner at the bottom, I whispered, "But I love you," understanding only then the preposterous of such an emotion. Love was God's great joke on humanity, a means to reduce us to lunacy, chasing our own tails in its name. It was that Seymour cousin, Mr. Rodney, who came to my rooms later that evening, begging to see me. I refused him, told Doddridge to say I was suffering from a headache, which I was, flares of pain and zigzags of light dancing before my eyes, which necessitated lying in the dark. "He comes with a message from Seymour," said Doddridge. "Insists that he has been instructed to deliver it in person directly to you." I jumped on the possibility that William had had a change of heart and felt a twinge of optimism. I heard Rodney enter. "Do you mind the dark?" I said, assuming Doddridge had explained. I pulled myself up, but the throbbing in my head intensified. Doddridge, as if reading my mind, placed a large pillow behind me, which I sank back into, closing my eyes and pressing my fingers to my temples. "Show me the letter, then." I imagined Will's familiar handwriting. "I regret my earlier harshness, dearest one. It is not a letter, as such, but something to read out to you." My optimism began to eke away. "Would you like me to leave?" asked Doddridge. "For God's sake, no." I heard Rodney's footsteps traverse the chamber, the rustle of paper, and opened my eyes to see his dark outline tight by the window against a chink of light, where he had opened a crack in the hangings to read. He cleared his throat and began. "Mr. William Seymour has tasked me with conveying his thoughts." I could take in only fragments. "Prejudicial to your contentment. Extremely dangerous to his safety. He humbly desires your ladyship to desist from your intended resolution concerning him." There was nothing familiar about the tone, nothing I recognised of Will. "These are not his words. This is Hertford. Tell me I am right, Mr. Rodney." "I fear, my lady, you are not. I watched Mr. Seymour write them himself." He sounded apologetic, and I understood that the task he had been set was distasteful to him. There was pity in his voice. I didn't want pity. "May I continue?" he asked. I wanted to say I had heard enough, but I suppose I held a forlorn hope that there might be some note of tenderness in his message. The sliver of brightness from the window seared into my head like a hot knife. I shut my eyes once more, but the flicker of light and jabbing pain persisted. Go on. He resolves on his part to no longer trouble you with this matter, and has no doubt that your ladyship will find someone more fitting to your station. I wanted to put my fingers in my ears and hum to shut him out. Whilst he will seek a meaner match. More fitting to my station, I whispered, not intending to say it out loud. I wonder who that would be, given my station is so elevated. I was grateful for Doddridge's reassuring presence, but nothing, no one could prevent my inner collapse. Mr. Rodney carefully folded up the paper, slid it out of sight in his doublet, and stood waiting for my response. You may go, I said. My voice was small. Is there nothing you wish me to convey to Mr. Seymour, my lady? There it was again, the pity, making me prickle with anger. No, I said. But then, just as Rodney was at the door, I added, Tell him that as long as he is Hertford's mouthpiece, his words fall on deaf ears. When he had gone, I took my betrothal ring from my finger and gave it to Doddridge. Take this to Cheapside and see what it fetches. 3 months crept by with interminable sloth, and it had become increasingly hard to wear a public face of forced jollity when my inner world was in smithereens. I had expected the sense of loss to lessen in time, but my devastation, rather than diminishing, seemed to burgeon as the days went by, and all I had to shore myself up were the hunger pangs that I had once more befriended. My health was suffering, and I carried round an almost permanent feeling of nausea and faintness. Bridget was concerned. She tried to hide it, but it was etched all over her, and much to her frustration I refused to let her call for Dr. Mountford. She had started to pilfer cuts of white meat and manchet bread from the Queen's kitchens and pitchers of light broth, which she would try to persuade me to sip in small spoonfuls. I could bear none of it.
Your costume for the mask has arrived,
said Bridget, as I returned from a wearisome afternoon in the Queen's chambers. My heart guttered at the thought of parading myself before the entire court, wearing the hideous garment lying on the bed. Every surface of it was cluttered with embroidery, rattling with pearls and shells and fingers of coral, layered with gossamer flounces, tailed with floating ribbons. It had cost what I paid Bridget for a year's service.
You'd better try it on, she added, in case it needs altering.
If only I could find a way to avoid participating. I imagined all the eyes of the court on me, boring into me, mocking the king's spinster cousin in her gaudy outfit. Mutton dressed as lamb, they would whisper behind their hands, without mate and without estate.
It will only be for an hour, my lady.
Bridget began to help me out of my clothes. It's never only an hour. There will be an eternity of feasting and dancing in its wake.
Could you claim illness?
She held up the costume for me to step into and began to fasten the skirts.
It would not be a lie.
I must be there for the prince's sake. On the previous day, Henry had been invested as Prince of Wales, the first in 100 years. The crowds had been jubilant, but the king had found it hard to hide his displeasure at his son's popularity. I'd seen it in the tight set of his mouth. There had been a scuffle with some Catholic recusants after the ceremony. The old fear had returned a few weeks prior when a papist assassinated the French king, causing an invisible vapour of paranoia to seep once more through the corridors of England's royal palaces. But the mask was to be in the prince's honour, and to please that dear boy I would wear my costume, however ridiculous it made me.
I don't understand, Bridget said behind me. This thing will not do up.
She was tugging the panels of my bodice.
I gave the tailor your measurements. He can't have got it so wrong.
He must have muddled them with those of someone else. All of a sudden she gasped. I turned. She had both hands clapped over her face, only a pair of eyes, round with shock, peeping out above. What is it?
Mary, Mother of God!
She crossed herself, and then repeated it as if to be sure, and slumped onto the corner of the bed. Be careful, I whispered. You don't want to advertise your faith at present. You never know who might have an ear to the door.
But, my lady, you have missed your courses.
I don't know why that is of consequence.
I wriggled out of the costume, annoyed by her excessive response to a badly cut dress. I rarely bleed, you are well aware of that.
But the nausea, and now this.
She pointed to me, standing there in nothing but my shift.
How could I have been so daft? I should have realised.
You think I'm... A little snort of derisive laughter escaped from my mouth. I'd always suspected the conception of children might be difficult for someone like me. I didn't bleed like other women. My body was different, sharp and formless, a hostile place to incubate an infant. But slowly, as the first cup of wine brings a feeling of giddiness only after the second has been drunk, I began to see the truth of what she was thinking. All at once I became aware of my body, heavy through my feet, into the floor as if the boards might bend under its weight, my breasts aching and swollen, my belly no longer that familiar convex landscape with its jutting escarpments, but gently undulating. Oh, God! Harshly and silently I berated myself for my wilful ignorance, and sunk down beside her on the bed. What will I do?
You must wed.
Panic began to buffet me. I lay back and tried to fix my gaze on the button into which the bed canopy was gathered at its centre, as if it would hold me steady.
If only...
I began, but stopped. If only what? If only I had been a different person, had a different life, was not raised behind glass, was not that wooden puppet in the hands of a dead queen. I could not regret giving myself to him, for those were some of the few moments in my life that rang true. I stared at the button, seeking an answer. The king said, "Give it time." What do you think he meant by that? I don't know what use I thought asking her would be, for I already knew he hadn't meant 3 months when he'd said time. Indeed, what he probably hoped for was that with time my intentions would turn to another. He was not to know that I had already given myself to Will, all of me, body and soul, that I had let loose my bestial other, that it was too late. The watching part of me said, "I told you so."
I suppose that means he is not entirely against it.
Yes, Bridget. I sat bolt upright. That's right, not entirely against it. I reached over her for my writing box, took out a sheet of paper and uncorked the ink. Its vinegar whiff sent my stomach into a roll. I straightened the quill tip, dipped it and scrawled a note. Come to me at once. It is a matter of the utmost importance, a matter that will change the course of both our lives. Find Crompton or Doddridge and ask that they deliver this in person to Mr. Seymour. Bridget bustled off on her mission. I went to the window, opened it, and took several deep breaths to calm my queasiness, surprised to see that everything was as normal out there when my whole world was in chaos. A man in a crumpled hat pulled a handcart piled with dung. A milkmaid balanced 2 buckets on a yoke. A party of young men, courtiers, judging by their clothes, ambled by, stopping to watch the milkmaid pass. She blew a frond of hair away from her face, out of the side of her mouth. One of the boys whistled. She walked on. The boy began to follow her, his friends geeing him up. She turned, milk swilling over the lip of her bucket, leaving a dark patch in the dust. "Leave me be!" "Just a kiss," he said. "My par'll butter his knife in you." The boys laughed and walked away. As I waited, I was surprised to be visited by a tentative sense of hope. I could not be denied my marriage. It was God's will. If an infant had been planted in the hostile regions of my body, then God's will was at work, and my cousin would recognise such a blessing. Surely he was more concerned with the fear of Catholic plots, of assassinations, than of his spinster cousin getting wed. I thought of the infant sprouting deep inside, a miraculous thing, a royal thing, whispered the watching part of me. I understood fully then the power generated by 2 bloodlines commingling, and the danger of it, like saltpetre and flame. It was as if my life was opening up, offering a vista of my future, and the future of the seed germinating in the core of my body. I imagined telling Will, the joy blossoming over his face, feeling his arms about me, his whisper in my ear, "My darling Belle, I could never love you more than I do at this moment." I was beset suddenly by an all-consuming hunger. Bridget had left me a plate of bread and cheese.
I fell on it, stuffing great mouthfuls into my maw, washing it down with small beer, swigged back straight from the pitcher, munching, chomping, relishing the tang of the cheese, my taste buds inflamed, then soothed by the plain yeasty calm of the bread. The plate clanged to the floor, scattering remains which I gathered on my hands and knees, ramming them into my mouth until every last crumb was gone. I was brought so low I might have licked the matting and still hankered for more, looking into the anteroom to see if there were any leftovers waiting to be cleared away, ransacking the place, finding only a few sugar comfits forgotten in the bottom of a paper cone. They stuck to my teeth, cloyed in my mouth, filling my senses with a glorious sweetness. I collapsed into a chair and succumbed once more to the familiar roiling nausea, which came in waves, regretting my rash episode of gluttony as each one crashed against me. I closed my eyes, taking slow, deep breaths. The latch jerked me out of my torpor, and there he was, entering the room, wearing the look, in his sad grey eyes, of a condemned man. I heaved myself out of the chair, wanting to meet him on a level.
"I shouldn't be here,"
he said. His voice was hoarse.
"What is it?"
He was trying to sound firm, but I sensed the tenderness beneath his surface and knew I would not have to dig far to get to it. "God has made his mind up for us." I smiled and put my hand on his sleeve. He didn't pull back, but nor did he quite reciprocate, just stood still, not meeting my eyes, his inner conflict apparent in the rigidity of his jaw and the slight tremor I felt beneath my touch.
"What do you mean?"
"I mean, we have made an infant, you and I." It seemed to take a moment to settle in. His eyes widened as if something had startled him. Then he dropped like a dead weight into the chair and sank his face into his hands, murmuring, "Oh, Christ!" "Look at me!" I snapped. "Where are your guts?" He looked up and I slapped him smartly across the cheek. He held his palm to his face in shock, and then took my hands and pulled me down onto his lap.
"I'm so filled with shame. I wanted to defy them all, but I was afraid."
"Shh." I stroked his hair and rested my head on his shoulder. It takes courage to admit one's fear. I had heard someone say that once. It doesn't matter now, for we don't have a choice.
"I thought I would die of longing for you."
We were wed on the 21st day of June in my chambers at Greenwich Palace, making our vows in front of 6 witnesses. Not a soul would be able to deny our nuptials and deem our offspring illegitimate. The following morning I began to bleed. Will believed he had dislodged our baby in the consummation of our marriage. No matter how I tried to convince him that no fault lay at his door, I was unable to pull him from his sorrow. For myself, I could not find a way to grieve for such an abstraction, a thing so small and invisible, nothing more than a clot, a thing that had served its purpose in bringing us together, a thing God had chosen to take back. "There will be more infants," I told him, and whispered stories of how our life would be, the children we would have, the home we would live in, how the gardens would grow and which books would adorn the shelves of our library. "We have each other." And slowly my husband emerged. His love for me made mine seem paltry, but I loved him in my own way. I still do, very much. Tap, tap, tap. The renovations continue beneath my rooms. My head swirls. I put my quill down on the desk. I have amassed a stack of written paper and wondered if anyone will ever be able to decipher my scrawl. Blocks of it half scratched through, crossed out and written over, up into the margins, asterisks and arrows here and there for guidance. Am I the only one with the key that unlocks my inky marks? Bridget is sewing quietly at the other window. I see her glances flick my way. She is concerned about me. I have lived with her long enough to interpret those looks. But of course it is not Bridget. Bridget is no longer with me. Perhaps I might stop telling my story at this point. It seems fitting for it to end in marriage. Unless it is a tragedy, of course. What did Aristotle say about it? I listen for Starkey, but his whisper is very faint. Does he say, "Happy endings satisfy ignorance"? I don't know what he means. Beyond the window, on the lip of the opposite roof, a squabbling flock of pigeons has gathered. My hand is cramped from writing. I hold it up, fingers spread, smutted with ink. My wedding ring is loose. I have a sudden fear that it might slide off my finger unnoticed and fall between a crack in the boards. I take it off, kiss it, and cache it away in my bag of treasures. When I look back on that time at Cannon Row, the spell they call the honeymoon, the cocoon time before our marriage became public, I think of it as my moment in paradise.
Clerkenwell. Amy's thoughts keep returning to Lady Arbella's baby that never was. Had she not been carrying that child, it seems clear that the marriage would never have been. Was it God's intervention, she wonders? But there is so much she cannot find a way to understand about the mysterious actions of God. Little Peter's death, for example. The vicar had rolled out all the usual excuses at the funeral. How it is a great fortune to be called on by the Lord so young, to be one of the chosen few. Amy had her doubts about that, just as she had her doubts about God's intervention in Lady Arbella's marriage, given the ultimate outcome of that event. The usual precedent for such stories of misery is the trials of Job. But Amy refuses to see Lady Arbella's relentless adversity as a test of faith. It seems to her too convenient an explanation. It occurs to her that such thoughts, not exactly doubts, but a questioning of the Scriptures certainly, would make her even more the subject of market gossip were they voiced aloud. Her mind swirls around ideas of how to depict the absence of that infant. She reads the scrawled fragment once more, the text spike with unexpressed sadness. An abstraction, a thing so small and invisible, nothing more than a clot. She writes a few lines of verse, but screws the paper up, tossing it aside, standing and picking up her wrap with the intention of taking some air to clear her head. But as she opens the door, Goodwife Stringer is upon her, pushing her with some force back inside. The woman shuts the door and stands, feet apart, back to it, looking at Amy with what can only be described as disgust. "What in heaven's name are you doing?" says Amy, her outrage simmering. "There are one or two things you need to explain." Only then does Amy notice that several other people are outside, looking in through the window like ghouls. Goodwife Stringer's arms are folded firmly over her bosom. "I don't have to explain anything at all to you," she says, wishing to God that Hal was still about. But she supposes that Goodwife Stringer has waited for his departure to make this confrontation. She stands her ground, despite the fear filtering up her body. "As a friend," the woman's voice is smooth with insincerity, "I feel I have to warn you." "Warn me about what?" "The Mansfield boy that died. They are saying it was the work of the devil." "For pity's sake, who's saying such a thing? The poor child was sick." "What's this?" Goodwife Stringer is inexplicably crouching to pick something up off the floor, and Amy realizes with a jolt of dread that it is the scribbled verse about the miscarried baby, which could so easily be open to misinterpretation. In silence, the woman opens up the paper, casting her gaze over it. Amy's heart thuds. "What does it say?" she asks, and Amy realizes with a gush of relief that of course she can't read well enough to decipher it. It's only a rather poor piece of verse. Goodwife Stringer lets the sheet float back to the floor. "And how do you explain this?" She rummages in her apron and pulls something out. "My honey jar," Amy exclaims. "What are you doing with that?" "Do you think me a cretin? This is no honey jar." "Of course it is." Amy is in a tangle of confusion. She can hear the people outside murmuring. She prays for Hal's return, but he won't be back until late, for he has a performance tonight. "You dosed the boy with this?" "Yes, to soothe his throat. He was suffering from the croup." Amy steps forward to take the jar, and it slips from her fingers, falling, breaking open, golden honey seeping out over the dirt floor. They both stand in silence looking at the mess, until Goodwife Stringer says, "You know as well as I that it's a witch bottle." What in heaven's name is a witch bottle? They said you would deny it, but everyone knows you've bewitched Mr. Mansfield and seen to it that the boy died because of what he knew of your wickedness. This is utter madness. Her mind is flailing as she realizes that the force of imagination can make invented things appear real, and if people believe it, then it will be so. Goodness knows, as a writer, she should be aware of that. She can't help remembering the poor woman hanged as a witch a few weeks ago, how all the locals had been thrilled by the occasion, and is suddenly cold to the bone. She looks up to see Edwin Mansfield standing in the open door, and others behind him, neighbours, people she recognises from the market. Panic begins to take hold. "Edwin," her voice is pathetic, pleading. "Tell her she is wrong." But Edwin turns tail and is gone.
Cannon Row and Lambeth. They came for Will first. There were two of them, whom I knew vaguely from court. They were polite, as if it was a social visit. Will offered them French wine from his cellar, which they accepted. We sat around the table and Rodney poured it out into the glass drinking vessels. He'd had to wipe the dust from them, so rarely were they used. They were all smiling and making light conversation, but I was aware of a number of henchmen outside, more than would be normal for anything but an arrest. "Why have you come?" I asked, not caring if my baldness was rude. "The Privy Council would like a word with." He looked back and forth between Will and me. "Your husband." Will stood, saying, "Let's go then," seeming thankfully uncowed by what he was to face. Rodney helped him on with his boots and cape, and they were gone, their wine barely touched. From the window I watched them mount their horses and leave. I stayed there, pressing my skin against the cold glass, hoping against hope to discover that some mistake had been made. I waited for several hours, just me and my watching self, refusing to move until Bridget prized me away and into the bedchamber. I lay awake all night, with each sound, horses passing, the rumble of a cart, the bark of a dog, giving rise to hope and leaving grim disappointment in its wake. I lit a candle and unfolded the square of parchment containing the lock of stolen hair, bringing it to my nose in an attempt to capture the ghost of his scent. Time crept until eventually the cock started to crow and the servants began to bustle about. A boy was whistling in the yard and the cook was banging pots below. Just as I was dressed, they came for me. I didn't make any pretence. Just got my things. Asked Crumpton to tell the groom to ready Dorcas and Doddridge to take care of Ruff. How simple a dog's life is. If I had the chance to come back, I would choose to come as a dog. I don't remember the route we took, can barely remember being up before the Privy Council, only that they wanted to know why Will had denied we were wed. I can only suppose he was afraid, I told them, and gave specific details about the ceremony, who had witnessed it, which chaplain married us, and held out my hand so they could all hum and ha over the ring. The king seethed as I defended my husband, and both Nottingham and Uncle Gilbert looked desperate with concern. I knew there was nothing they could do to help me. The king said, "Mr. Seymour will have plenty of time to ponder on whether it was a wise decision to defy us, now he is in the Tower." I flinched inside, but would let nothing show on my exterior. Just fixed my gaze on my glowering cousin to show I was not afraid. I noticed on the faces of the council that none agreed with the king's harsh response to my marriage. Even Cecil looked apologetic and dipped his head sympathetically as he told me, "You are to be taken into the custody of Sir Thomas Parry at Lambeth." Not the Tower for me, then. My tone was glib. It didn't suit the occasion, and several of the council looked at me with pity. I remembered hearing that when Catherine Grey was in the Tower, and Hertford held there too, they contrived to spend time together, must have bribed the guards, and conceived their second infant there. I supposed my cousin was ensuring that such a thing did not occur again. It seemed my life was unfolding in a similar pattern to that ghost of mine, whether I wanted it or not. It was only then, thinking of Catherine Grey and the baby she had birthed in the Tower, who was the father of my husband, that I thought of that sprout of a child Will and I had made, and truly mourned it. All at once my emotions were coming at me like musket fire, and I felt a shortness of breath, as if the floor might suddenly be pulled out from under me. I wanted to tell them we had wed for that infant, but couldn't bring the words to the surface. Cecil approached as I was being led out. "I'm sorry," he said. I wanted to ask if he was sorry for everything, the betrayal that took my throne from me and gave it to another, for his duplicity, or just for failing to persuade the king to offer me lenience on that day. "Your apology is worth little if you cannot shore it up with action," I said with grandmother's voice. He seemed downcast. Perhaps he felt guilty. I hoped so. It was Nottingham who took my arm and guided me down the privy steps to the pier. "I'm so very sad it has come to this, my dear. The king had made his mind up. There was nothing I could do." He helped me into Sir Thomas Parry's awaiting barge. Nottingham looked old. He was old, I supposed. He had already seemed ancient when he'd taken me under his wing at the trial in Winchester 7 years before. 7 years in the purgatory of court. Uncle Gilbert rushed down to the pier just as I was embarking. "I will petition him," he said, breathless from running. "I'll get a word to your aunt, too. We will do everything we can." I looked out into the water, watching the oars slap and suck, thinking of William downriver in the tower, imagining what might happen if I slid into the depths, whether my clothes would be heavy enough, clogged with wet, to drag me under. If it had been winter, I might have gone quickly, my body paralysed with cold, but it was July and balmy, the oarsmen were singing and people waved, doffing their caps to see Sir Thomas's barge go by. My first thought, on arriving at Sir Thomas's Lambeth house, was to get word to Will. I knew that Mistress Lanyard used a laundry maid who was occasionally employed at the Tower in some capacity. She had mentioned her once as being a magician with ink spots on linen. With this in mind, I hoped she might be able to find a way to get my letter through without arousing suspicion, for any letter sent by the usual channels would be sure to be read. Of all the people I knew, I believed Mistress Lanyard had sufficient mettle. Moreover, she was not part of the court. No one would think to question her. I wrote a short missive to Will, telling him where I was and insisting that he did not lose faith. "I will appeal to my cousin, and you must do so also. Hold hope that we will be reunited before long. Your ever-loving wife, Arbella Seymour." A little splinter of defiance burrowed its way into me on writing my name thus. I folded my letter inside a note of explanation for Mistress Lanyard and asked Crompton to deliver it to her in Bishopsgate. "You seem more buoyant than I might have expected, given the circumstances," he said. "My cousin only wants to make an example of me, that is all," I said, and it was what I believed. But there was that other part of me, a darker self, the self without hope, who had imagined being swallowed into the wet jaws of the Thames only an hour before. My letter found its way to Will, for there was a reply in my hands even before Bridget and Margaret had unpacked our things.
"Thank the Lord to have news of you, my dear sweet wife, and to know that you have not sunk into despair. Your word has invested my desolation with a glimmer of light. Do not worry yourself on my account, for I am not under close guard. I have pleasant rooms, Rodney is with me, and I have the run of the courtyard gardens and frequent visits from my brother Francis. I shall petition His Majesty on both our parts, appeal to his belief in the holy institution of marriage. You may well be right in saying he only intends to make an example of us, and will give us our liberty if we show sufficient humility and remorse. We must have patience, my love. I live only for the moment that I can be in your sweet company once more. Your faithful and ever-loving husband, in this life and the next, W.S. A.D. 1610, on the 9th day of the month of July.
Summer gave way to autumn, and my hands became cramped with writing letters of appeal. It was as if the forward trajectory of my existence was to be ever frustrated, with time folding back on itself, back to the Hardwick of 1603, and my pleas to Elizabeth, begging her clemency. The King's pity was not forthcoming, and Queen Anna, though she privately supported me, regretted that she could not disobey her husband. But I held on to the last vestiges of my hope. Other letters passed up and down the Thames, from the Tower to Lambeth, which were surely passed over by Cecil's eyes. They contained the banal details of our health, with exclamations of affection between husband and wife and little more. But they served to conceal another correspondence, secret missives, sent with the help of Mistress Lanier, in which we plotted our escape. Will would contrive to substitute himself with another. He would receive a visit from his brother Francis, whom I had never met. They would swap clothes. He would slip out in plain sight and take a barge to Lambeth, where we would spend the night together. I drew a plan of the house, marking the best route to my rooms, and told him the shifts of the gatekeepers, which ones liked to doze off after a shared flagon of ale. I was not tightly guarded. Everybody knew that, like my husband, I was too easily recognised to make an attempt at escape. It was all mere fantasy, a fiction with which we buoyed our spirits, but it was a dangerous fiction, and those letters were to be burned on reading. The days became short. The hours of light truncated, and the lonely night stretched out unbearably. I lay awake, acutely aware of the passage of time, my life passing unused, as if I were a splendid suit of clothes never worn, left to fade and become food for moths. I sat often at the window, fur-wrapped against the winter chill, watching the moonlight on the river and the dark silhouettes of the boat slipping by, like barks on the Styx. I talked to my ghosts, to the Scottish Queen and dear Starkey and Catherine Grey. How was it, I would ask them, in the moment you met your end? Were you afraid? On one such night I saw a small craft slip up to the bank that abutted the gardens, not to the pier but another place hidden in the rushes. I heard a whistle, then a response, a slight rustling, the faint crunch of steps. I felt my breath catch in my throat as my imagination grasped at things, the whisper and the click of a door below, and then nothing, just the usual night sounds, the creak of the old house breathing, and the distant shouts of the rivermen. The door to my chamber sighed, and there was Bridget, confusing me, as I had thought her asleep in the truckle bed, lighting a candle from the embers of the fire. Will was with her. I thought I'd surprise you. I stood and reached out my hand, expecting it to pass right through him, but it met with the woolen surface of his cape, and then with the warm, ungloved flesh of his fingers. "How?" I whispered. "Francis is asleep in the tower. It was easy, almost too easy." "Your brother Francis?" He nodded. "We are uncommonly alike." My first thought, even before thoughts of love, was of escape. "Let's flee now. Take a boat upriver." But as I said it, I realised that there was nowhere to go in England where we would not be found, unless we were to live out our days in a priest-hole. "Come, Belle, we must not lose hope of the King's mercy. You said it yourself. In time he will give us our freedom." "But if we need to, it is good to know—" I stopped myself, as if saying it might curse things. "Good to know, yes, but we will not need to." I was then beset with a pressing concern. "But you will have to return. How will you get back in without causing suspicion?" "Vex not, Belle." I was unaccustomed to being the one who needed reassurance, and it occurred to me that Will's imprisonment had made a man of him. "It is all planned. Mistress Lanier, what a woman she has turned out to be, such resourcefulness. She will meet me in the morning, and we will go in together with the laundry cart. I will pose as my brother Francis, and she will be a woman come to bring me fresh linens. The laundry is the means by which your letters come to me." "What if—" I began, but he silenced me with a kiss. Every night I yearned for his return, but he didn't come. The risk was too great, and if we were to ever gain clemency from my cousin, we had to be seen to be compliant. I knew before the month was up that we had made another infant. I recognised the symptoms that I had so wilfully ignored on the previous occasion. I ate ravenously, so much so that Lady Parry began to comment. "Goodness, anyone would think you were eating for two," she said at the dinner table one day. "You shall have to curb that appetite once Advent is upon us." She was a twitchy, bird-like woman who, I could tell, didn't like the warmth with which her husband treated me. Hers was a frosty demeanour that paid correct respect to my status but little else. She picked at her own food in a manner I recognised, eating almost nothing yet giving the opposite impression. I noticed Doddridge's eyes shift about the chamber and wondered what he knew, whether Bridget had told him something, and felt a prickle of panic.
Had the fellow who mans the jakes seen Bridget emptying out the pans of morning vomit? Had Lady Parry's seamstress noticed the inserts Margaret had sewn into my dresses? My gluttony had been noticed. It was only a matter of time before everything else became apparent. It struck me then, something I had refused to entertain, that the end result of my condition would force some kind of change upon the king. But what that change would be was impossible to know. I didn't dare write to Will with news of it, for fear of the letter falling into the wrong hands. What could he have done anyway, save fall to despair? As time went by and the curious looks of the Parry household became hard to disregard, the impossible nature of my situation began to crystallize, casting shadows of doubt where there had been such a sense of optimism only weeks before. I stopped eating, rediscovering my own discipline, as if I could overcome my condition that way. It created strange competition with Lady Parry. "Here, my lady," she would say, passing a great dish of sweetmeats my way. "These are most delicious." "No, you first, I insist," was my reply, in the full knowledge that etiquette dictated she do my bidding. I watched her take one and nibble at its surface. If you'd seen her expression, you'd have thought it poison, not sugar. "Delicious," she said through tight-drawn lips. "Will you take one?" She held the dish towards me. I looked at the confections, coloured like an array of summer fruits, impossibly pretty. "I think I won't." Her distress was my triumph. Surely no one could compete with me when it came to the resistance of temptation. It was a desperate attempt to arrest my body's disobedience, its unbidden swelling, its new unwanted plumpness, and in my lucid moments, which became increasingly few and far between, I understood that I was treading on the very lip of my sanity. It alarmed me greatly when I thought that only death would see me out of my situation. That thought lurked permanently in the shadows. With hindsight, it was inevitable that my harpies would return at a time of such great fear and vexation, and so they did, with their ruthless pecking and the excruciating pain, the delirium and the fever and my waters red as wine. Bridget called for Dr. Mountford, administering the familiar tincture while awaiting his arrival. She was as well acquainted with those harpies as I, and knew the only respite from them lay in that cordial which loosed me entirely from reality. By the time I was sent up before the king to account for the rumours that I was carrying an infant, I no longer was, though I only knew it was so because Bridget told me. When I began to bleed, she said that I was so loosed from my sanity I couldn't tell the difference between my waters and the blood. The second loss confirmed my belief that my body was not well designed to harbour an infant safely. Was it too cold, I asked myself, too sharp in there? I barely felt the pain of it then. Perhaps I was afraid to give vent to my weakness, even to myself, but now the anguish over those lost babies is manifested in a profound and unrelenting wretchedness. Tap, tap, tap. Perhaps it is my babies knocking. "So, cousin," said the king, "what can you say about all this talk?" I could barely hold myself upright and begged for a support. Someone dragged over a prayer stand. I knelt and imagined for a brief moment that I was before God. "I am not with child," I said, knowing only that I was free from the sin of a lie, unable to make sense of anything else. The Privy Council appeared as a host of angels, and I believed myself delivered from life. But then I found I was back in the barge with the bitter winter wind cutting through my coat, and the ice-cold water flicking from the oars onto my face, pulling me out of my dreams.
Clerkenwell. Silence wells, thick and sticky as the honey that creeps from the broken jar. The tabby sniffs at it, taking a tentative lick. Goodwife Stringer raises her eyebrows as if to say, "There is my proof." Amy's mouth is dry, her tongue swollen, and even if she knew what to say in her defence, she isn't sure she would be physically able to speak. Whatever she did say wouldn't be believed. That is clear as day. There is no space for the truth in this small room that is becoming even smaller, the walls closing in. She wonders where Edwin Mansfield ran off to fetch the vicar or the constable? Her imagination casts her into scenes of being lynched by the crowd of ghouls outside. She waits for the woman to make her move, wondering what had ignited her suspicion in the first place, rummaging around for reasons, when she knows full well that conclusions can be drawn on the most spurious of excuses. Was it the fact that she defended Eve in her poetry that Goodwife Stringer has never even read? Was it her perceived morality based on her past, or the simple fact that she was different from the other women in the parish, that she was educated, and so they couldn't place her tidily in their scheme of things? She is one of life's misfits, like Lady Arbella. The gathering outside mumbles on like some kind of Greek chorus. All at once a great rage ripens in her, handing back her voice. "What do you intend to do with me, Goodwife Stringer? It will be for the magistrates to decide." "And you will be content, I suppose, when you have seen an entirely innocent woman on the gibbet for sorcery, when it comes to Judgment Day—" "Don't talk to me of Judgment Day," she barks, and Amy can see she has hit a weak spot, for the woman is flustered, reddening and breathing uneasily. But it is only a moment before her composure is restored. A figure appears in the doorway. It is Joyce. Edwin is with her, hand in hand, and following behind are Mansfield and his wife, babe in arms, and the other children, like a clutch of ducklings in their wake. They all crowd in. "How I am glad to see you, Mr. Mansfield," Goodwife Stringer is simpering, impressed by this man who started as poor as the rest of them, yet has become wealthy by his own hard graft. Mansfield is an example to them all. Not like me, thinks Amy, who has slid down in the other direction. "This woman has brought terrible misfortune on you and your family," she continues, "and I am glad to tell you that justice will be meted out on her." "Misfortune, you say?" Mansfield takes a step towards Amy, who shrinks back. He takes hold of her upper arm. "I am done for," she says to herself, preparing to submit to whatever horrors she is about to face. There is the ghost of a smile on Goodwife Stringer's lips. "It's true misfortune has visited our family in the death of our little lad, but it's not in the shape of Widow Lanier, who's done nothing but help us." Mistress Mansfield speaks up now. She is a small woman, but has dignity and poise, and projects her voice clearly through the room. "She cared for our boy, but God chose to take him back." She also comes to Amy's side and, hitching the baby onto her hip, takes her hand. "She's bewitched you all." Goodwife Stringer appears genuinely distressed, and turns to the people in the window. "You can see it, can't you?" she says to the gathering. "They've all been enchanted." But the crowd looks away, clearly uncomfortable, and one utters, "I'd say you're mistaken." "Widow Lanier's teaching our children their letters," says Mistress Mansfield. "She's a woman of education, published poet, yet humble enough to take in laundry, break her back earning an honest crust, and you would seek to condemn her? Shame on you!" She stands to her full, if inconsiderable height, pushing her chin up. "I tell you this, my husband sought to seduce her. Yes, he confessed as much to me on bended knee, full of shame, and Widow Lanier sent him packing. If that is what you call enchantment, then it's you whose mind is skewed." "My wife speaks the truth," says Mansfield. "I was weak, which I deeply regret, and I truly apologise to both these good women here." Beyond the window there is a murmur of approval. "But that is a witch bottle!" Goodwife Stringer points at the broken vessel. "See the spells written on it?" She sounds less sure of herself. "How do you know? You can't read," comes a voice from outside. "It's just a jar she found in the house when she moved here." It's Joyce piping up. "Filled with honey, look." She crouches down to dip a finger in the remains of the jar, bringing it to her mouth. "I'd say you've nothing but rumour and supposition to go on," says Mansfield. "It's busybodies such as you who bring shame on our parish." Someone laughs outside. It is the pie woman from the market. "Gone too far this time, ain't ya?" There is a general muttering of agreement amongst the gathering. "I reckon the magistrate'll have you up for making trouble, put you in a scold's bridle. That'll stop your tongue." Goodwife Stringer visibly crumples, losing her shape. "I'm sorry," she murmurs into her collar, unable to meet any of their eyes. "It seems I was mistaken." Later, Amy finds a pie has been left for her on the windowsill, and with it a basket of fruit and a jug of ale. Joyce reappears at the door. "Come and sup with me, dear," Amy suggests. "The pie won't keep in this weather. It's far too much for me alone, and Hal will have eaten already." Joyce bursts out with, "Far's come round. He says I can learn my letters, but he won't pay for it. Says I have to offer to help you around the house or something instead. He's shelling out enough for the boys, he said." "Oh, Joyce, this is wonderful news. I'm sure I can find some things for you to do. It won't be long before you're proficient enough to help me with the little ones." "Do you mean it?" She is beaming as if she's just learned she's to marry the heir to the throne, rather than skivvy for a tutor. "Of course I mean it. Now, help me get that pie on the hearth to heat." "I'd like to learn some Latin," says Joyce, beginning to lay the table, hiding her face behind her hair as if she's embarrassed to admit such a thing. "Anything is possible," says Amy, "if you set your mind on it." It makes her think of Will Seymour, who swore he'd never be able to forgive her, but seems to have done so. Has he really, though? She will know soon enough.
To Barnet. "The Bishop of Durham," I said. "Durham House is only a short way across the river. I'm sure I can see it from my window." I felt lighter. The little of importance I had learned from my most recent audience with the king was that I was to be moved from Parry's care. I had envisaged a journey, a rustication, and had worried about travelling when I was still so unwell, not to mention the idea of a physical distance opening up between Will and myself to thwart my fantasies of a joint escape. So over the river to Durham House felt like a reprieve. Parry, his head tilted in pity or something like it, replied, "No, my lady, the bishop is to take you to Durham, in the north." Rain thrummed at the windows, and a shutter banged. The city of Durham? It was twice as far as Hardwick. That was all I knew of the place. You couldn't be further from London and still remain in England. The rumours of your... He looked uncomfortable and was stuttering slightly. "Your previous, mumbling now. Condition, I think he said, makes His Majesty feel it would be circumspect to ensure you do not have further opportunity to see your husband." What do you know, I thought, holding on to the shreds of lucidity. Has someone here made you aware of that night visit? Did you pass it on, or was it your wife? Condition? There was no previous condition. My lie was unfaltering. I have been unwell, that is all. I remain so. I stopped. Parry looked rueful, and I felt a little sorry for him, being set a task that he clearly found repugnant. "I can't think why His Majesty is so afraid that I might make an infant with my husband when I am kept here and he in the Tower." "It is a case of mitigation." Parry seemed not to know what to do with me. He pulled a ring on and off his finger repeatedly. He would be glad to see me gone, I felt sure, if only to relieve himself of the responsibility. Besides, I don't know why he thinks an infant of mine such a danger to his throne when he has 3 heirs of his own body. "I suspect it is since the French king was assassinated last year." The ring fell to the floor. He stooped to gather it. "He fears plots." But Durham? The distance of the entire country would certainly be an effective barrier to conception, but I also knew there would be no return. I would go there and be forgotten. It would be as if I were dead. I remembered the Scottish Queen and her years traipsing between my stepfather's houses in the north as Elizabeth's prisoner. Had Elizabeth hoped she would be forgotten? I felt the air about me thin, had difficulty breathing. "I question the legality of my being held indefinitely without trial. I have not been accused of a crime. I have not committed a crime." "I'm sorry, my lady," he said, heaving out a sigh. "I'm sorry to have had to be part of this." "So you agree, then, Parry, that it is not legal?" He looked at me, shrugging minutely, and said quietly, as if afraid to be overheard, "You might write to the Lord Chief Justice." "I will. I will demand to be tried, and, as I am entirely innocent, they will be obliged to free me." I was already composing the letter in my head. "My husband, too. It is right, is it not, that we are innocent?" He closed his eyes and lowered his head before lifting it again, slowly, which I took to be a gesture of agreement. "I have instructed your servants to make you ready to leave next week. Hopefully the weather will be better. The bishop will accompany you on your journey north." "And a consignment of guards, I don't doubt." I didn't seek to hide my scorn. "In case there is an army of Catholic insurgents waiting to convert me and make me their puppet queen." I felt trapped in a life that travelled in circles, always arriving at the same point, ad infinitum. "Yes, I mean no, you will be accompanied, yes, but for your safety." He seemed embarrassed, slowly shaking his head, and put the ring back on his finger. He was a decent man at heart. Perhaps he didn't agree with my banishment. "But you may take your immediate household, your maids, your steward, your doctor." My first thought, before writing to the Lord Chief Justice, was to get word to Will, and once Parry had left, I penned a letter explaining the plans that had been made for me. But I will endeavour to thwart them, so await my word, for I will not go to Durham, not if I have the power to prevent it. I sounded more optimistic than I felt. "I am insisting upon a trial, for we have done no wrong. It is not within the law to hold us without a formal accusation. Make yourself ready, my love. Your wife, Arbella Seymour, on the 28th day of February, A.D. 1611. As the days passed and nothing came from the Lord Chief Justice, I began to sink back into despair. Crompton and Doddridge tried to distract me with chess. Crompton let me win, thinking it would please me, but I was furious, in a manner that was all out of proportion. "If I win, it will be on my own merit," I shouted, swiping at the chess pieces with my forearm so they spilled over the floor. "I am not a child to be indulged." Crompton's apology was effusive and authentic, provoking my shame. How could he have known his misplaced gesture would infantilize me, render me voiceless? I felt my only means to make myself heard was to continue scrawling out letters. I wrote in desperation to anyone I could think of who might be able to help me, but my pleas, in the best part, went unanswered. Uncle Gilbert's efforts to petition the king were equally ineffectual. A letter from Aunt Mary, a small ray of hope, arrived via Crompton in a packet of embroidery silks. "If it comes to it, we will get you away, and your husband. You must do everything you can to make your progress slow once you are on the road. I am raising funds. I have already sold some of the Scottish Queen's fine needlework, which fetched an exorbitant price. All the Derbyshire papists regard such things as relics, and if those few bits of needlework can serve you, they are well dispensed of. Do not write to Gilbert of this. Indeed, tell no one, not even your close household, not for the moment. Your loving aunt, Mary Shrewsbury, March the 2nd day in the year of our Lord 1611. My illness, which had been slowly receding, made a resurgence as the date of our departure neared. Dr. Mountford and Bridget became increasingly concerned for my welfare, tutting and muttering at the foot of my bed like a pair of magpies. But in my lucid moments I insisted upon continuing to scribble out pleas, which Doddridge transformed into a legible state in his neat secretary hand. The act of writing, however futile, felt somehow life-sustaining. The idea of Durham had become in my mind akin to the idea of death. The two places, each as abstract as the other, were pressed up together so tightly that not a sliver of light was discernible between them. The Bishop of Durham arrived just after dawn. On first seeing him from the window of my bedchamber, I had thought him to be dressed in purple robes, the full regalia, but I must have been delirious, because I saw, as I approached him across the hall, that he wore black travelling garb. He had a small face that was lost in an ample beard, and sharp eyes that gave little away. His manner was not exactly terse, but it was tidily clipped, and had nothing of Parry's undeniable warmth. My appeals to have my case heard in court had fallen on deaf or at least reluctant ears, for still no reply from the Lord Chief Justice had materialised. There was nothing to do but commence the journey north, with the fading hope that something might change. My ever-diminishing prospects lay with Aunt Mary. I waited in my chambers, longing for the arrival of a messenger or something at least that might delay our departure. Nothing came, but I clung to my hope. I entered the hall, barely able to walk unaided, propped up on Dr. Mountford's arm, my pain dulled by an assortment of tinctures. The bishop's annoyance at having been kept waiting was palpable, despite his attempt to hide it beneath a mask of formality. Neither could he disguise his shock on seeing me. It was there in the slight intake of breath and the widening of those sharp eyes. Until then I hadn't considered how my illness might have ravaged me. I hadn't thought to inspect myself in a mirror, but realised I must have appeared horribly gaunt, and I could feel the film of cold perspiration over my face and the flush of fever beneath it. After our greetings were made, he said, "There is a litter awaiting you at the Westminster Pier, my lady, furnished with cushions and well curtained from the wind. I was informed that you might be too unwell to ride." The mere thought of rattling about in the back of a litter increased my feelings of dread, but I wouldn't allow that vague spark of hope to be doused. I thought of Will, downriver. What was he thinking? Was he too quietly negotiating ideas of escape? Once over the river, I was dismayed to discover that the bishop intended to travel in the litter with me. "I should like my women to join us," I said, perturbed at the thought of being alone with him in an enclosed space. "I really don't think—" I could see I had upset his carefully aligned plans with this request. "I must insist—" He was trying to speak, but I continued, "I'm not entirely sure it is appropriate that I should travel unchaperoned. I know you are a man of God, but—" I left my words hanging and watched as somewhere beneath his voluminous beard he pursed his mouth, and I assumed he was weighing up whether it was a battle worth fighting. I wondered if he was having regrets about assenting to the task that had been set in becoming my jailer, though it was likely he'd had no choice in the matter. After a long pause, he said, through gritted teeth, "As you wish, my lady." It was just as well Bridget was there, for we had barely reached London's northern outskirts when the motion of the coach had become too much for me, and were it not for her swift intervention, shouting for the driver to halt, I might have spewed all over the bishop's sumptuous black travelling habit. This happened several times, with Dr. Mountford insisting on each occasion that we stop for half an hour for him to administer to me, until the bishop's patience was demonstrably threadbare. "I really don't think she is well enough to be making such a journey," muttered Margaret to Bridget more than once. Though I was feeling abysmal, I recognised through the miasma of my nausea and the excruciating pain in my side and head that some advantage might be gained from my poor condition, for at the rate we were progressing, a decade would pass before we arrived in Durham. Darkness began to close in long before we reached Barnet, where it had been arranged that we would spend the night. We had only travelled as far as Highgate, and a decision was made that we should stay there, so lodgings were hastily secured. I was unable even to walk myself to the door, and the bishop, clearly exasperated, paced up and down as Dr. Mountford carried me upstairs to a bedchamber, where a maid was hurriedly changing the linens and another was laying the fire. They both turned and gawped, dropping hastily into curtsies. Someone must have told them the king's cousin was arriving, though judging by their expressions they had not expected such a miserable creature. Memories of my time at Highgate are vague, but I was aware of the bishop and Dr. Mountford in a heated altercation beside my bed as to whether I was in a fit state to travel. The bishop crumbled under Mountford's insistence, but after some days, in which, shattered with pain, I drifted in and out of awareness, the bishop came to me and announced that our journey was to recommence on the king's order.
"It'll risk her life," said Bridget, under her breath.
The bishop must have heard, for he looked momentarily stricken, revealing at last a glimpse of conscience. I had to be carried back to the litter for another excruciating journey. 6 miles took the best part of a day, and we didn't arrive at the Barnet Inn until early evening. Bridget and Margaret, horrified by the flea-infested pallets, insisted on all the bedding being changed, and so the innkeeper's wife, a loose-faced woman with a large bosom, hadn't a shred of goodwill towards us. The following day Mountford firmly refused to let me travel further, and at some point one of the royal physicians arrived with orders from the king to ascertain whether I was fit to continue the journey. I remember clearly the look of horrified fascination on the doctor's face as he inspected my waters, his brow furrowed, his head shaking slowly from side to side. The doctor's report must have convinced my doubting cousin, for I was allowed a month at Barnet to recover my health, and a house was commandeered for our use. We were all thankful to leave the infested inn, but it meant another agonising leg of the journey, though happily only of a mile's duration. The bishop left us there, to go on to Durham and prepare for my arrival, or so he said, kissing my hand and smiling. It was the first smile I'd seen from him. I supposed he was greatly relieved to be passing the responsibility for me on to another for the time being. That other was Sir James Croft, an affable man who was to prove quite well disposed to me. I received him in the bedchamber where I lay propped up on a heap of pillows, drifting in and out of consciousness, with my guardian angels, Mountford and Bridget, standing one at each bedpost. Margaret sat quietly sewing in the corner, and Crompton and Doddridge hovered by the window, beyond which a cherry was in full blossom, wavering in the breeze, torturing me with memories of happier days at Sheen. My recovery was slow but steady, though we kept news of my revival within my close circle. Crompton procured, as if by magic, letters from Aunt Mary. Arrangements were being made to get me to the continent with my husband. In addition to the Scottish Queen's needlework, she had sold some jewellery, but needed still more funds and had to raise them without Uncle Gilbert's knowledge. His position on the Privy Council might compromise him, she said, and force him to reveal our plan. She asked whether I had anything of value that might be sold. I had little. A few jewels, mostly paste and inferior metals, some rather second-rate pearls, but then I remembered the glass vessel I had chosen from grandmother's things. Doddridge brought me the casket in which it had lived for the 3 years it had been in my possession. He untied the binding and lifted the lid. It was the straw packing, I suppose, that smelled suddenly of Hardwick, those acres of matting that had infused the house with the permanent scent of late summer. I was back there, with that old cloistered feeling, the sense that I was waiting for my life to begin somewhere beyond those vast, cold windows.
"Oh, dear," said Doddridge, bringing me back to the bedchamber and its view of the tormenting cherry tree. I peered in to find amongst the straw only a few slivers of glass. It seemed impossible that a thing so large could have been reduced to such a sparse quantity of matter. Its form was imprinted on my memory, the great balloon of a belly, nothing but air encased in a thin skin of crystal, balanced on a delicate shoe, and tapering to the top, then flaring out into that almost invisible lip. But of course its beauty lay in its fragility, the fact that it was made of almost nothing. I picked up one of the shards. "Take care," said Doddridge. I was imagining running it up the soft part of my inner arm where the blue filigree veins sit close to the surface, wondering how it would feel. Would the blood gush out of me? My heart jabbered and my breath grew short. I was held in suspension, like a sight-hound with his eye on something in the undergrowth. "You could take your life back. Make it yours," whispered the part of me that watched. "There is no honour in taking your life through hopelessness," whispered Starkey. "It is not sufficient reason. You have done nothing wrong." "Here, let me." Doddridge gently prized the fragment of glass from my fingers. I met his gaze firmly. "You don't think I was—" "What a shame." He was changing the subject, ever tactful. "It was a valuable piece, would have fetched a fair amount. There are always your pearls, my lady." I asked him to bring them to me. Holding them, running them through my fingers, reminded me inevitably of grandmother's great clattering strings. Mine were paltry in comparison, some small as seeds and threaded on knotted silk to make them stretch further. We wouldn't get much, but it would be better than nothing. In the end, it wasn't necessary to sell my miserable pearls, as Aunt Mary sent word that a windfall had come her way. She refused to mention by what means.
Clerkenwell. Amy is reading back through Lady Arbella's papers again. The words press close about her. I trusted her. Not trust, but trusted. The past tense seems to speak volumes, makes her feel choked. There is another invisible narrative between its lines. Her own side of the story she remembers so well, slipping letters for Will Seymour in between folds of his clean linens. She remembers the fear she felt, but also the exhilaration, carrying the basket through the gates of the tower for the first time. Will Seymour has sent word of his visit. He is coming in a few days. She wonders what he will think of her 2 small rooms with a dirt floor. The thought continues to nag that, despite what Hal has said, he is still angry. A little knot of apprehension has tied itself in her gut. Perhaps she would rather he were angry. Perhaps she thinks she deserves it. Even in the tower, Will had been surprisingly bright and full of verve when she had delivered the letters. He was determined to find a way to be with his new wife, and talked about her in the most tender of terms. Amy had been so very glad that Lady Arbella had found such a devoted man. They all truly believed then that it was only a matter of time before the couple would be free. People talked about them, of course they did. It was a scandal to set the tongues wagging. Most believed the king should simply let them be. They thought him cruel. Amy had found Will Seymour transformed from the callow youth who had made her introduction to the prince. He had filled out, was muscular and tall, with an air of authority. Lady Arbella was right in saying his incarceration had made a man of him. It was surprisingly straightforward getting him in and out of the tower. He wasn't kept as a close prisoner. That would have been an impossible challenge. He had the freedom of the tower environs with just a curfew at dusk, and even that was laxly observed. The guards all played cards with the prisoners, making wagers, drinking beer, and you'd have been forgiven for thinking them all comrades together. Between them they, Will, Francis, Mr. Rodney, and she, worked out the easiest way to ensure that William could visit his wife without mishap. She knew the exact times of all the daily deliveries. The firewood cart came first, the laundry cart a little later, after the butcher, mornings and evenings, regular as clockwork. The lieutenant insisted on the laundry being delivered all at once to diminish the comings and goings, despite the fact that most of the prisoners had their own laundresses. They all had to gather at the gates and wait for the cart to go in together. It all felt like a bit of a game. She remembers Will in his brother's clothes, turning up heavy-lidded from lack of sleep and haloed in contentment after his first visit with his wife. They walked back in together and not a question was asked. It had been just the same when he'd left on the previous evening. It is strange to write herself into her verse, but there she is, emerging from her own pen. She cannot shy from the truth of her part in it all. It is a confession of sorts. Hal comes crashing in wearing a broad grin. "Where have you been out so early?" she asks. "Oh, here and there." "Anyone would think you had a secret sweetheart with all your hearing and thereing lately." "Don't be silly." Hal settles down to fitting a new reed on his pipe, and Amy begins to clear up her papers before her pupils arrive, contented in this calm little babble of family. "Listen, Ma, I've been thinking," Hal says a few minutes later. "Why don't you open a school?" But Amy's mind is elsewhere, caught up in other thoughts. "Ma, are you listening? Did you hear what I said?" "I'm sorry, my love, I was—" She pulls herself back from the vortex of the past. "I said, why don't you open a school? You've already turned away 6 new pupils in the time I've been home. If you had more space—" "A school?" she interrupts. "Oh, I don't know." In her head, she begins to run through all the reasons why it's not a good idea. An expensive lease, the responsibility, the fear of more debt. It makes perfect sense. He pauses to look at her directly. "Give me one good reason why not." He brings his pipe to his mouth and blows, testing the new reed. "I'm too old." "Ma! Firstly, you're not too old. You're 46 and seem a decade younger. Plus, your age is in your favour. You have accrued wisdom. That's a good thing in a teacher, isn't it?" "Things are manageable as they are, Hal. I'm earning enough, and so are you." "You could get away from that woman." He leans his head in the direction of Goodwife Stringer's house and raises his eyebrows. The idea suddenly sounds more tempting, though Goodwife Stringer has been conspicuously scarce lately. "I suppose I could look into it." I have a confession to make. He's grinning now, that look he used to give her as a small boy when he wanted something. "Oh, yes." "I made a few inquiries, and there's a building near St. Giles in the Fields that might suit you." "St. Giles? North of Convent Gardens?" He is nodding. "Close enough for your present pupils to walk there, and far enough to get away from that busybody." He points a finger at the far wall. "But I'll never raise the money for the lease." "Surely, father—" He hesitates. "Your husband left enough." "It's not quite like that." "What do you mean?" He is sitting stock still, pipe aloft, awaiting an explanation. Alfonso left us without a penny. He lost everything and more. The minute the words are said, she wishes she could retract them. The instrument slips from his fingers and falls to the floor with a clatter. He doesn't pick it up. "Why didn't you tell me?" His expression moves from aghast to angry, making the threat of tears suddenly prick at her eyes. She cannot bear another estrangement from her boy just when all was so well. "Another lie," he adds bitterly, dropping his elbows to his knees and slumping his chin onto a fist. "I didn't want you to worry. Didn't want you not to go to court out of duty to me." He stands abruptly and picks up the pipe, putting it onto the shelf, not looking at her. "How can I trust anything you say?" He then begins to put on his boots and coat. "Don't go," she pleads. "Let me explain." She gets up and grabs his sleeve, but he shakes her off. "I understand. You didn't want me to worry. You seem to think I'm still a child and not capable of dealing with the realities of life." She lets him go. There is no point in trying to get between him and his anger, and her pupils will be here soon anyway. Once the children have gone for the day, she goes out to see if she can find Hal, fearing he might have returned to court, but she reasons surely not without all his things, without his instruments, without at least a goodbye. She searches through the market where the stall-holders are packing up. Out in the backfield she can see Dill, Birdie and the others folding the day's linens. Her hands are completely healed now. Suddenly Salisbury is in her head. Not the hands of a laundress, are they? A new uneasiness falls over her, and she finds herself suddenly caught up with imagining some disaster has fallen her boy, convinced it is God's punishment for her past failings. She circles round towards the vast shape of the church, bathed in golden evening light, its spire soaring up. Her uneasiness is unfounded, for there Hal is, sitting in a splash of sun on the church steps with Joyce. They are deep in conversation, the kind of intense attention to one another that forgets about the existence of all else. Amy feels a frisson of joy at the sight of them, and slips away unseen, not wanting to interfere in something that seems so intimate. Not long after she gets back home, Hal returns. There had been a momentary storm, sudden glowering clouds, pelting rain, thunder, and he arrives soaked to the skin. "I needed a bit of time," he says. "I know, sweetheart, I know. Listen," she says, taking both his hands. "I am so sorry. Sorry I kept so much from you, treated you as if you were still a child." She hesitates, watching water drops glisten and fall from the dark tendrils of hair around his face, before adding, "Sometimes it can be difficult for a mother to see when her child has grown up, difficult to let go." "It's all right, Ma, I understand, I really do. Needed a bit of time to think, that's all." He smiles, that wonderful, lightning-bright smile, and Amy's agitated heart settles. "I've been thinking of ways to raise the money for the lease," he continues, stepping away from her to shake the water out of his hair like a dog. "I might be able to get a loan from someone at court, Villiers perhaps even." "You want to be careful of what he might ask in return," she replies, teasing lightly. "Villiers likes a beautiful boy." Hal laughs. "Really, Ma?" "Goodness, how silly I've been," she exclaims as the thought alights. "Wait!" She rushes to the stairs, climbing them two at a time. "What is it?" calls Hal, following her up. When he enters, she is crouched down by the bed, lifting one of the floorboards. Amongst the dust and mouse droppings, she finds the small package where she left it. She unfolds the old linen wrapping and holds out her open palm to him. In it is a stone the size and colour of a raspberry, set with 3 suspended pearls. "Been keeping it for a rainy day." His fingers hover over it. "Take it, it won't bite," she says. He carefully picks the jewel up and holds it to the light. He turns back to her, puzzled. "The Queen gave it to me, a consolation of sorts when I was dismissed from court." She pauses, taking a breath. "There's something else I haven't told you." He is silent and looks away from her abruptly. "It is only partly true that I was sent away for offending the king with my verse. Lord Salisbury, he was the one with all the influence in those days, Salisbury learned that I'd aided a prisoner escape the tower. Ma! He looks horrified. Who? It was Will Seymour, an innocent man who should never have been held. Hal's look transforms to one of wonder. But I've heard the story of Seymour's escape. It is well known. He meets her gaze. It was you who helped him? Not me alone, of course. His shoulders begin to shake, and he brings his hands to cover his face. He is laughing. Well, I never. Relief floods through her. Sharing her secret is a burden halved. Sometime she will tell him what really happened that day. But this is not the moment. She takes the jewel from his hand and slips it into his pocket. Take it to Cheapside tomorrow. See what you can get for it. You won't be fleeced if they know you work for Villiers. You're the one with friends in high places these days.
Barnet. The days crawled by at the house in Barnet, and, as I began to recover, my compulsion to write returned. I penned letters of thanks to the King for my month of respite, letters to Cecil, letters to Aunt Mary. Margaret and Bridget began to work on an embroidered woodland scene, so complex and detailed we swore they would never finish it. Still none of us managed to beat the deceptively doe-eyed Crompton at chess, though Dr. Mountford came close once. Sir James was proving a lenient jailer. He joined us often in the evenings, and as the end of the month neared, he recognised that my recovery was fragile. I still could not walk the length of my bedchamber, so he went, with Mountford, to petition the King in person. As a result, the journey north was postponed a further month. I took this to be a sign that the King was relenting, for he also allowed me a visit from Aunt Mary. The blossom outside my window had all dropped by the time she arrived, dishevelled from the road, with mismatched gloves and bird's nest hair.
"My poor dear sweeting," she said, as she sank beside me on the bed. "You are so pale. Is Dr. Mountford taking good care of you? Are you eating properly?"
"Mountford is a wonder," I replied. "If it weren't for him and Bridget, I might not be here."
"And Crompton, is he serving you well?"
"I don't know what I did without him. He's so discreet and painstaking with my accounts."
"Yes, he's certainly very good with money."
She seemed to be saying something else, but I didn't quite know what. Crompton did make my meagre income stretch, it was true. I was waiting for her good news from court, news that the King was mellowing, that Will and I would be released to live as husband and wife. Just the thought of it caused my heart to dilate. "So the King," I began, "will our penance soon be over?"
"I'm afraid not. But I thought—"
My expanding heart began to shrivel.
"No."
She looked at me and took my hand, speaking very quietly.
"The only answer is to get you both away to the continent. I have begun to make arrangements."
Strangely, through my desperation, I felt a faint thrill. After all, I was not one to meekly wait for a pardon. All the talk of escape and raising funds had seemed only abstract until that moment.
"Is it possible? Your husband is not closely watched. He has walked out of the gates before, I understand." I nodded. "Anyway, Crompton has all that in hand. Now we must discuss your escape."
"No," I stopped her. "I need to know everything. Firstly, what has Crompton got to do with all of this?"
"He'd better explain for himself," she said, before leaving the chamber to fetch him.
Left alone, my head swirled with the thought of freedom, and I felt myself unfurl, my resolve reviving. They returned together. Crompton pulled up a stool and began to explain the plan that he had concocted in respect of my husband's escape.
"I am having a black beard and wig made," he said, "and an ordinary suit of clothes. He will follow out the linen cart. Your Mistress Lanya has proved most willing to help with this. She will take the suit in and accompany him out in plain sight. No one will be the wiser until it is too late." He cast those beguiling eyes over me, and I wanted to ask him how such an angelic appearance could hide such a devious nature. Aunt Mary looked on, wearing an air of pride as if he were her own invention. Perhaps he was. It was she who had placed him in my household. "Mistress Lanya's own laundress sometimes takes in washing from the tower, so it will be easy to substitute herself with some excuse or another, as she has done before.
I don't want her put in any danger. It won't be—"
"Of course," said Aunt Mary. "Don't worry, sweeting. Everything will be watertight."
"Who will provide the decoy?" I asked. "Last time it was his brother Francis. They are very alike, I'm told." "Your husband is not keen to involve his brother." I wanted to ask how he knew all this about my husband, when he'd had time to visit him without my knowledge. But instead I directed my question at Mary. "How long have you been concocting plans for me?" I was more curious than displeased. I truly believed Aunt Mary had only my welfare at heart.
"It is always vital to have a contingency in place."
I didn't quite know what she meant by that, but Crompton had begun to talk again, and the moment to ask for something more specific had passed. "Your husband will feign a toothache to explain his absence about the place. His servant will make his master's malady generally known, but he will believe that your husband is leaving only to spend a conjugal visit before your journey north." He paused, opening his hand like a conjurer performing a disappearing trick. "The smaller crime will hide the larger." "I don't understand," I said. "Why complicate things further?"
"Ah, my Lady of Shrewsbury asked the very same thing."
He turned to Aunt Mary for acknowledgement of this.
"You see, if suspicion is aroused, word somehow gets to the Lieutenant of the Tower, or your husband's servant is questioned, and, God forbid, a story squeezed from him, well—"
He opened both palms to the heavens like a chaplain making a point in a sermon.
"A search will not be sent out. They will likely opt to await his morning return. Meanwhile, you will both be well on your way to France."
Questions nagged at me, but before I had a chance to work out what to ask first, Aunt Mary said,
"And you two will walk straight out of these gates. Sir James, in turn, will believe you are going to visit your husband in the Tower for the night on the eve of your departure to Durham."
"What a pleasing symmetry of deceit," I said, filled with incredulity. "Sir James is a lenient jailer, but I don't think—" I began to realise that I knew little about anything. I had been so ill I could barely make sense of myself, let alone those around me. It was no wonder I had no awareness of Crompton's secret dealings.
"Sir James will be easily bribed," said my aunt bluntly. "I happen to know he is deeply in debt," added Crompton. "He's a gambler. And he has a soft side. Bridget tells me he's a great romantic. He won't be able to resist reuniting a husband and wife for the night."
"Bridget, too? Was there anyone in my household who had not been party to this? Where will the funds come from?"
"You know I have raised a sum," said Aunt Mary.
"Yes, but—" I was thinking of all the expenses that would be incurred. "Bribes, boats will have to be paid for, horses, we must be able to pay our way in France." Crompton interrupted me.
3,200 of that for bribes. I think 2,800 will be sufficient."
"Good grief! Wherever did you raise such a sum?" It was the vast amount that made me believe the whole thing might be more than a fantasy.
"You don't need to know," said my aunt in a manner that clearly stated she would not be drawn on the topic.
The plan was growing in my mind, allowing me to access a reservoir of hope.
But what?"
Aunt Mary's face was suddenly stern. "I don't want Doddridge involved in this. He suffered enough on my behalf the last time. Bringing up that thwarted first attempt at escape all those years before made me feel suddenly heavy."
"You have my word," she said, the stern expression melting away.
"And," I added, "the source of funding apart, I will not be kept in the dark about any of this." Crompton wore a half-smile, and Aunt Mary nodded her agreement. "I will remain abed." I felt the plot twine itself around me, filling me with ideas, driven by the thought of being together again with my husband. The power of my desire would see me through this, I knew. As long as reports go back to court of my fragile condition, there is less danger of being ordered north before we are ready. Also, this had dawned on me from nowhere, when I leave this house, I will wear a man's garb beneath my clothes. I saw Crompton's eyebrows lift slightly. Once on the road, I will be to all intents and purposes a fellow, so if we are stopped, it will be of no consequence. I was remembering that time as a child when I had ridden bareback in breeches and felt a sense of everything being part of a pattern too great to understand as a whole, as if that childhood transgression had been a preparation for this. "Will it be you accompanying me, Crompton?"
"Probably. Bridget too, I'd think, and Margaret.
but all the finer details have yet to be carefully drawn up." He looked so utterly free of guile, but a question rose to my surface. Bridget's involvement I understood, and Aunt Mary's and Margaret's, and to an extent Mistress Lanier's, but this young man was an enigma. "Why are you helping me, Crompton, when it is such a great risk?" Without missing a beat, he replied, "I can't bear to see an innocent person imprisoned." It seemed tenuous as an excuse, but given what I knew of his character, the obsessive adherence to logic that made him an unbeatable adversary at chess, it made a certain sense that he would not want to see something out of its proper place. "And also I swore loyalty to you when I entered your household. I stand by that." Aunt Mary was smiling. I smiled too. "It will make you seem meek." I smiled more widely, and the list of grandmother's rules to live by faded, drifting off into the air, leaving me feeling, if still feeble in body, then robust in spirit. To Calais. It was Hugh Crompton's spare suit of clothes I wore beneath my dress as I walked out of the house in East Barnet on an early June afternoon, accompanied by one of the grooms. I bade goodbye to Doddridge at the door, leaving Rough in his care, promising to send word as soon as we were settled. "You will take care, my lady," he said, his voice stumbling slightly. His eyes were filmy with age, and his hair was all but gone. "I'll send word as soon as we're settled, so you can join us." He seemed unable to speak. "I'm so grateful," I began, realizing the inadequacy of those words in return for a lifetime of service. "No need. I... His long fingers hovered. I took hold of them and pressed them to my heart, saying, "God bless you," and we walked to the door, together, in silence. It was a 1.5 miles trudge to the inn where Crompton was waiting for us, and, having spent the best part of 3 months in my bedchamber, I felt the effort greatly. But I gained strength from the thought that in a few short hours I would be safely away at an abbey in northern France with my husband, imagining the moment of seeing him in the Blackwall Inn that was our rendezvous. The idea of freedom had become so abstract it was impossible to conjure in my mind, but I felt its imminence in the way one can sense a change in the weather. I was afraid I had no sense of it as we walked wordlessly along the grassy Barnet lanes, serenaded by birdsong and the bleating of lambs. The sensation of the breeches against my legs as I strode along invested me with a sense of potential, as if the world was mine for the taking. Crompton was in the lane outside the inn and guided me into the deserted stables, shutting the door behind us, leaving the lad on watch outside. The smell of dung and horse reassured me. It was an honest stench. Dorcas greeted me in her usual way, nudging my shoulder, inviting me to scratch the mound behind her ears. Her muzzle was flecked with grey, but she wore her age lightly, and she must have sensed my exhilaration, for she began to shake her head, raring to be off. "Soon," I whispered. "Soon, girl." "Here," I said to Crompton, removing my cloak and turning my back. "Unlace me if you would." He didn't mention his awkwardness at performing such an intimate task, but he held his breath as he untied me, and then swiftly stepped away to make busy in a large bag in the corner, from which he pulled a spare rapier and belt. My dress slid away, leaving me in my doublet and hose, or more accurately Crompton's doublet and hose. I held out my hand to take the sword, buckling it about my waist, enjoying disproportionately the weight of it and the metallic rattle it made as I moved. He then passed me a wig of mousy curls, which I fitted on over my own hair. Dorcas watched on curiously. "How's that?" I asked. "Just." He carefully tucked a stray lock of my hair beneath the wig and handed me a black hat to put over the lot. "Will I pass?" I drew the rapier and thrust it into a hay bale, striding forward. "You might carry yourself in a more masculine fashion, my lady." I laughed then. "You cannot call me that." "No, I suppose not." Amusement flicked across his mouth. "What, then?" "Charles." I didn't hesitate to give him my father's given name. "Call me Charles Bell." "So, Mr. Bell," he said, suppressing a smirk. "Watch me, then, and do as I do."
He walked several paces along the stalls, legs apart, shoulders swaying, elbows slightly bent, and hands half-fisted. I did as he did, finding my swagger as I moved, learning it as one might a dance. "That's more like it, Mr. Bell," he said. "We'd better be off. It's 12 miles to Blackwall, where the others will be waiting." He and the groom led the horses out. I rolled up my dress and stuffed it into one of the saddlebags, tightening the girth strap, adjusting my stirrups, and led Dorcas out to the mounting block, stopping as I was about to swing myself up, grabbing Crompton's sleeve. "Tell me this is true, that I am not dreaming." He turned those doe eyes on me, saying, "It is true. You will be with your husband and away by nightfall." I felt a great surge of elation, a profound sense of something beginning, as a mother must feel at the birth of a baby. It was inevitable that, as soon as I was mounted, astride, I would be catapulted back to the only other time I had ridden in such a manner, dressed in a man's breeches. The life I had only ever been able to understand as moving in circles, arriving relentlessly back at the same point, stretched out, became a spiral, moving on and up, revisiting the past differently each time, with a sense of progress at last. Dorcas responded to this new me with a flick of her tail and moved into a trot. "I am Charles Bell," I whispered over and over to myself, rising in the stirrups rather than being bucked up and down and sitting to the side. How comfortable it was, moving as if Dorcas and I were a single animal, through the lanes, lush and verdant and smelling of recent rain. Out on the heathland she lifted her head and, without any girding, found a residue of strength in her old body, powering forward away from the others like a 3-year-old. I tried to hold her back, but she was having none of it, and we were subsumed together by an overwhelming sense of velocity, our combined pleasure effervescing as an unstoppable force, a comet shooting over the sky, an arrow fired from a bow, a bird soaring, a lead bullet whistling towards its fate. "I am Charles Bell." My mind ran through the stages of Will's escape. He would be already dressed in his black wig and beard, and the ordinary suit of clothes. Word would be out that he had been laid low with a toothache. Mistress Lanier was probably with him already, helping him dress. Mr. Rodney would be in place nearby with horses. I was already on the boat, could feel its rocking motion under my feet, and a laugh fluttered in me at the thought of how Will and I might appear embracing, both disguised as we were, like the king and one of his young men. After an hour's hard riding, we came over the crest of a hill, and there was the Thames, an unrolled bolt of silver cloth, with a cluster of ships gathered about the tiny little port at Blackwall. To the south, at the place where the river looped around, was the doll's house shape of Greenwich Palace, containing the miniature king with his tiny court, all oblivious to the covert happenings a mile downriver. Bridget was out in the yard at the inn to greet us. The place smelled of fish and water and escape. I slid down from Dorcas, feeling a wave of tired elation as my feet hit the ground. I handed the reins to the groom, with instructions for her care. I kissed her velvet muzzle with its flecks of grey and whispered, "See you soon, girl." I refused to consider the possibility that we might not be reunited. "He's not here yet," Bridget said. She had the knuckle of her index finger between her teeth. "Will?" A void began to open up in me. "He's late. He'll come, I'm sure." But my certainty was far from robust, and Bridget knew me well enough to see that. Neither could she hide her worry. It was there in the constant glances towards the road and the chewing of her fingernails. It was unlike Bridget to be so perturbed. But still, despite the hollow feeling, I could sense him pulling towards me like the tides, as if we were drawing together by the power of our combined wills. The inn was dingy with low ceilings and mean windows, stained dark from grime and tobacco smoke. Someone was playing a pipe in the corner, tapping his foot. Men were milling about. The oarsmen, I was told. They looked hardy enough to row us all the way downriver, through the night, to where our brig was waiting in the estuary. The waterman introduced himself, calling me sir, scraping his cap from his shiny pate. This was a netherworld in which no questions were asked, but I was secretly pleased that I had passed so easily for a man at close quarters, even if it was dark as midnight inside that inn. Crompton spread a map on the trestle and pointed out exactly where we were headed. I ran my finger along the curves of river bobbing with rudely sketched boats to where it opened out, past Gravesend and Tilbury, on, far, far on, beyond the village of Lee, further still to where the river opened its jaws wide. Someone had drawn a crude sea monster, a galleon and little triangular waves. Crompton pointed to a cross in ink. There is our brig. That elation boiled up in me again. We must be mindful of the tides. We can wait an hour and a half at most. We'll be rowing through all the dark hours as it is, said the waterman. He'll be here. I had never felt more sure. I could feel him approaching. Bridget led the way up to a chamber where Margaret was waiting. She smiled at me, tilting her head, looking up from under her lashes. Bridget began to laugh.
You thought she was a fellow. It's Our Lady Arbella under that hat.
Margaret reddened, mumbling a denial. Always did have an eye for the fellows, I said, laughing, remembering that young girl who was so easily swayed by romance, as I lay down on the bed with its greasy upholstery and listened out for the sound of horses arriving in the yard below.
Take a little rest, my lady, said Bridget. We have a long night ahead.
I was too excited to sleep. Each sound outside had me up from the bed and at the window. He's coming by land, is he? And not by water?
By land, I think.
The window on the other side gave on to the little port, a few ships out in the deep water, a curve of pebbles with a few upturned craft, and a pier where 2 small boats were tied. One was stacked with luggage. I recognised my trunks, and one, in a distinctive red tooled leather, I knew to be Will's. I remembered it from those 3 blissful weeks at Cannon Row. How distant that time seemed now, but I still had the memory of his hands on my body. It had become part of me. Everything has been thought of, I said. That's your aunt, said Margaret, and Bridget and Crompton. I felt shored up by all these people, prepared to do so much for me. There was a kerfuffle in the yard, hooves on the cobbles.
They're here,
cried Bridget. Better get ready. I crossed the chamber to the window. There was a party below, men dismounting, but no one I recognised. I remembered Will would be in disguise too, in his black wig. My breath fluttered and caught in my throat. One had black hair. He looked up. No, I said, my heart dropping. It's not them. I remained at the window and watched the sky begin to take on the pinkish hue of evening. Crompton came up. We can't wait much longer, my lady. Half an hour, just half an hour. His face looked strained, his mouth drawn. He looked as I felt. The half hour was gone in an instant.
He'll come on later, said Bridget.
Of course he will, I replied. I was keeping the hollow feeling at bay, but only just. The stairs creaked as we descended. Crompton was paying the innkeeper, and all of the men were gone out and into the boats, I supposed. None of us said it, but we must all have been entertaining the possibility that Will had been caught, and wondering whether there was a search out for us already. No, I reasoned silently. If he had been caught, he would say he intended upon a conjugal visit at Barnet. He would slip the lieutenant a gold piece, and all would be back as it was. That is what I told myself, refusing to see that such a scenario would mean I was striking out alone. We left a man to wait for Will, and made for our boat. The oarsman was sullen and grumbled quietly about the late hour as we embarked. There was a flock of seagulls carking and swooping around a heap of waste nearby. One perched on the pier close to us. It was vast, with a vicious hooked yellow beak and a swivelling eye, like a white devil. We cast off and moved out into the river, and the men began to sing as they found their rhythm. Once in the fast-flowing middle channel, I felt the wind, sharp on my skin, flicking the ties of my cloak against my face. "He'll be just behind us," said Crompton. If the men wondered what I was doing, a fellow sitting in a huddle with the maids at the back, they said nothing. I turned to watch the sunset, a glorious palette of pink and orange splayed out over the sky. My neck became cricked, I gazed for so long, watching out for the sight of Will approaching. Each distant speck became a boat. The men rowed in silence, their song having petered out, so the slapping rhythm of the oars and the heave of breath were the only sounds. Even the wind had dropped on the silent river. Before long, it was too dark to watch for boats. The waterman lit the little lamp at the bow, and it was soon the only spot of light in the gloom, that and the gibbous moon that occasionally peered out through a crack in the cloud. In the dark, Starkey began to whisper, but his voice was indistinct, and the rocking motion of the boat must have sent me to sleep, despite the flapping in the pit of my stomach, for I woke to find us docking at Tilbury, and Crompton in a whispered altercation with the waterman. "We must push on," he was saying. "My men have been pushing on all night. They need to rest a while. Have a drink." "Let them have their drink," I said, surprising the two men who'd assumed me still asleep. I hoped that a short delay might give Will the opportunity to catch us up, or if not him, then a messenger with news. Surely Mistress Lanya would have sent word if there had been a hitch. All my instincts told me he was out and in my wake. I felt him nearing. I know now that my instinct was true. There was a rowdy crowd outside the tavern by the docks. It sounded like a cockfight or something similar. "I will stay aboard with my women," I added. "You go with the men to make sure they don't desert or drink themselves into a stupor," I said to Crompton. "No need to fear for that. I've kept back their fee." "You think of everything, don't you?" "I had to offer them double to continue, but happily I had something set aside for contingency." "You see? Everything." It made me realise once more the complicated choreography involved in my flight, and I was thankful I had such competence on my side. "I am grateful to you all. I will reward you for your loyalty when—" I stopped. The part of me that watched was whispering in my ear of the uncertainty of my future, how I would be eternally dependent on the hospitality of family and friends on the continent. When would I reward them? "There is an ulterior motive to their loyalty," said that part of me, "a darker aim to see you crowned, or if not you, then a child of yours." I tried not to hear, to listen to Starkey instead, urging me on, but the voice of my pessimism was loud. "Is it your hope, or theirs?" Tap, tap, tap. I continue to scrutinise myself for the answer to that, and truly don't know whether I was a woman seeking escape and freedom to live with her husband, or a woman with an altogether greater ambition. Both, perhaps. After all, a person cannot veer from the trajectory set at birth, can they? So many questions. I wonder if it is ever possible to know what someone, even oneself, truly thinks or believes. It is so easy to hide the truth in a dark corner of the heart. Margaret was shivering, so I pulled my cloak around her, and Bridget followed Crompton off the boat, returning a few minutes later with a jug of toddy and something to eat. I hesitated when she held out the food, but took it when she said,
"I'm not putting up with any of your non-eating nonsense, my lady. You need extra strength, and we don't know when we will have our next meal."
There was no messenger, no sign of Will by the time the men returned, laughing and singing, their spirits thankfully up again. We continued on for what seemed an interminable time, the little boat clinging to the coast, weaving to avoid sandbanks and seagrass, occasionally having to turn back to find a deeper channel through. The men's high spirits were short-lived, and they became restless. Had we not been in the wilderness, without the remotest sign of a village or even a house, they might well have deserted us. The darkness was fading as I began to smell the sea, a wild, briny scent that reignited my optimism. Birdsong began to fill the air, not the familiar finches and pigeons, but the strained cries of sea-birds, birds I'd never seen before, with stilt legs and elongated beaks. The waterman began to point them out, naming them. The gannets, gulls and the waders, a colony of shags, a lone heron, a pair of egrets, a sudden flight of red-beaked terns twisting in unison up and up, opening the sleek span of their wings, flipping together, black heads disappearing, silvery plumage rendered invisible against the palest grey of dawn. The sight of masts in the distance meant we were at Lee, the final port in the estuary. I pictured it on the map, beside the scribbled sea monster. There was some discussion with the waterman, provoked by another threat of mutiny from his men, but Crompton, still with no apparent agitation, managed eventually to persuade the men to continue, with the promise of a greatly increased reward. We moved on, out into the expanse of empty water. I had never laid eyes on the sea, and the paintings I had seen of it failed to capture the sheer, flat, endless, muted nothingness, the almost imperceptible edge where sky and water touched. I wondered how we would ever find our waiting boat, if it was still waiting, but eventually, an hour's hard pull on, we saw the single mast and a flag bearing a yellow cross, our prearranged sign, dancing hopefully in the wind. We drew up next to the anchored brig, and a ladder was unrolled down the side. I unfolded my aching body and began to climb up that wavering rope ladder. My wig became caught, flapping manically, and, clinging on with one hand, I pulled it away from my head, throwing it into the water below. My own hair flew up in the wind, freeing itself from its ties. One of the men tried to hook the wig with an oar, but it had floated too far out. They must have all been wondering who was this woman dressed as a man whose escape they had rowed through the night to assist. I climbed on up, and at the top a pair of arms helped me up to the deck. "À votre service," said the ship's captain, a rotund, smiling man in satin, who looked more like a Parisian blade than a seasoned smuggler. His eyes lingered a moment on my breeches and boots, and then on my wild tangle of hair. "Je m'appelle Captain Corvée. Soyez la bienvenue à bord mon modeste petit vaisseau." He continued on, not seeming to care whether he was being listened to or not, as Bridget and Margaret were heaved up to join me, followed by our luggage, winched up on ropes, and then eventually, having settled up with the waterman, Crompton swung himself up and over onto the deck. I went aft, looking back up the estuary, hoping beyond hope for a sign of William. There was nothing but endless water, grey and empty save for the strange birds and distant banks of sand. As I watched, the drab seascape transformed, lit beautifully in the golden light of sunrise, and in it the two small dark shapes of our departing rowboats. In that moment of contemplation, beckoned by the watery expanse, I forced myself to face the possibility that I might have to head for the continent without Will. But his fist was gripped about my heart, and, try as I might, I couldn't prise those fingers open. "Your plan was bound to fail," said that part of me. Our luggage was being stowed, and the corvée was shouting commands to the deckhands. It was only moments before he would order the anchor to be lifted. I prayed for time to slow and give Will a chance to catch us up, but there was a leak in my resolve, and despair was flooding through it. Margaret must have sensed my distress, for she came alongside me and placed her arm about my shoulders. I didn't flinch. "Do you think he's been arrested?" I couldn't bear to think of my Will having the truth forced out of him.
"Of course not."
She didn't believe it, for she had tears running down her face, and I wished, in that moment, more than anything, for a similar release. Crompton stepped up, saying, "As we were late arriving, we have to wait for the tide to turn. It will be at least 2 hours before we can weigh anchor." 2 hours? A seed of hope planted itself in me, sprouting, blossoming. 2 more hours. "Why don't you go below and settle in? There is a cabin prepared down there, a bed. You could try and sleep a little." His voice was steady, but his fingers betrayed him, tapping nervously. Bridget and Margaret slept, but I waited on deck, sensing the jitters building. Corvée pulled out a perspective glass from his doublet, with a flourish, eyeing us all to see if we were impressed with his toy, and I was reminded for an instant of Uncle Henry. He scanned the horizon, to no avail. A little later, Crompton asked for a man to be sent up the mast to look out. It dawned on me then that they weren't seeking only my husband, but also those who might be in pursuit. Back in Barnet, the household would be waking, and my absence noted. I prayed Sir James would assume my imminent return, but eventually the truth would emerge, if it hadn't already. An indelible image fixed itself in my mind's eye of Will being escorted to the Privy Council by a consignment of guards. Crompton began to pace up and down the deck. My gut twisted. The wind whipped up, the brig rocked and bucked, and a dark bank of boiling cloud became visible on the distant horizon. "Let's pray that storm holds off," Crompton said, just as Corvée gave the order to weigh anchor. "Thank heavens," he muttered. The boat was a sudden hive of activity, as men climbed the masts to loose the sails, and others pulled up the great chain, which fell clattering to the deck, followed eventually by the anchor, tangled with dripping weed. The sails smacked as they unfurled, ballooning out, and the brig began to shift, rapidly picking up speed. "We are away!" Crompton, forgetting himself, slapped me on the back as if I were a comrade, but I couldn't find a way to share his joy. I was rent in two, for the price of my freedom was the loss of my love. The wind whipped my hair, snapping it about my face. An icy spray of brine smacked sharply over my skin, and I held out my arms, letting my cloak fly out behind me, imagining wings to lift me up and away from my despair.
Bishopsgate. Amy was ready. The basket, with the suit and black wig folded out of sight beneath the linens, waited beside the back door. Alfonso was dead to the world upstairs in the bedchamber, and would be for some time if the drunken state of him on the previous night was any measure. Hal was sleeping too, and she told the maid she had an early errand and to get him up and off to school without her. She hadn't been able to eat, was far too het up, and paced the hall back and forth as she waited for the bell to ring out for matins. Then she would leave, giving her enough time to get to the tower before the laundry cart went through the gates. It was a drill she'd practised before. On previous occasions she had enjoyed the subterfuge, but on that day the stakes were higher. She thought about Lady Arbella leaving from Barnet, and imagined her reunited with Will Seymour at some place or other in Blackwall. Mr. Crompton had been deliberately opaque about the plans. If you only know what you need to know, there will be less risk if you're... He looked at her. His eyes were appealing and gentle, but his character was razor-sharp. He'd thought of everything, it seemed. He didn't finish what he was saying, but she knew he meant if she were hauled before the Privy Council to account for what happened. She caught herself biting her nails, took a breath to calm her nerves, and ran through the drill in her head. A banging started up, someone at the back door, desperate to gain entry, making her heart jump into her throat. Opening it, she found a boy in a big apron covered in ink, the printer's apprentice, she was sure. He was puffing and wiping sweat off his face with his sleeve. He must have run all the way from Adling Hill. "Mistress Lanya!" He bent over, trying to catch his breath. "What is it?" She was confused, for this boy, as far as she knew, had nothing to do with their plans. "Mr. Sims needs you at the printworks. He says it's urgent." "Tell him I'll be there this afternoon." Relief washed through her. For a moment she thought things had gone awry. "He says he must see you this morning. There is a line he cannot read in one of your poems, and the edition is meant to go out today." "Then it must go out tomorrow. Run along and tell him I'll be there later." She rummaged in her purse for a halfpenny to give him. "I've been told to say that if it isn't done today, it will be another 3 months before he'll be able to get to it. He has a pile of other work, see, and all of it's urgent." Her mind churned over possible remedies. Her book had been with Valentine Sims since October. It was June already, and the bookseller Mr. Bonian was supposed to have it the following week in his shop. He'd been pestering her. Had orders, he said. She had waited a decade for this. The publishing of her book, the culmination of a tortuous creative path, and an answer to all those who doubted she'd do it. Only Lady Arbella never doubted her. Her husband thought her an aberration for wanting to publish a book. "If you tell me which line, I will write it clearly for you to take back to him. That should do it." She was glad to have found a resolution, for the matins bell had started up. She hurriedly got out her writing things. "Come on, I've no time to waste. I have to be somewhere." "I'm afraid I don't know which line it is. You really do need to return with me." There was no choice. She was calculating the time it would take her to get to Adling Hill and then on to the tower, and thought it would be feasible. Come on then. She threw on her cape, picked up the basket, and was out into the back alley before the bells had stopped ringing. The boy trailed her as she marched at speed down Bishopsgate and across to Moorgate, and then dropped down towards St. Paul's. If she kept her pace up, there would be plenty of time. Valentine Sims was at the door of his print works as she arrived, hot and in need of a drink. The place smelled oily with printer's ink, and the great beast of a press sat in the middle of the space. She stopped his apology in its steps. "I am in a terrible rush, Mr. Sims, so if you could be quick with your query." The boy offered her a cup of small beer, which she swallowed back in one. "It is here in line 803. Sims had the place marked in the manuscript, opening it to show her. "Do you see there is a blot? I cannot make out if it says prove or reprove. Oh, it's prove. It wouldn't make sense as reprove." She tried to hide her annoyance at being dragged all the way there for something any idiot could have worked out for himself. "I thought as much," he said, "but wanted to be absolutely sure, for if it was wrong the sense would have been altered entirely, and once in print, well, it is there forever." She was suddenly grateful, thinking of her words, immortalized, grateful for his meticulousness. "You must be very proud. It is a remarkable work. True subtlety of thought there, greatly original." Her heart expanded. Goodness, I don't know about that. She was being disingenuous, for she knew her work was better than most. "Your description of Cookham, the emotion you convey, the sense of loss, is profound." He shuffled through a stack of papers, taking an age, finding a sheet from which he began to read aloud. "Farewell, sweet Cookham, where I first obtained grace from that grace where perfect grace remained." She was enjoying hearing her own words, was quite entranced, felt proud of her achievement. As he recited on, she quite forgot the time. "Those pretty birds that wonted were to sing, now neither sing, nor chirp, nor use their wing, but with their tender feet on some bare spray warble forth sorrow and their own dismay. Fair Philomel leaves her mournful ditty, drowned in dead sleep, yet can procure no pity." She raised her hand to stop him. The mention of Philomel had reminded her with a jolt of her urgent mission. "Now, I really must be off, Mr. Sims." She was out again, and running along behind Baynard's castle, and on past Angel Lane and the bridge, where there was a bustle of people to be negotiated. A stitch, sharp as a blade, prodded her side, and her lungs were fit to burst, forcing her to stop a moment to catch her breath. Newly girded, she continued on past St. Magnus the Martyr and the fish market, attracting strange looks from passers-by, red-faced and staggering as she was, carrying her great basket of linens. But she didn't care, for St. Dunstan's was to her left, and she could see the entrance to the tower and the laundry cart outside. Running faster now, she saw the great gates opening and the cart crossing the bridge over the moat, could hear the rumble of the slats as it passed, could smell the rank stench of the water, and it was over and beyond the gates, which were closing. She ran on, stopping only as the gates shut firmly, just as she reached them. Dropping the basket, she beat at the great broad planks with her fists, crying out for someone to open up, till tears of frustration subsumed her. Her head began to spin as the full realization of what had happened, of what she had done, came to her. The whole plan, organized to perfection by Mr. Crumpton, would collapse because one small cog had failed to make its turn. She thought of Will Seymour waiting for her within, counting on her, and not only him but Lady Arbella also, who was at that moment galloping to Blackwell to rendezvous with her husband. Amy had wanted nothing more than to play her part in bringing them together, to give them the happiness they deserved. Lady Arbella had been dished out such a mean ration of joy in her life, and Amy believed she might make a difference, but she had failed them both. It was sheer vanity that had caused her delay. If she hadn't stopped to listen to Valentine Sims reciting her words, indulging herself in hubris, she would have made it to the gates on time. Shame gushed into her as she slumped on a nearby wall, unable to face the potential consequences of her irresponsibility. But she refused to give up all hope. There was nothing else for it. She would have to return and go in with a late laundry cart. She would have to run down to Mr. Rodney, who was waiting with the horses in the yard behind the Guildhall, and warn him of the delay. Self-reproach formed into a sharp stone in her gut as she waited, through that June day, for the late cart, and by the time she saw it lumbering along Tower Hill towards her, she was sick with nerves. "It's you today, is it?" said the driver with a wink. "T'other one's got a face as long as a yard of tripe." "She's a good laundress," said Amy, taking on her role, tempering her refined accent to meld in with his. "Can get ink spots out of anything." He was talking about Margie, who sometimes did laundry for her, as well as the tower's inmates, and to whom she had several times paid a shilling for her silence, to take her place with the tower cart. Once inside, she made her way to Will Seymour's rooms, up the steps beside the water gate. He pulled her in and slammed the door. "What in hell's name kept you? You do see that if this whole thing falls apart, the blame will be at your door." He was taking great care not to raise his voice, but couldn't disguise his rage. His protruding eye teeth, usually an attractive quirk, made him seem demonic, but her shame was greater than her fear. "I'm so sorry, so very sorry, but it's not too late." She unpacked his suit and the wig, helping him into them. They might have laughed had the circumstances been different, for the black beard was like some kind of animal, and the suit cheap, ill-fitting. While he finished dressing, she pulled all the dirty linens off the bed and stuffed them into the basket. Then they walked slowly down the steps and out onto the cobbles, a laundress and a bearded labourer, past a pair of guards, feeling their scrutiny, and towards the gates to wait for the cart to be loaded. The guards were talking. Blood rushed through her ears. One of them peeled away from his companion and ambled towards them. Her heart hammered. Did he suspect something? She didn't dare look over at Will. The guard walked right up to her, looking her over, fat and wheezing in the heat, peeping into the basket in her arms. She held her breath. He plucked at some of the linens. "What's up?" Hot flowers of sweat blossomed in her armpits. "Beauty like you doing laundry for such sinful inmates as inhabit this place." "Got to keep the wolf from the door, ain't I?" Her voice was mercifully free from tremors. He smiled. "Well, don't work them lovely hands to the bone, will you?" She found a smile for him, and then, thankfully, the cart was loaded and they were ready to saunter out in plain sight. As the gates closed behind them, she whispered to Will, "Keep on going, round to the right towards the yard behind the Guildhall, where Mr. Rodney is waiting." He turned before he left and hissed through that ridiculous beard, "If this fails, I will never forgive you." She still remembers the venom in his eyes, as toxic as her shame. "I will never forgive myself," she muttered to his departing back. The following morning, early, a messenger came from Mr. Rodney with a note that said, "Fortune is with us. The package is well on its way to France." Amy lights the lamp and sits herself down to read what she's written, picturing Lady Arbella exultant on the foredeck of that French brig, a figurehead in breeches, splashed with brine, her cloak billowing out behind her. Somewhere deep in the far reaches of her mind, her heroine knows that Will, too, is on his way to France, can picture him on the deck of his own boat, looking out at the same expanse of water. Amy wonders if this is not a fitting place to end her story, a place of promise, of triumph, of lovers on the brink of union. She wrestles with the idea. She remembers theatrical denouements she has watched, the bloodbaths of tragedy, actors dripping in red matter, audiences open-mouthed in horror, the same players, on the following night, spinning across the stage, dancing in celebration of a wedding, the crowd weeping with joy. She can imagine Lady Arbella up there with them, the balcony of the stage serving as the prow of her ship, a fellow crouched below wafting a breeze her way to make her garments flutter. The audience wills her on. They have witnessed in the previous scene her husband's escape from the tower. They can already picture the fate-crossed lovers reunited, their eyes are welling with happy tears. "Onward to France and liberty," she cries, thrusting her fist into the air, "where my dear husband waits for me." But is omission not as good as a lie? Was it not her aim to make a misunderstood woman understood, to give a voice to her silence, to hold up a mirror to her life? The imagination is a strong current that can pull you under. Goodwife Stringer has demonstrated lately the way an erroneous belief can lead a person to a place where truth is obliterated. She takes up her pen and continues. The breeze boils up, the sails excite, stuttering forth to where lovers unite.
At sea.
"Calais!"
I cried. I had watched the distant vague mass slowly transform, taking on the shape of pointed turrets and high walls. We were making excruciatingly slow progress, our boat struggling and zigzagging against the wind. I held out my hand. "Look, Margaret,
I'm shaking. But Margaret was spewing over the side, again. We will be on dry land soon. She turned a green face to me and attempted a smile. I should have been near dead with exhaustion, but some kind of invisible force kept me going. Bridget had slept like a corpse for the entire journey. Even Crompton had dozed for an hour, upright in a chair, head lolling, mouth open. Margaret had lain moaning with her face pressed to the lip of the bucket until I prized her up, out of her putrid air below and onto the deck. I noticed a heated conversation taking place between Corvée and the boatswain, who was pointing towards the stern. I followed his finger and saw the unmistakable shape of a boat in our wake. Light-headed with elation, I joined them, leaning out for a better view, unable to tear my gaze away from that small, dark form. Where we were struggling in our cumbersome vessel with the wind against us, they were sleek and compact and bearing down swiftly. I could just make out the several pairs of oarsmen, explaining their speed.
"Will!"
I shouted.
"I knew he'd make it!"
Crompton was at my side, grabbing my shoulders, facing me, grinning.
"Thank God!"
His eyes glimmered. "Are you crying, Crompton?"
"No, of course not. It's the wind."
A laugh burst out of me and, forgetting myself entirely, I snatched the perspective instrument from Corvée's hand, placing it to my eye. A small circle of sea appeared through the lens, a gull bobbing on its surface in magical detail. I moved the instrument back and forth, finally catching the craft in my sight, seeing clearly then the 8 pairs of oarsmen and a number of men at the rear, one standing, looking back at me through an identical device. I scanned their faces, looking for Will, reminding myself he was disguised.
"Was it a Blackbeard?"
I asked Crompton.
Yes, a big black beard and a matching wig."
I scanned the faces once more.
"What is it?"
asked Crompton.
"What's the matter?"
I passed the instrument so he could see for himself that Will was not on board, only a small pack of heavily armed men, and behind them, fluttering prettily in the breeze, was the King's banner. Crompton blanched, drawing an arm across his forehead, and, turning to Corvée, asked how many men crewed the brig. Corvée held up both hands, fingers spread, indicating 10, then began to bark orders at his men to angle the boat, get some wind behind the mainsail, speed us up, outrun them, but we all knew it was futile. The weather was against us, and their sleek craft was moving through the water at speed. We didn't need the perspective instrument now to count their numbers. With the 8 pairs of rowers and 10 others, they were 26 strong. The lads had opened a chest and were pulling out pikes and swords, distributing them around. Corvée produced a pair of pistols from somewhere, tossing one over to Crompton, who began to load it. The boat was bearing down on us, almost within range.
"Get down!"
Crompton pushed me to the deck as a musket fired, the bullet thudding into the side of our boat. Margaret screamed. I crawled to the bow and grabbed hold of her, pulling her with me behind a large coil of rope. Margaret was shaking and moaning, and I shouted down to Bridget to help me get her below decks. Corvée fired into the air, a deafening warning shot, and crouched to reload. Crompton held his aim, waiting. The boatswain was barking out orders to the men to take their places. I looked around at them. They all seemed barely out of boyhood. One close to me had a peach-like complexion and round cheeks that made my heart lurch. Dragging Margaret, I crawled across the floor towards the hold where Bridget was waiting, white-faced. Another shot was fired. Another bullet whistled and thumped into the side of our brig. We slid behind the mast. Margaret was shaking violently and whimpering, but her fear made me strong. We couldn't both fall to pieces. The musket fire began to come in volleys, a hellish cacophony, the scent of gunpowder filling the air. It was the smell of fireworks and celebrations. A boy, struck on the arm, collapsed down beside us, clutching his wound. It was the smooth-faced lad, terror stitched through him.
"I'm not ready to die," he cried. "I want me mum."
A new volley of shots hailed on us as I unpeeled his fingers and inspected the injury, a black hole, smelling of burnt flesh, oozing bright blood. The bullet had passed clean through, and even with my limited knowledge I knew that to be a good thing. You'll be all right, I said, and seeing the doubt on him, added, Really, today's not your day to go. It crossed my mind that it might be mine, and, as if on cue, a bullet clipped the mast an inch from my temple and ricocheted up, tearing through the mainsail, causing Margaret to scream again, a great, blood-curdling, terrified wail. Stop, I said, taking both her upper arms firmly. Just stop! Rip me off a length of your petticoat, the cleanest part, to serve as a bandage. She wriggled out of her undergarment and began to tear off a strip, seeming a little calmer with a task to focus on. Another volley of shots cracked, smoke billowed, men shouted, as I wrapped the bandage tightly round the boy's upper arm. Make a sling from your scarf, I instructed Margaret, who was grey with fear. Through the thick grey smoke, I saw a rope fly high through the air. On its end was a hook, which lodged itself under the lip of the brig. "They're boarding!" shouted Crompton. "We can pick them off as they climb!" Corvée staggered, tripping over something, sending his gun skittering over the deck towards me. I picked it up, sensing the power of life and death in its weight. I stood. Corvée was gesticulating wildly, indicating I should toss the arm back to him, and behind him a rank of deckhands gathered, brandishing a motley assortment of weapons. I saw them for what they were, a few petrified boys, not even men, who thought they were simply sailing to France. They would be maimed, killed, for what? So that some woman they didn't know could have a taste of freedom. The smoke was making my eyes smart. I wiped them with my sleeve and, tucking the gun into my breeches, bellowed, "Hold your fire!" I walked forward, out of the shadow of the mast. "You'll get yourself killed!" screamed Margaret, tugging at my leg. I shook her off. There was a lull in the fire as the men began to climb the ropes. Crompton had his aim. I ran, swiping my arm at him, feeling strength I didn't know I had come from nowhere. "Don't fire!" I cried. "Are you mad?" he screamed. I pointed my pistol his way, shouting, "Drop your gun!" "Steady!" I saw real panic in him as he took a small step towards me. "Leave it!" I said firmly, in my grandmother's voice, as if commanding a dog. "If we try to repel them, it'll be a bloodbath. Do you truly want this on your conscience? I will not risk innocent lives being lost on my account." He slumped and dropped his face into his hands, reminding me of the moment I'd first told Will I was carrying his child. I grabbed Margaret's undergarment and walked through the smoke towards the side of the brig, arm up, the flag of white petticoat dancing from my fist, signalling my surrender.
St. Giles in the Fields. Hal opens the door. "Close your eyes, Ma." He takes her arm and guides her inside. "Now you can open them." It is a spacious chamber with a brick hearth and windows set high on both sides. There is space enough, she estimates, for 5 rows of 4 desks. She can see them there already, a pupil at each, girls as well as boys, studying quietly. In her mind she can smell the ink and hear the soft scrape of chalk on slate. She is walking up and down occasionally, offering advice or standing at the front, all eyes on her, conjugating a verb in Latin. "And through here," Hal calls her from a doorway at the far end. She follows him through into a smaller room bathed in light. There in her mind's eye she sees Joyce sitting cross-legged on the floor, with a circle of little ones, singing a numbers song. She had suggested to Joyce a few days earlier that she come and help her in the school. "A school? A proper school?" she'd exclaimed. It was Hal's idea. She watched the girl light up on hearing Hal's name. "He's found me a building near St. Giles." "Near St. Giles?" she repeated, as if she couldn't find the words of her own, and then said more quietly, "And you want me to help you with it?" "I hope you will say yes." "If Fa allows it, then I'd love nothing more." Joyce turned away then, so her face wasn't visible. "Is he spoken for?" "Who?" Amy was momentarily confused. "What, Hal?" "Goodness, no." "Ah," said the girl, looking up again, trying to conceal a smile. Amy had wanted to ask Hal about Joyce after seeing them together that day, but at the same time didn't want to interfere. She watches him pace the room, counting, measuring its length. "This couldn't be more perfect," she says. And there are 3 large rooms upstairs, too. It seems too good to be true. And the lease? It's a fair price. He begins to list the costs, but she interjects. Tell him I'll take it. Through the window she can see the agent loitering in the meadow out front. I reckon I can haggle it down a little. The place does need a lick of whitewash. I'm sure you can, with your talents for negotiation. She brings a hand to his shoulder. Given the amount you levered out of that cheapside jeweller for my trinket. He said it was the finest stone he'd seen in a month of Sundays. I didn't exactly need to squeeze it from him. His eyes were popping out of his head. There will be plenty to set everything up in any case, and a fair sum left over. She is struck, and not for the first time, by the worth of that raspberry-sized piece of matter that had lived so long beneath her floorboards. It is a good feeling to have prospects, a woman of her age, a widow, with a nest egg, and there is enough even to settle Alfonso's old debts. Outside a deal is agreed. She shakes hands with the agent. It is a new start. Life is a series of beginnings and endings, she says to Hal as they walk away, back towards Clerkenwell. It's funny, she adds. All along I had the means to settle my debts, yet didn't realize it. Had I known the true value of that jewel... Hal interrupts her, saying, Perhaps it was meant to be. You might never have come to teaching if you hadn't needed to earn your living. I suppose not. She wonders when he became so wise. How's your writing coming along, Ma? Are you nearly done with it? I'm not entirely sure, she replies. She cannot find a way to explain that the truth is untidy, how the story has begun to crumble beneath her fingers. She has been struggling to order it into a legible form. Arbella's account had, towards the end, become even more convoluted and fragmented. Like a dreamscape, it had lost its coherence, become a string of impressions and feelings and memories.
The Tower of London. Tap, tap, tap. I try to write, but my hand struggles to hold the quill just as my mind refuses to hold my thoughts. Most of what I write is illegible, and the rest is smeared by my sleeve. I tip out my bag of treasures, rolling the die that always lands on a 6, 3 pairs of black eyes, set in ivory, watching me. I unfold the paper containing my husband's hair, bringing my nose to it. His scent is gone. Nestling in my palm is the tear of glass to represent all the tears I have never shed. I wonder if I shatter it, will those tears be spilled at last? I hold it to my eye, and the world is transformed, all its straight edges curved, small things enlarged. I slip my wedding ring onto my finger. It is too big, even for my thumb. Soon I will be transformed. Soon I will fly away. I read Mistress Lanya's dog-eared poem, Rare Phoenix, whose fair feathers are your own. I feel the feathers sprouting in the prickle of goose flesh about my shoulders. I ring Geddon's little bell to take me back, but the bright chime puts me in a place I do not want to go, where my Scottish aunt's neck is hacked at like a piece of timber. And there it is, that small traitor, hiding at the bottom of the bag. I pick up the Agnus Dei between the tips of my fingers, as if it might burn me, and fling it from the window. It is 4 years now that I have been throwing it away. Each morning it is returned to the ledge. I am cursed by it. It whispers to me of the one true faith. Starkey tells me to resist it, that it is testing me. The Lieutenant, Wade, had found it amongst my things when I first arrived. He said it spoke of insurrection. I am no Catholic, I told him. We shall see, was his reply. He placed an elbow on the arm of his chair and cleared his throat. The Countess of Shrewsbury, your Catholic aunt, will be here within the day. Aunt Mary has been arrested. Indeed, my lady. He said it as if I didn't deserve the title. The aunt that would have put you at the heart of a papist plot. You are not speaking the truth. My aunt never wanted anything more than to give me my liberty. I fear you delude yourself, my lady. It is what everyone says. Everyone can be wrong. I could see he wasn't a man who liked to be wrong. The up-pointing moustache, carefully curled, spoke of his vanity. Yes, He would be too beset with pride to like being proved in error. If she is coming here, then I will ask her myself. I'm afraid I cannot allow that, but I shall draw the truth out of her. The way he said it made me crumple a little and think of all those others who had served me and might be having things drawn from them. Perhaps she will know why you have a trinket blessed by the Pope in your possession. Lieutenant Wade was known for having drawn the truth out of the powder treason plotters. People said he had a nose for papist insurrection. What of my servants, Crompton, my women? I imagined Bridget and Margaret somewhere working on that embroidered woodland scene they began in Barnet. They are being held elsewhere. They have done nothing save what I demanded of them. They cannot be charged guilty of obedience. I could not bear to think that those I held dear, those who were loyal, had lost their freedom for me. I wanted to ask about my husband, but my throat had become choked and the words would not form. My harpies have returned, and with them dear Dr. Mountford. He looks at me with a face so sad I would cry, if I were the crying sort, but instead of bringing tears, his look turns my insides out. A sharp piece of me is broken off and is lacerating my guts. Mountford drips his tincture into my mouth. I drift. The harpies recede. They watch me from their perch beyond the window. Is it they who return the Agnus Dei? But I don't feel sure of anything. Just a sip of caudle, Mountford is saying. He holds a cup and a spoon. It reeks of milk and nutmeg. I shake my head and shut my eyes. There is my will, free. He smiles his impish smile and blows me a kiss before flying away. Aunt Mary came to my rooms. I was told I could not see you. I bribed the guards. There is always a way if you are resourceful. She was dishevelled as usual and smiling, which reassured me. "Oh, God," was all I could find to say. I was so very pleased to see her, but not pleased she was in this place with me. "Come, sweeting." She opened her arms and I fell into them, a child once more. "Where is Will?" My voice was muffled. I didn't feel able to let her go, wanted to keep my face pressed into her shoulder with its scent of powder and musk. "His escape succeeded. He is with friends abroad." "Thank God." I had an image of him mounted, galloping into the distance. He looked well on a horse, straight-backed, poised, manly. "The king is ailing," she said. Deep in my heart I sinned by wishing him dead. I knew, had long known, that if Henry Frederick came to the throne, I would be released. I would have all I ever wanted. "Listen," she said in the faintest of whispers. "Don't lose hope. There are people who will liberate you from here. I can arrange it." "What people?" "You don't need to know, sweeting." My gentlewoman puts a plate of bread and ham on the small table beside the window. "Dr. Mountford says I must try and encourage you to eat." I pretend I haven't heard and say, "Do you know, Nan, that your husband used to wear my glove in his hat?" "I do know," she replies. "A long time ago. He still has that glove. It is a family treasure." I wonder if she can be trusted. She takes her food and begins to eat, spreading the bread thickly with butter, folding the ham inside it, stuffing it into her mouth as if she is starving. My stomach turns. When she isn't looking, I peel strips of ham and drop them from the open window where my harpies sit waiting. They make me think of the dogs beneath the table at Hardwick. It takes all the force I have. "Nan, can you tell me what became of Bridget and Margaret? Were they released?" "Long ago," she replies, as if I have asked that question countless times, which perhaps I have. "You've been writing again, I see." She speaks with her mouth full, and I have to avert my eyes. "I have written myself into existence." I must have said it out loud, for she says, "Yes, yes," like someone humouring a lunatic. I have given up trying to prove I am not mad. Mary came again. It was just after we heard of Prince Henry Frederick's death. We both wore black sashes. "They are saying he was poisoned." Mary's expression was indecipherable. a calculation that would never be solved. Who would do such a thing? He was so well loved. I thought of that glittering boy, bursting with life, the hope of England. I wished, in that dark part of me, that I could have exchanged myself for him, imagined making a pact with God that allowed him to live and me to die in his place. I was not afraid of death, for I knew Starkey was waiting for me, and all my hope had withered away with the end of that glittering boy. That family has many enemies. Again that puzzling look. What do you mean? I asked. It is my family too. His death puts you closer to the throne, sweeting. I would rather not have thought of that, for surely it made my freedom less likely than ever. Just that sickly lame boy Charles and Princess Elizabeth lie in your way now. Stop it! The Princess Elizabeth's nuptials will still go ahead in February despite her brother's death, she said. I feel it in my bones that the king will grant you a pardon. Isn't it a tradition for the king to grant pardons at a royal wedding? My dead hope shifted slightly, and I began to mull over what I could sell to raise the money for a dress, for dresses. I still had those paltry pearls. They would be worth something. I would need to look the part on my return to court. It will be a Protestant wedding. Aunt Mary's disapproval was visible in every fibre of her being. What do you mean by that? Of course it will be a Protestant wedding. She doesn't elucidate. It's time we do what needs to be done. It was as if she spoke in a language I had never come across before. Do what? She picked up the Agnus Dei from the window ledge and, taking my hand, unfolding the fingers, placed it in my palm. Let's not pretend any more. It is the only path to the kingdom of heaven. My breath was loud in my head. I had heard those words before. It was the Scottish Queen who spoke them, and this. I will be up there watching over you and your Catholic England. No, I said. My voice came out more forcefully than I expected. You've got it wrong. The Agnus Dei was still in my palm, a circle of red. It reminded me of that sailor's bullet wound, or, the thought shocked me, a holy stigma. I remembered hearing of nuns who manifested stigmata at Easter time. But you want to be free. There is no such thing as freedom. Only as the words left my mouth did I understand their meaning as an intrinsic truth. You become increasingly opaque, she said before she got up, kissed me on the forehead with the words, Think about it, and left. The gun salute in celebration of the royal wedding caused plaster to drop from the ceiling of my room. The church bells rang and there were fireworks. I made Nan put my new dresses away in the trunk so they wouldn't mock me. In the night, I'd heard them talking about me, whispering into their frilled sleeves. I had asked to be moved. There was a new lieutenant, Elwes, who questioned why I should want to leave the best rooms in the tower. I didn't tell him it was to get away from Aunt Mary, who could see into my window from her balcony. I didn't want to be part of her scheming, all those stories and secrets, weaving far back into the past, back to the Scottish Queen. My new chamber was round, with deep-set window alcoves and a view of the river far below. Escape would be impossible from such a room. I would be safe from Aunt Mary. She sent letters hidden in my food, but I threw them on the fire without reading them. All that time, all my life, I'd believed her to be something other than she was. I was nothing but a cause to her. If I thought too hard about it, I might truly have become cracked in the head, as they said I was. I heard the talk. Even shut in that place, gossip found its way in. Wedding fireworks lit up the sky in the distance towards Whitehall. A whisper went round that someone in the tower had been pardoned. It was not me. These rooms housed Lady Catherine Grey long ago when she was here, the lieutenant had said when he showed me to my new quarters, smiling as if he thought the fact would please me. I know Lady Catherine. He looked at me strangely when I said that, and I didn't think it worth explaining. Tap, tap, tap. Nan, I say, when will they stop hammering down there? They stopped a month ago. Listen, it is silent.
I can see the concern on her face. She can hardly bear to look at me. But I hear it. I am very weak. It takes a supreme effort to lift my fingers from the bed to my cheek. Pain echoes through me perpetually. "Do you?" She said it like someone talking to an infant. I stroke the side of my face. A down has sprouted there. Perhaps I am finally becoming the boy my family once wished I had been. She pulls back the covers and, averting her gaze, deftly removes my soiled shift, moving my body easily, as if I am a puppet. I am reminded of Margaret, deep in the past, who was able to take off her shift without undoing her gown. It used to make us laugh. It is a long time since I laughed. Nan replaces the shift with a clean one. It smells of grass. I suppose it is summer and everything has been laid out on the lawn to dry. The scent takes me back to Hardwick and that miniature queen with the wooden stump beneath her skirts. The first great disappointment of my childhood.
"In heaven's name, I wish I could persuade you to eat something."
Nan's eyes are dewy and bloodshot. I feel her hand cradling my own. "Shh," I say. "Don't cry, Nan. It is what I want, what God wants." A harpy is perched near the window. Black feathers, red lips, sharp teeth, black eye. I watch it through the cracked pane. My vision is blurred, but I can see it clearly in my mind's eye. It moves towards the place where the window is ajar and drops something from its mouth onto the sill, then opens its vast wings, momentarily blocking out the day, before soaring up and away. I squeeze Nan's hand. My body is not myself. She looks baffled, as if I am speaking in Greek. Starkey is beside me. "Do you remember when I asked you years ago what kind of queen you intended to be?" "Of course I do. A just queen, is what I replied." "You may not be Queen of England, but you are queen over the realm of your body. You have the power to meet justice to your soul and set it free." Nan is talking in murmurs with Dr. Mountford. They are trying to find ways to save me, but their efforts are futile, for I have already won this battle. Despite the frailty of my body, my mind is robust. "If you give yourself liberty, you also set your husband free." Very quietly, I whisper to Starkey, "I know what is right." I have that image of Will galloping into the distance. He rides Dorcas. It makes a flower of elation blossom in my breast. Dr. Mountford and Nan loom over me. A hand covers her mouth, but it can't hide her grief. I want to tell her that I am setting myself free, that it is an occasion for joy, that I am taking my life back. But I find I can no longer speak. They retreat. I hear their footsteps recede. I feel Starkey's hand slip beneath my pillow for my bag of treasures. He takes something from it and then reaches for Mountford's pestle and mortar. The glass tear clinks as it falls into the bowl. He brings the pestle down hard, several times, shattering it prettily into a million sparkling pieces. All the tears I have never shed. I feel my own fate in my hands. It is substantial, real, raw, like a cut of meat. It is mine. He drops the fragments one by one into my open mouth, wide open, like a ravenous cuckoo. I feel them pass into my throat. "If you count back far enough, you reach infinity," he says. Arbella is perched up by the ceiling, wings tucked up neatly. She can see people come and go below. Nan is kneeling beside her empty body, clutching her bag of treasures. She is weeping. Dr. Mountford explains something to two men Arbella has never seen before. She was unable to ingest anything at all, he is saying. She notices his use of unable rather than refused, loyal to her even now, when it no longer matters. Aunt Mary is there, furious, tearful.
"She is,"
her voice breaks,
"was my niece.
I should have been made aware. I could have comforted her at the end.
Or tried to convert me, Arbella thinks. Mary looks up, suddenly, as if she heard the thought. She asked that you not be admitted, my lady. It is the lieutenant who tells her this. I was obliged to do her bidding. Arbella sees everything. She sees Aunt Mary's dismay on hearing that. She watches her aunt pick up the Agnus Dei from the window ledge and slip it into her glove. A pair of servants are sorting through her possessions, unhooking the hangings, folding them carefully, collecting up her bits and pieces, her almost empty jewel box. One of them pilfers a brooch. He is not aware it is made of glass and worth pennies. The lieutenant surveys the chamber, lifting things to look beneath them, inspecting Arbella's collection of books, occasionally choosing one and flicking through its pages. He turns Plato on its side to decipher her marginalia, but fails to understand what she has written. He is more stupid than he thinks. He picks up the stack of written papers on the table, reading passages randomly, rolling his eyes before taking a fresh sheet of paper and writing something on it. The Lady Arbella, to be discarded. She can hear his thoughts. He thinks her scribblings are the outpourings of a lunatic. Taking a length of frayed ribbon, which she has worn sometimes in her hair, he ties the sheaf of papers and tosses it to one side with the other detritus that is of no use to anyone. "This lot can be got rid of," he says. She feels Starkey's presence as a breeze, lifting her, carrying her along, up, away, until she spreads open her wings and flies out into the open expanse of sky.
Clerkenwell. Amy is crying, great racking sobs. She is running with tears, a sea of grief, partially obliterating what she has written. "What is it?" asks Joyce. "What's the matter?" "They are the tears of another," Amy replies, taking the handkerchief the girl holds out and wiping her face, blowing her nose. Joyce looks baffled by her answer, but is too polite, too tactful to ask for an explanation. It is a curse to be unable to cry. "I suppose it is." The girl goes quietly back to her book, and Amy reads for the 1,000th time those final fragments, hoping against hope that she will find herself there. Her absence screams out. Perhaps, she tells herself, as she has told herself many times before, she is in a part that is lost. Taking up her pen, she turns to her verse, allowing words to drift towards her from nowhere, inky marks writing themselves into a perfect final couplet. For although her tongue is gravely still, sweet Philomel's song the air doth fill. The door bursts open, and Hal appears with a man, a ghost from the past. "Goodness, Mr. Seymour!" Amy gets up from the table. "Mistress Lanya." They stand in silence, looking at each other, like men preparing to fight. She can't help but think of the last time she saw him, the absurd beard, his seething rage. "I will never forgive you." But he is there, before her, older, a little lined, and a smile opens over his face, that same elfin smile she remembers so well. Neither of them seems to know what to say to the other, but Hal makes introductions and produces a jug of wine, handing round cups. "You must find us very meanly housed, Mr. Seymour," she says, making talk to ease the awkwardness. "But our fortunes took a tumble. They are on the rise once more, though. Has Hal told you about the school I plan to open?" "He has. I think it a wonderful project, and I was hoping you would accept my sponsorship." I don't know what to say. That is a very kind offer. He has wrong-footed her with his generosity. I am most grateful, but I have no need. I have ample funds. She likes the idea of the school being entirely hers, of not being beholden to anyone. I'm setting it up in your wife's honour. Now she has brought Lady Arbella into the room, the atmosphere is in suspension, like the quiet that comes before turbulent weather. Hal, always tactful, has led Joyce over to the hearth, where they are talking very softly. She can see Will Seymour's sorrow. Those sad grey eyes, so vividly described by Lady Arbella's pen, show that his loss has not faded, and she wishes he would shout at her, be angry as he was before, for she deserves it. "I'm sorry," she says, "so very sorry." He holds up a hand to stop her. It is I who should apologize. I don't understand. He is holding a worn leaf of paper. It is a letter. I cannot give it to you to read, for it is a last letter to me, found amongst her things, and contains passages of great intimacy that I cannot share. But in it she asks me to convey to you her deep and heartfelt gratitude for the great risk you took on our account. He hesitates, the paper quivering in his fingers. She wanted you to know that, although she may not have put it into words, she always considered you as a dear and precious friend, and that thoughts of you and your poems gave her great comfort, even— his voice breaks slightly— even in her final days. Amy feels something shift, deep in her mind, like the unpicking of a lock or the untying of a tight knot. She has taught me, he continues, that you cannot condemn a person for a single frailty. He stops, looking down, and then up again directly at her. I beg your forgiveness, Mistress Lanya. You have it, unequivocally. The thicket of shame she has been tangled in for so long now opens, unravelling. She looks over at Joyce and Hal, seeing how they, red-cheeked, stealthily unclasp their hands when they notice she is beckoning them over. A smile spreads over her, inside and out. Then, raising her cup, she says, "Let's drink to forgiveness."
Author's note. The Girl in the Glass Tower is a work of fiction, though one which is largely based in fact. Arbella Stewart, Amelia Lanya, and almost all the characters surrounding them in the novel are historical figures, but they also exist in the world of the novel as my own inventions. Through the filter of my fictional scheme, the events of Arbella's life are, in the main, accurately depicted, but of course there is much of her story that lies outside my text. To anyone interested in reading her full biography, I wholeheartedly recommend Sarah Gristwood's meticulously researched and wonderfully readable Arbella, England's Lost Queen. Like many women of her time, Arbella was a prolific letter writer, and, because of her political significance, many of her letters still exist, which offered me a unique perspective on her complex inner world. To see her writing veering from a perfectly regimented italic to an almost intelligible scrawl, sometimes in a single letter, and to read her meandering thoughts allowed me to understand something of her state of mind during particular periods of her life. The content of her letters often exposed her intimate voice, from which I was able to excavate the quirks and tics of her character that were to form the basis of the Arbella in my novel. Of course, the found manuscript in the novel is my own fabrication. I did not seek to create a pastiche of early modern women's life writing, the few examples of which are nothing like Arbella's autobiography, as I have imagined it. But it was a means by which I was able to explore the theme of storytelling and the invisibility of early modern women's lives, a constant personal preoccupation. My characterization of Amelia Lanya, an English female poet of some significance, although very little known nowadays, was different. I wanted to bring her into the light, and in doing so she became an ideal cipher to carry the motif of women, voice and silence in the novel. I had little to go on in terms of the biography of her later life, but her published poetry offered insights and helped me form my depiction of her. I chose to ignore the theories that she was the dark lady of Shakespeare's sonnets, as there is no hard evidence to support this. Her published work and the few facts we know of her life can be found in the Poems of Amelia Lanya, edited by Suzanne Woods. Amy's story is interwoven with Arbella's as a way to support the thematic aims of my novel, rather than with an eye to historical veracity, and the passages in which she helps William Seymour escape from the Tower are entirely imagined. The aspersions of witchcraft are also fictional, though such suspicions abounded in the period, and were often directed at lone women who didn't conform. She was, however, orphaned and taken into the household of the Countess of Kent, and under the wing of the Countess of Cumberland, and, aged only 18, became the mistress of Queen Elizabeth's first cousin, Henry Lord Hunsdon, who was some 40 years her senior. She was married to Alfonso Lanier when she became pregnant with Hunsdon's son. Alfonso left her in debt, but she eventually acquired the means to open a school in St. Giles in the Fields. Another truth is that her son Henry married a girl named Joyce Mansfield. The only firm link I have found between the two women is Amelia's poem dedicated to Arbella, and the fact that they would both have been amongst Queen Anna's coterie simultaneously. But they sit side by side in The Girl in the Glass Tower, because their stories chime together. Elizabeth Fremantle, November 2015. This audiobook was produced and published by Penguin Books Limited. Recording copyright 2016.
Audible hopes you've enjoyed this program.